Message to you, fat ass, Leon. Mousy, Leoncio. That's a fucking message to you. You deal drugs, you fucking die. Which fucking road are you heading down, bitch? You fat bitch. You said you just need money for your kids. All you think about is your kids now. Oh, you need all that fucking illegal drug money for your kids, huh? I don't fucking think so. That would be a Mexican cartel drug lord. Or an obese dealer of mass drugs here in Wichita, Kansas. Fucker tried to kill me 3 or 4 times. Poisoned my mom, too. So, it's just about time to defend myself against him. Right. It is what it is, guys. I know people want to have more. And if the feds are in on it with him, it looks like I'm taking down the government too. Because I reported him to the FBI, and then an unmarked truck with cops came and checked to see who I was. They came to my motel room and looked at the license plate on my car the very next day after reporting Leon Mouse to the FBI. They came to see who I was. Huh. Interesting. I say, bust the fat bastard. Don't fucking worry about what I'm doing, bitch. I'm coming to fuck you if you don't bust that fat fuck. I'm coming to fuck you. Comes to when it comes to payback, when it comes to all these different up there, other call each other. When it comes to Israel, go to the landing payback, and they're all standing there. They all agree. The wise one, and Mike Johnson, they're both there, standing up for that whole magical reality collapsed. Like right now, everybody had to adjust to what people they have to recognize what we think reality is.
That's what we know. But really move
Reality is not constructed. Perception.
forward. But then we move forward, having God create a random.
Fat bastard poisoned the joint I was smoking. Poison, Visine the drink I was fucking drinking. Poisoned the food I ate at his house. If you know somebody's in the fucking cartel, don't smoke, eat, or drink anything with them. That's my advice to you. That's my advice to you. If you know somebody's in the fucking Mexican cartel, don't smoke, eat, or drink anything with them. In fact, that advice extends beyond the Mexican cartel. That advice extends to any fucking adversary of any kind. Anybody that you might think is your enemy or adversary of any kind, don't fucking eat, drink, or smoke anything with them. Unless you know, unless you're the one providing it. You might get poisoned. You might get so fucking sick, you puke up black and metal and you hear screams and your organs twist. And don't have a prostitute sprinkle anything in your fucking drink either. I mean, she says she's your girlfriend, but she's actually a prostitute. Don't almost die 4 times because you're hanging out with the Mexican cartel. But if you do survive all 4 assassination attempts, you can come back to fuck them in your own special way.
All survival of the fittest.
If you do survive 4 assassination attempts, you can come back and fuck them in your own special way. They will be scared. Every time that fat bastard wants to approach me, he has to have backup with him. He has to make sure he has backup. Who's your backup in the big house, buddy? Who's gonna protect you when you're back in the big house, buddy?
Right now, they're all right of the South. How? Will.
Yes, sir. Let's eliminate the fucking Mexican cartel from America. I
I had a pretty good spring. I bought X. I, I got the which is
can you put
what
up
you do with
that?
it. So
Shut the fuck up for a
yeah,
minute.
driveway. Sure, an accident. So I bought my hat. Start out of I, 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 so um, so, Sunday, what's going on? I'm not to call us a bull, but to all things. I just there are some things that not accuracy. Most of us like I did. Oh, well, I other so sell our reactors. I power the I, I,
So stupid. For what?
cards, but I opinion, and I box
The fuck is this person?
on
Bitch.
right, right, but now right, so I say that
What are you gonna do? Acting like you got some big fucking business to fuck doing.
yeah, oh, Swalwell.
No. Dirty sock. Goddamn mouth.
Like actually, Crown got to him.
Being live sucks. There's no fucking reward in it at all whatsoever.
You have or hole, bad breath, or yellow teeth. Don't pull your teeth out.
No reward for going live. In fact, it's a stressor. It stresses me out more. I'll probably be shittier to my dogs now that I'm live. Zero benefit in going live.
Still suffer from type 2 diabetes. I am right the rest of the
Except I have a voice. This is the only place I have a voice. It's never going to be shown to anybody, but at least I'm speaking. Maybe it'll be shown to somebody long in the future. Maybe I'll have a kid someday and grandkids, and they'll see it. They'll say, "What the fuck was this guy thinking?" They'll say, "Wow, this guy was really on to something."
Struggling with this. The meal for the year 2019, I called it. The mask came off. Throughout 2019, uprising, upstart, best, China control. Sort of said, yeah, not crush you. So I called it ironic. Mask, note at the time, that you know what, we are tyrants and we crush you. And we want, regardless of how it affects the people. It feels like we're in that situation. In Iran, it's not on the other side. Stay with us.
A lot of fucking hoops to jump through just to drive a fucking bus.
Broadcast 2026, we stand on the cusp of total change, one way or another. We've been in this position for a while now. I remember back in 2020 saying that crucial in the process of forging a sword. A lot of work, and sort of one of the last steps is the crucible. And hottest point, all of that work goes to nothing or cease, and get a nice, sword out of it. That's where we're at. The pressure and all of the work that we've done up to the worst position where
Thank you, baby.
started, or out of this
Being live,
victorious, sort of on.
being live on Rumble and YouTube actually degrades the quality of my life. I got my commercial learner's permit with school bus and passenger endorsements. Just because I didn't go live for a couple of weeks. So I almost have a CDL just because I didn't go live on YouTube and Rumble for a little bit. So we'll just see how this goes. Sometimes I just want a record of anybody who fucks with me. So if you fuck with me, you will also be live on Rumble and YouTube. That's part of the reason. That's part of the only reason I'm doing this right now. So there's a record of you fucking with me. You can be on audio and video live on 2 big ass platforms at a moment's notice.
At cusp, it
Half a moment's notice. All right.
feels like we are at the point or the other. If you're watching, you got to witness a miracle. You got to, honest to God, on about the Battle Axe arrives at exactly that letter. God, crazy coincidence. So crazy. And kind of what some people like that watch the video.
Scoot over.
Hard to understand how that would just kind of for them to suggest. But what it means is that it's real, right? It's like if it wasn't a real, if it wasn't something actually beyond natural description, it seems a little bit supernatural to doubt. And people saying it's fake because they recognize that and they just don't want to believe it. But it was ridiculous, like, oh my gosh, whatever. I right said that thing must be true. Like, it wasn't just some sort of minor coincidence. This is something so crazy. Like, I witnessed it myself. I sat there and watched Rob walk by with the axe on the studio. My office is roused.
Dark Waters was calling Alex Jones God's battle axe. And at that same moment, a battle axe was being delivered to the studio, or a handmade axe from Oklahoma from a guy who said God told him it was for Alex. 20 minutes before Dark Waters called Alex Jones God's battle axe, that showed up at the door to the studio. And then Rob Dew went in and handed it to him right when they were talking about that.
And it was amazing. And people recognized how it was. And they choose to think, yeah, they must have faked it. It's too unbelievable that would have actually happened. No, it actually happened. And what you're really expressing here is skepticism that should in fact be wonder and awe and like reverence for what you witnessed. It wasn't as crazy as we thought it was. Nobody would say we faked it. And we said, what the hell? So actually, it was crazy. It was full to those of us that watched it unfold. And of course, the coincidence of it happening right before Alex Jones was attacked by Donald Trump. It was all very spectacular. I thought maybe pull that video. Just watching the video, it's almost not enough. You almost need context. Like, here's what actually happened. And it's really spectacular. And have Donald Trump attacking Alex Jones. I can't help but a sort of like, witness what happened with the axe. It was like crazy. Alex crying back here. Oh my God, I can't believe that happened. The guy telling Alex Jones, you're the battle axe, you're the battle axe. From heaven. Like, I am from God. Wow, this was crazy. 3 hours later, Donald Trump attacks Alex Jones. And suddenly, it's like what was already takes on oh, this is maybe what it was about. And like, you seem to not understand what I'm saying.
Hold on.
I'm saying that Satan wants Alex Jones enraged. Satan wants Donald Trump attacking his friends, and he wants those friends attacking Donald Trump back. Satan wants strife and chaos. And it had gone differently. If Alex was terrible with some bad bankruptcy decision, stubbed his toe, all that stuff. And the Trump diatribe, would have responded, come out, screw gift from God as assurance to us. I, like, oh, this is very blasphemous. I don't understand. You're saying that it's blasphemous for something to happen. Thing happens, and we're supposed to go. That's not from.
Easiest, cheapest way to make a photo album and a record of my life. Just go live on Rumble and YouTube. Store it on their fucking servers and data centers. I don't know. It could be all this unnecessary bullshit I've been filming created a data center. Nah. Collectively though. But why suddenly do they need this newfangled thing called a data center? Why do they need a data center? Haven't we already had them? I thought they were just called servers. I thought you could host servers and get paid for it if you wanted to. What's up with data center? The government's had AI long before they started giving it to us. So what's the deal? Haven't we already had data centers and they're just now being made public? They're just now publicly slapping us in the face by giving robots our resources. You want to give a robot your resources? I wouldn't even let a robot suck my dick. You know how easily it could be programmed to malfunction and bite your dick off? Meanwhile, it was trying to fill your head with tranny propaganda. Yeah, the guy was hoping he'd win the truck in cash, and then he would give Alex the back. He'd be the first winner to give Alex a homemade axe. But it's good that he decided he didn't have to also be a winner of anything in order to give that axe to him. And so that's where we're at. That's incredible. It's just. Something like that Better not be manufactured.
Crazy stuff, crazy how coincidences like that happen. So, say is
Oh, and then the sun goes down.
the signal is no. On his own post, Trump, not the candidate, somebody else's. So go to CPAC, Donald Trump, that's not 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 how for office. I
didn't mean to wake up and hurt myself. Fuck. In any way, shape, form, or fashion. We'll just leave it at that.
all
I did wake up to train.
am in office on all. So what happened the entire time? Trump should have politics.
I took a big ass dab, made myself cough. Now my chest hurts. A little rough on the lungs to take a giant dab of distillate first thing in the morning. I scooped it out of the pen and anyway, that was probably the size of a blinker. At least. Or so, about approximately.
Right? Trump, Trump is kicking butt. More people like him. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene are like him. So they're gonna decide not and I am not. So Trump for letting us know. And so that's what's happening politically. Show you some interesting events over the weekend. Donald Trump things
It's called Take a Smaller One, and we're about to.
at at this event last year, and the action a little bit different. A little bit of
But legal CBD is amazing. I love legal CBD.
response to Donald Trump. Quite a bit. Just try to watch.
Is there no show today? This is Friday's episode. I wonder, because this is Monday. I'm supposed to be an hour and a half deep into the American Journal right now.
Just press this point behind the ear for 5 seconds. And you know that ear
They hit us with frequencies and then show us commercials for tinnitus.
Of 2026. So again, blame this on podcasters, but we've been talking the whole year. The last one we came after this isn't about criticizing you, it's about what you're doing. And the height of absurdity of all of this is the fact that they mess up and they want to blame talking about their mess ups. Trade the country and they want to blame podcasters / radio television hosts. I'm right now for responding to or reacting to policy decisions. And so attack on Alex Jones, attack on Tucker Carlson and others, an act of total desperation.
He said, people have been telling me I have a low IQ lately. He said, do you do IQ tests here? He said, yeah, we do IQ tests.
Clearly a person A. It's currently open, but they'll close it if you go to war. What would be a smart way to ensure that war stays open? They'll go to war with them. No, not even close. I mean, common sense would say you go to war with a country and stay at war with that country, putting pressure on them to reopen it after they've closed it because you went to war with them. Are you playing with a full deck? I don't play cards. Thanks for asking. Oh, and this is a good one. If you have the desire to take down an international pedophile ring, what would be the best way to follow through on that desire? Well, you launch a full investigation, you take every means necessary, and then you prosecute those bastards, the full truth on the law. Probably no effort to prevent any investigation and prosecution. That can't be right. Well, that's a prevention of economics here. Questions are kind of weird. Oh, I assure you are standardized IQ test questions, sir. Next question. You got a person work for America, and what country does that person work for? America? That's incorrect. They work for Iran. Next question. Who's more beautiful as a woman? Frances First Lady, or maybe Candace Owens? Candace Owens? Have you seen Frances First Lady? I totally do her. If she had an OnlyFans, I would subscribe, and man would. How would you describe what putting America's interest first above any other form? No, you're actually describing anti-Semitism. Okay, last question. What year did the first land on the moon? I've never been to the moon. Go into the moon. You go all the time. Well, your test is complete. I've never seen a score like this before. You got an IQ 65. Is it high? No, that's a big IQ. My wife is literally ruined. She was right. She was right. Just don't worry about that now. My big question is, what am I going to do with my life other than work? I'm so stupid. Well, you're also a nut job. But yeah, you're pretty screwed. Really, the only option I can keep people such as you
Just remember, you're also a nut job. You're pretty screwed. Damn.
I am completely devastated. Oh, so works. Obviously, that's the goal. Like it, everything I show researching and I personally, I've been promoting skill life for decades. Great sponsors. They really work. I want to tell you what they are. Really, our sponsor, I private label, top selling brand right now. Toxin, more important than the lives on a regular basis. The lives are creating a high search. And they go to yellowstonestore.com and secure our high quality Cedar Life formula. Now let's go over just some of the incredible facts. We're swimming in toxins every single day. Metals from the air, chemicals in the food and water. Your body needs help finding, eliminating this garbage before it builds up, destroys your cells. Enter Zeolite Detox Defense, an advanced binding agent. This isn't some gimmick. Zeolite is a naturally occurring volcanic cage-like crystalline structure that acts like a molecular trap. Ionic shape and absorption, it selectively grabs positively charged toxins, heavy metals, ammonia, and other unwanted compounds while letting beneficial minerals stay put. It is squeezed straight out of your system through your gut. Paired with fulvic acid, it also supports healthy mineral transport and cleaner internal environment. Support feeling lighter, more balanced, and clear-headed with consistent daily use. Just one dose a day gives you 60 full servings of detox support. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't steer you wrong. You know that. If you love our methylene blend, if you love our bovine colostrum, if you love the incredible products like our T3 iodine,
He said the only thing left to do is start a Somali daycare. Dang. Since his IQ is 65.
you'll like detox formula. Secure yours now at the Alex Jones store. And if you haven't checked out the other supplements like our methylene, our on record, check it out today. And while you're there, baseball caps, shirts, hoodies, you name it, just spread the word of freedom in America and worldwide. Bottom line, thanks for being with Dr. Carol. We're facing the biggest challenges ever. Our partners, the info war, stronger than ever. So thank you for your support. Please visit the AlexJonesStore.com today. And if you want to get massive discounts for all the supplements, sign up as a subscriber, lock in your orders in the future. You can cancel anytime, so you're really locking in the massive discounts. Same thing with VIPs, cancel anytime, $30 a month, $40 to the store, special deals, special offers, special sales on everything. So if you're buying anything, it's AlexJonesStore.com. VIP. Thanks for your support. Now secure your deal now. AlexJonesStore. Healthcare. Women are saying, I see I want you to take our medical grade, kick in, show everybody. I'd like you to drink this, Jake. Better than what I appreciate. I want to get your true review. It doesn't work. Tell me. Here it is, brother. It's like the stuff from Doom, the water of life. The use of a strangled sandworm right now. I feel like my brain clearer and faster. Feels like my brain and the accelerator hit on them. I felt it in my brain and my head. Well, like I'm gonna get some before I leave. We're gonna give you a couple bottles of it, bro. We love it. It's amazing. Here's now thealexjostore.com. Frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order. It's Alex Jones.
There's crooked politicians and crime on the streets. I'm mad in hell. I ain't gonna take it no more. I had my way. People selling dope. Take a big tall tree and a short piece of rope. Let them swing till the sun comes down.
All at exactly the same time. Gigantic volcano has just erupted in Japan. Sakura volcano. Immense amounts of ash in the atmosphere right now. Of course, you've been watching this week. You know that we've talked quite a bit about the changing of Earth's around us, and this is what you expect as a consequence of that. Yeah, gigantic. You've got crusty all reacting to the radiation that the sun emits. A lot of it is blocked, but like that. But that's actually exploding. Exploding force and destructive power. And I'm telling you, I just 4 minutes an hour. And I just liking settlements there as they drive out the last remaining Christians in the first Christian place where Jesus was born and raised. They are being violently driven out in complete defiance of Donald Trump.
I want to kill the Israelis doing that. Not because I want to kill, but I want to stop. I want to capture them and imprison them to a lifetime of work. They can sleep on a fucking cardboard box. They can sleep on a fucking cardboard box and work hard every day in my fucking prison camp. These Israelis that are settling our ancient Christian towns, why are they killing the Christians and defiling the site? I need to capture them and imprison them, these Israelis. I need to capture and imprison Israelis and kill them if need be. I need to capture and kill Israelis who are settling the West Bank and Lebanon and destroying my Christian towns. Why the fuck is my government letting our nation's founding religion get destroyed around the world? What the fuck, bitch? Are we being run by enemy? Does my government want to come out and admit they're my fucking enemy or what? Does my government want to come out and admit they are my fucking enemy? You're never seeing a dime of taxes from me again, bitch.
On fire by Muslims.
And I'm just the guy publicly fucking telling you about it.
Okay, I'm going to that of the Irish actually fighting Darth Vader style stormtroopers going into press Ireland for opposing wholesale replacement by hostile foreigners. We of course have the attack on Savannah yesterday. Are going to get that video update as to what's happening because political chaos here at home is simply simmering. It's not cool at all. It just is waiting for an opportunity to boil over. Israeli Katz gave a press conference from southern Lebanon 2 hours ago saying the president will not return to south of the Litani River. Around 20% of Lebanon's population
we need to destroy Israel. Fuck them. It's time to fucking fight back. It's time Christians destroy the fuck out of Israel. Fuck you. Fuck you, bitch! Fuck you! I'm sick of you! You're done. I'm fucking sick of you. You're so fucking done, bitch. All normal Christian reactions. It's time we take our fucking country back. It's time we save the world. It's time we stop the fucking genocides around the world, man. When are Christians going to take the power in their country back? When are Christians going to take office again? When? When, Lord? May I be the governor of Kansas or the president of the United States. May I be the president of these great grand United States of America. God. May I please fix my nation. May I please stop the killing around the world. By killing only the killers. By only killing the killers to save the maximum amount of innocent life. We will focus extremely accurately on only killing the killers.
Early setting fire, like volcano about Tyler.
That's a fake Israel. Everybody knows it was started by the Rothschilds and Hitler. That's a fake fucking Israel. Fuck you, bitch. You're killing my people around the world. I was born to fuck you. I was revived when I was born because I was born dead. I was revived after I was born dead. To fuck you, bitch. To fuck you, fake Israel. I'm here to fuck you.
Now, about the church in Ireland as a singular example of yet another terrorist.
Fuck you, Trump. You ain't shit. You blackmailed bitch. I fucking voted for you. I voted for you like my fucking life depended on it. And now you're acting like a fucking piece of shit.
Europe, or as one that's of a practical series of church fire bombings that occurred in Europe. I could spend a whole show on that. I could spend a whole show on rise warehouse fires over the last month.
Oh, you're not blackmailed? You're in on the fucking evil? You're an antichrist? You're a Satanist? What the fuck did I vote for? That's the last fucking time I get my ass up to vote. I'm fucking running for office from now on. I don't give a fuck about voting. I'm fucking taking office somehow. Fuck you.
Also parallel to COVID-19 lockdown. Every hour, every 4 minutes I spend on it, just to give you an idea of the true chaos in the world right now.
I'm not voting for fully paid off shitty actors that are blackmailed. I'm not voting for blackmailed, fully paid off shitty actors anymore. Fuck you, bitches.
So I wouldn't even plan on covering stories. I didn't know about him until now. So what we are
Vote for the guy who's my enemy, or the one who's acting like he's not.
about, like failure of the Trump told is that we have all of these, some contradictory, some before the war started, some only because the war started. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It's kind of hard to wrap your mind around. That's because none of them are real, none of them are being sought after.
I'm just a regular dude who's been fucked over and over and over and over and over and over again, and I'm sick of it, bitch. It's time to fuck back.
It's not about stockpile. It's not about it. They want you to believe that this war is being waged by America and Iran for Iran. That is a good idea. That is nobody steal this idea. Maybe I shouldn't say it. But an art of war parodied by Donald Trump, where all of the advice is bad advice. That is such a funny idea. Just taking the art of war and advice in the actual book with whatever Donald Trump does. That's like the funniest thing. That would right there. Don't do it. It's copyright. Don't steal my idea. I'm gonna write it. I got distracted. The actual purpose of the war is the same purpose of COVID-19. It's the same purpose of Ukraine. It's the same reason why Europe is being flooded with migrants and what we've been saying that they've been pushing for World War III since 2020. And as we were saying, the Ukraine war was also designed to spiral out into a wider conflict. It hasn't actually.
It's not her body. Their fucking blood types don't mix. Dumbass. And half of the instructions for all the growth came from the man's DNA. Dumbass. So if anything, half of it is her body. But really, none of it is her body or the man's body. Nothing about that fucking baby is her body or the man's body. But then again, at the same time, it's half of the man's body and half of the woman's body mixed together to create the life through God. God allowed that baby to be formed and conceived and put together with half of the woman's DNA and half of the man's DNA. So it's not the woman's body. Half of all the instructions for growth came from the fucking man's body. The man's body's inside of you, bitch. It's time you get the death penalty when you kill a baby. Goes for the fucking nurses and doctors and on it too. You're not just getting your license taken away, you're getting the fucking death penalty, bitch. That fucking month. It's not going to take that long.
As they are. The point of all of it is World War III total control of humanity.
But really, you have to give both sides credence. That is an independent baby body in there, simply being helped by the woman, and it's also half of the man's DNA and half of the woman's DNA. So it seems like equal thirds at best. The bitch has no right to kill the baby that is at best half hers, but more realistically a third hers, because it's It's her DNA, the man's DNA, and the baby's brand new set of DNA. Why don't you fucking think about that for a second? So even if I give the bitch the most credence, which the most leeway, which would be it's a third her body. Bitch, you don't have the right to take a life when you only have a third of the pulling power. You by God's right and everybody's good morals, standards, and values, you only have a third of the rights to that fucking baby, bitch. You have no right to kill it. It? No, him or her. You have no right to murder him or her. You have no right to brutally chop up, dismember, and murder him or her. You have at most a third of the total rights. It's the man's DNA, the baby's unique set of DNA, and your DNA. Stupid bitch. You're gonna get killed in the future for doing it. Might want to fucking think twice, reevaluate that shit. Dumbass bitch.
Always about destroying the last in Europe. Sure. None of it. Hey, how already by the Rothschild. Fair by the Rothschilds and other European decided to the world. So those noble check, right? Mark that right off. Two was about destroying nationalism, creating a basis for establishing local monetary empire operating in the entire time, creating one created by Wilson, created by an American president, had to get by the Senate. This was back in a time when Congress, the House of Representatives, were actually their power effectively. That's not really now the executive does whatever the hell he wants, and Congress enjoys the fact that they are not responsible for it. That
I have.
I got
right. Got right.
the draft. Driver of our success from now on. So, long story short, when you look at the eyes,
I mentioned that fat bastard earlier because and trust me, I don't associate with criminals anymore. I know what the fuck a criminal is. I fight crime. I fight actual crime. Believe that fucking shit, bitch. So guess what? I mentioned my attacker's name for my own safety, first name, but I'm not, trying to break any laws myself. If I'm unaware of the law, I'm probably going to err on the side of not doing it. And so, do I say his middle name? Do I say his last name? I mean, maybe. Who gives a fuck? The authorities know exactly who I'm talking about. Somebody knows exactly who the fuck I'm talking about.
perfectly. The point of create the economic disaster that we're now witnessing unfold, to create the shortages, to impose the rationing to control the people. This is always the plan. The strait is shut. It is supposed to be shut. They Iran was by moderates work with American Israel. Always to create a failed state in Iran, ground for empire for all of time. They want to be Syria or no. So I know some people are starting to say this now, after 5 days of war, it looks like this before it started. Okay, how did
Thing is, are they going to bust him? Thing is, are they going to bust him? I done told the story about how I believe how I believe I was tricked into helping dispose of a body. Those black bags damn sure smelled like it. You feel me? I kept getting asked over and over again each day to help throw some trash away by Gus. He said, help me throw Leon's trash away. The next day, help me throw Leon's trash away. The next day, hey man, help me. Leon wants you to help me throw his trash away. And then like, I live on the other side of town. It's like, why don't you throw your own trash away, man? You know what I'm saying? And so, but then I happened to be at his house on like the fourth day or something. And this dude's like, hey, you want to help me throw this trash away? And it's just like some mushy bags on the garage floor. But anyway, so we load them up in the truck, throw them in the back of, I guess, his truck. Yeah. And we drive all the way across town to my apartment complex. And I'm thinking, well, okay, well, these guys just, they have curb service and they have extra bags. They know apartment complexes have big dumpsters. They just have a little wheel out trash can at their houses. And so that's why they're not throwing their own trash away. But I'm like, any reasonable, logical person is like, well, find a dumpster, dude. Go find an apartment complex. But it's technically illegal. And so anyway, we pull up to my complex, dumpster, back up, and start hucking these bags in the dumpster. And one of them blasts air in my face, and it was rotten, putrid, decaying human flesh, dead body. It was like it hella smelled like dead body. And yeah, that's that story right there. Me, James Lee Gillenwater, Gustavo Rodriguez Morales III, and Leoncio Eloy Aldaba. Who the fuck did they kill and chop up and then have me help throw away? I'm good on keeping this shit to myself. The authorities aren't fucking doing anything. Fuck it, man. Now somebody knows. Now the one fucking person YouTube or Rumble's ever going to show this to knows my story. And the one person that was listening the last time I told it. And so I guess this is all I got. This is what I'm reduced to.
at it? Dichotomy, not traditional idea. But we're fighting.
Who did Leon kill? They chop up together. And then Gus has me throw it away. Leon makes sure he's not there on camera to throw it away into a dumpster. But now this is all on. This is all on record. This is all in NSA databanks, CIA files. This is in somebody's fucking data center. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. You don't betray and poison me, motherfucker. You don't fucking be a traitor to me. And then what? What the fuck, bitch? Why the fuck did my friends turn on me all of a sudden, motherfuckers? You're the criminal. The fucking criminals turned on me, motherfucker. Holy shit.
Fighting for the globalists. Obvious. More obvious. All logic, all political.
We all came from the same fucking neighborhood growing up. Ridiculous. I mean, we weren't all always in the same place doing exactly the same things, but we all did mostly the same shit in the same areas. And they want to act like they grew up completely different than I did. It's like, bitch, we fucking grew up together for 20 fucking years. What are you talking about? We grew up and matured together. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? You fucking stupid piece of shit. Slap yourself. Slap yourself.
I at work. All that. You're now involved in work to respond time. It's all on purpose. Right?
It was just after 4th of July one time when they had me help throw their trash away. Pretty good time to mask a gunshot as the sound of fireworks, right? And then the chopping doesn't make a lot of noise for the neighbors to hear. But
Trump about this, and the real important thing about it, U.S. intelligence shows China now taking more active to Iran.
I'll have a clean conscience before I do any fucking job.
Some companies sell Tehran supplies in production, American officials said. Okay, so it's like how Iran, the production, manufacturing, that effect.
Write me in for President of the United States of America, James Lee Gillenwater. Or write me in for Governor of Kansas, if you're a Kansan. Your choice. Got to get a lot of write-ins to win that popular vote, and then they'll claim I still didn't win the electoral vote. So
From China and Russia.
then they'll claim I was unfit to run in the first place. Then they'll claim I didn't register properly. I didn't pay the $2,000 and the $20 administration fee, and this, that, and the other. And then how about my militia comes to fuck you? How about that one?
If they're upset about this, have they thought about looking have you thought for a single second about the precedent set by waging a proxy war against Russia and Ukraine
Okay.
in the full view of everybody?
Good.
It's not a secret. Ever since the war began and before, the Ukraine war has been a project of the American state. Their information that they're getting, the weapons that they're using, the targeting, coordinates that they're sending missiles to fire, it all comes from us. And
boy who tried.
It's not
He's telling the guy who
of an Iranian terror attack. I didn't know what they're going to attack, but so far we've bombed universities, their hospitals, parks and residential areas, government buildings, and every that we're well, life.
Thank you, Lord, for allowing me to get dark matter off of my chest. And please allow me to come out of the darkness now. And allow anyone listening to this to also come out of the darkness. Thank you, Lord. Amen.
Well, we're in a war. Every target's valid in a war. That's the exact same argument that Iran could use to target Americans. They started it first. So what happened? It's targeted by a bomb. Shot. Like attacked. Like, what did Iran even do to break down the American bridge? All over because of a person running a boat like this for about 10 seconds. So it's crazy. What our government to be civilians and not to come back to us. It's beyond. So the noise that we got.
Forgive my anger, Lord. Forgive my anger, Lord.
Prejudice. That's what prejudice, right?
Prejudice.
That's fine. Or that's it. That's solve the Iran problem. Solve. Want to solve Trump's problem? You gotta solve the Israeli issue. Do you want to not be arrested by the Democrats for extricate with prejudice all of the that is responsible by the fact that are in fact U.S. terms. The bad news is we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran. Of a positive outcome. There's never going to be a positive outcome. Positive outcome. No. Our everybody in Iran. Put out a tweet saying, "I'm going to kill everybody. I'm going to destroy a civilization never to recover unless you open the Strait of Hormuz to a 48 hours. Not open the Strait of Hormuz." So they called his bluff. So in order to look like he wasn't having his bluff called, he lied and said, "Oh, we accepted this 10-point basis as a starting point for negotiations."
Oh my goodness.
It never was. It was never going to.
Please.
I didn't even know you were doing that.
Literally the moment it was announced.
So if you're eating all the
The
food.
moment that it was announced,
Please,
I was
no,
on
no,
air
no,
on
no,
Row,
no,
and I said, no,
no,
this is stupid. They're not accepting. They're not accepting this measure from Trump. And sure enough, like a couple hours, they were like, oh, well, we didn't know that we agreed to Lebanon being part of the ceasefire. It's all BS. They said yes to the basis of the negotiations, even though they had no ability to stop Israel from bombing Lebanon, but they said that they accepted it should have something for the American people, so it didn't look like Donald Trump just straight up backed out and checked it out. But they were never going to happen. They were never going to accept it. However, we do have information, details about how this negotiation was scuttled, because despite the fact that it always started in bad faith and never had a hope that was foregone, it could have worked. They could have come up with an agreement. Yeah, just because it starts on a bad footing doesn't mean they could have worked out some, hammered out some backrooms. But that didn't happen. And it didn't happen. Apparently, Netanyahu called Jake Vance. That's the official report. That's the official story. You have the video of it. Let's go to clip number 20 here. Vance announcing conclusion to negotiations with Iran. Let's watch.
We've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached it. And I think that's bad news for Iran, bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we made that as clear as we possibly could. And they have chosen not to accept our terms. Right.
Not have the superior negotiating position. In fact, our respondents, they are the ones setting terms, because they're the ones asking them for something.
I don't know.
Now we're trying to do something weird. I don't know.
Hey, I don't know who killed the person that they chopped up and had me help throw away. Allegedly, I believe. I don't know who actually did most of that work that they so desperately, for days and days and days, had to use my apartment complex dumpster for. You know what I mean?
I don't know what to call it. It's almost like
I don't know which one of them did it.
theater 5D chess is what it is. It's like playing on this idea that people have about Trump playing 5D chess. Now we're the ones walking the street. So now America's going to run and China's shit through the strait. So the goal for the war, the day before the war, is now dropped, and we're trying to stop Iran from. But we also don't have to do that thing and then we will no longer be at war with Iran. We'll be at war with whoever owns the ship that we're threatening to bomb, which will almost certainly be something like China. So we are driving full tilt towards World War III on purpose and by design. Lockdown measures are already, outrages and uprisings because of the lockdowns and fuel restrictions are already happening in Ireland. And a lot of anger for a long time about the migrant crisis, which also plays in Israel. It's not a coincidence that both Ireland are historically currently two countries most opposed to Israel, and they suddenly get this massive influx of migrants, Spain especially, hundreds of thousands of Africans flowing in 2 days after, and Netanyahu comes out and gives a speech saying Spain will pay the price for disobeying us, for going against us. Yeah, it's not I don't think it's a coincidence personally. And so you have these fuel restrictions in Ireland that basically set the flame to the tinder that's been piled up for the last couple of years, and now there's this combat going on with Gardaí. But we'll get into that later. So it gets deeper than you've probably heard about the method by which the globalists are. What they're doing in Ireland, they plan to do everywhere else, and pay attention to that. Vance says, the simple question is, do you not see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon? No. Well, you know what? On February 27th, you had them.
I vow to capture and sentence actual criminals to hard labor, or to actual labor. You're gonna do the job we tell you to do, and you may or may not get paid a little tiny bit. I don't know, and that's that. And that's that.
In total agreement, you not only
Hey,
do not
that's my
develop a
ear.
nuclear weapon, but you give up material. That was on the table, but you decided to before because Netanyahu's urging that it was going to be war. And so, if that was the big issue, if that's the big sticking point still to this day, and currently messing up the current negotiations, then maybe we should have accepted that diplomatic solution all the way back then. We'll get back into it. I'll explain exactly how these talks were scuttled, how exactly Netanyahu apparently just interrupted them right as they were making positive progress, and how China and Russia are getting involved in a very real way. All of that in hour 2. Stay tuned, folks. It's the Alex Jones Show, Infowars.com.
I'm very pleased to announce 2 great products at thealexjonesstore.com that will 100% work and deliver you energy, clarity, and also when you want to relax, great calm, rest, and sleep. Now, a lot of our products are very complex, game-changing, cutting edge, you name it. But there's a lot of things that are very simple and proven that are still the best. Now, we have several other great energy formulas at thealexjonesstore.com. They're more complex. But Ultimate Energy is a very, very simple. This is one of the most popular, long-running energy combinations on the market at Whole Foods, everywhere else, because it really works. It's Ultimate Energy, thealexjonesstore.com. Very strong dose of wide-spectrum, organic, caffeine with a big dose of high-quality L-theanine that gives you focus and clarity but relaxes you. So with the caffeine, it's very, very smooth without the letdown, last up to 10 hours. That's Ultimate Energy. But when you're ready to relax, Ultimate Chill. A strong dose of high-quality ashwagandha for thousands of years. Rest, clarity, and focus. Tired just makes you relax, kind of a zen focus. And then on top of that, a big dose of L-theanine that also gives you calm, clear focus. Great rest, great relaxation, great drink. It's so good for your system, your entire body. So some days I've been working from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. and I've been, jacked up on great supplements. I will go to this formula, Ultimate Chill. That's why I actually came to Big League and said, hey, I'm already using a brand from Whole Foods. This is what's in it. Make it a little bit stronger. So this is the formula I've been using for years to relax if I'm having trouble being able to kind of eat into non-working. And this is how I do it. Simple, proven ingredients that work in a high quality. Now available at thealexjonesstore.com. Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order.
All right, I want to explain what happened today because I'm pretty sure it was a miracle. So Alex Jones is on with this preacher.
Pastor J. Williams, Dark Waters.
In the context of Alex Jones recently starting to criticize Trump or break from Trump more. And essentially, they're praying for Trump.
And Trump's turning around before he's done. Yeah, so we have to battle for him. Watch this. Another scripture.
So they start reading one Bible verse, and it's about how you're supposed to be a battle axe for God.
Thou art my battle axe and my weapon of war. What has Donald Trump been doing on behalf of? He's a battle axe.
The preacher is going on about the battle axe as a symbol.
Alex, you're a battle axe. You run around wrecking everybody. Boom, boom, boom. I'm a battle axe. Every Christian is called to be one of those battle axes.
All battle axe metaphor. And this battle axe arrives at the office. They're talking about it. Rob just like takes it in.
This was delivered by FedEx 2 minutes ago. You talk about a little time. This was just delivered.
But what just happened? Like this just got delivered
2 minutes ago. Rob, I got a letter. What does it say? No, this is biblical. This is why God works. Somebody got touched by God. I'm crying right now. Some mail that's literally just showed up FedEx. Rob, come here. Sit down. Read this. What the hell's going on there? He just said,
craziness. It was
This is how God works. Look at this.
like miraculous at the time.
No, I just got it and walked in here. I'm like, this is it was a sign from God.
And then like 3 hours later, Donald Trump launches this attack on Alex. He calls him stupid. It's like, I'm glad you became corrupt. It was a vicious attack predicated on Alex Jones turning on him, attacking he's as good as the left or whatever it is. Which is like,
And now we have a team with the half of our president, Donald J. Trump. Join us and pray for Trump right now. We're going to break this demonic spell right now. They have a change. It doesn't matter if Trump gets off track. He belongs to God. He's on his job. He's back.
that attacking Trump is praying for Trump saying he's on track, but you got to get back on the right track. That deserves just for a guy to say he deserves your children to lose their inheritance. And it was after that I was talking to one of the editors, and he was like, "Yeah, I think that battle axe was like a gift from God." I was like, "I think that was God assuring Alex he was on the right track."
Perfectly arrived. So now that you're talking about it, that is the power of God, literally telling us that your message is true. God obviously knows the future, foresaw all this moment to back up what you said. And it signifies your victory over the coming after you, brother.
There's like deeper to it that are well, he says that he made it for Alex,
Good does it.
and that it's been
Good
workshop
does it.
for.
So every time
Good
I went
does
to the shop, that's for Alex.
Good does
But
it.
he has a vision.
In my first life, I built a 2-story.
I probably have trouble with you guys handwriting,
Does
so
it,
it's
dude.
because across by blue.
Presenting. I want a truck.
Because InfoWars do a raffle. If you get a truck, you get to come down and pick up the truck in person. Alex is in the studio. And so he's like, I had this fantasy that I would win that truck and get to deliver the axe in person.
Well, it didn't happen.
He said his son finally did that. You just got to send the axe.
Just send it to him. So here's the brother.
It arrives on air. Being told he's a battle axe for God right before Trump launches this ill-advised attack that is proven to be.
That would fucking suck to have a bunch of fat hanging off you.
If you watch that segment, see what Alex's attitude towards Trump really was.
Flattered everything he said. God's plan literally had someone make this months ago, be pushed by God and such send it now to perfectly arrive, not last week, not yesterday, today, 20 minutes ago, to Rob Newsy, delivered it, saying this is for Alex. We talked. The guy that delivered it didn't know this was going on. Perfect. That's God's perfection right there. Just saw a miracle, folks. As long as I've been an InfoWars, 18 years. Born and raised, so I know like you do. And I finally broke down and ordered one. I got the neon orange, and I'm blown away. I've had benchmark knives that are easily $400. Had them for a year, lost them. This thing has the same quality, everything about it. I haven't had a knife stay this sharp in a long time. And I'm like horrible with equipment. I'm like very abusive with my work every day. I'm extremely impressed. I'm very impressed. So anybody out there who knows knife comes back in stock, get one. Any of them. I want to get the ring knife when it comes back out. Other than that, I'm going on supplements and particularly the pocket knives, the folding knives, the flip knives are super high quality at incredibly low prices. I mean, these same knives sell in stores all day for like $80 or sell for like $40. We'll be right back. Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, you're listening to the Alex Jones Show.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second hour of the Alex Jones Show is on. I'm your host, Harrison Smith. Make sure you're following us at Real Alex Jones on X, at InfoWars. I'm at Harrison. Make sure you're following at 8 Live, as we will soon
That's no longer
make some changes here.
That's no longer in me. I got rid of it. Yeah.
And of course, attack on Alex by Trump. There's been a lot of discussion about InfoWars recently, about Alex Jones.
Cleanse me.
Of course, I said on War Room not to repeat myself.
Dear God and Lord Jesus Christ, please cleanse me of all negative spells and demonic evil, satanic
practices cast upon me and anybody listening to this. Cleanse us, Lord, please. We know that your name, Jesus Christ, is the most powerful name. And we also know that's our translation or interpretation of your name. We're still learning more about your name every day. Unfortunately, dark forces have tried to hide you from us, Lord. And we are looking for our original Bibles and original Christian maps. And we hope to find them. Please help guide us too. In your name, amen. Thank you.
But every time there's an attack on like this, like the bankruptcy, like us, they're trying to lock us out of our office. Like, every couple of months there's some attack against InfoWars, and it's always disheartening when that happens. Personally, it's always kind of like really we got this on top of everything else we got to deal with. But then, in response to the attack, comes this just overwhelming wave of support, and from all over the place going, "Hey, look, I might not even like Trump or whatever, but like Alex Jones is the real deal. You cannot like him, but like he's the real deal." And of course, most people are just saying, "Hey, Alex Jones is a legend. What the hell are you talking about? How dare you question his legitimacy?" Yeah, I can't express how like not only are we the most real organization in India at this point, and I can say that with authority since I know pretty much all of the organizations. InfoWars works harder than any of them, and is more real than any of them, and is more independent than any of them.
They always were trying to get me to hang out with them on the 4th of July and go camping there toward the end of our relationship. There till the end of my relationship with those two guys. They were trying to get me to also hang out with them on the 4th of July. And, when popping noises are just everywhere, when bang noises are just, What if we Kansans start catching big old flathead and blue cat? And it turns out, it doesn't turn out because we won't know. We won't be able to find that out, maybe, unless you check the stomach contents. But yeah, what if somehow it turns out the Kansas catfish and flathead and blue cat have been eating Mexican cartel at the bottom of the lake? They've been eating fake cops, fake politicians, and Mexican cartel at the bottom of our lakes. Our flathead and blue cat will be eating them.
Just bar none, and by a factor of 10. But we also were sued and are currently still in federal court bankruptcy proceedings. So it's kind of hilarious for anybody to claim that we're getting money from anywhere other than our audience. It's not possible unless you think that somehow the federal court is helping us launder money. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Or whether we would risk.
It's not cannibalism if you eat the fish that ate Mexican cartel.
Like,
it's not cannibalism if you eat the fish that ate a fake cop or a fake state representative or U.S. representative.
Long-term jail sentences for lying and fraud while under the intense scrutiny of the federal court. It's just absurd. It's It's absurd. We're the only organization ever that you can go to the public court records and see, like, our finances have been combed through with a fine-tooth comb. If there had been $5 that we weren't supposed to have, they would have found it, and it would have been published, and there would have been articles about it. There's nothing.
We have ancient gar. We have gar that have hard shell scales on them. Each scale is bone scales.
So if you ever wondered if InfoWars is the real, it's impossible for us not to be. I'm just saying. It's so frustrating. People lie about us continuously.
I grew up fishing. I've been fishing all my life. Just not much lately.
10 minutes of research should make everything obvious. And of course, the videos from like the 90s of Alex Jones. It's all amazing. But I want to go to a video here because it is one of these. And it's kind of troubling how convincing this video could seem. Now, the video I'm about to show you is from a user called Bobby Sauce, and he's responding to some weirdo, I guess not leftist. He seems like a leftist, but I guess he's a Trump supporter. But they're just lying about InfoWars. The things insinuating about InfoWars are just on the face of it ridiculous.
Let's all come clean about everything. All right.
But listen to like condescending and like self-important and the faux superiority and faux authority this guy puts across as he's telling you things that are objectively
The very word secrecy is repugnant.
false. And just keep this in mind, okay? I'll talk a little more on the other side, but let's go to clip 49 here. This is a video from Bobby Sauce responding to some guy who's really good at dramatic pauses. Let's watch.
Let me ask you a question. When was the last time you paid for anything from Alex Jones? Never. When's the last time you bought one of his suppositories or one of his supplements? One of his t-shirts, mugs, hats? When's the last time you spent money with Alex Jones? Never. You haven't? No, but he's had an objectively massive audience for literally decades. So what exactly does that prove? Yeah. Weird, huh? It's not really that weird. I have 700,000 something followers across my platforms. Less than 1% of everyone gets money. Because his organization cost millions to operate. Okay, what's the point? Yeah, he's fine. He keeps growing. Like he's got cash coming in from everywhere. Look, I never really listened to Alex Jones regularly, but to pretend like he's just got no money or no audience, had hundreds of millions of people following and watching him for decades, had a nationally syndicated radio show, and now has a supplement brand, one of the highest margin items you can possibly sell. What is the implication here? We've done the math, folks. I've been doing this a long time. Done what math? Alex is not a publicly traded company. You have no idea what he's selling or not selling. And those hundreds of millions of people that follow him, a lot of them donate money or they buy the supplements. The margin on supplement, 50% plus. Everybody knows that the biggest way to monetize your audience is sell your own manufactured goods. Isn't that what you've been estimating in the hundreds of millions? Whether that's accurate or not doesn't even really matter. But at one point, his court filings showed that InfoWars was making $800,000 a day. And that was like 7 years ago. A day. So, I've been doing this a long time. But in broadcasting and advertising marketing, since I was 14 years old, I've been doing this a long time. You were doing broadcast advertising and marketing when you were 14? What? And even if you have, that doesn't change anything. We can't seem to figure out how those suppositories and supplements are paying all the bills. One of his best-selling supplements is Methylene Blue. I don't know the first thing about Methylene Blue, but I looked on the website, $50, 16 to 17 bucks, originally $50 for 50 milliliters. Based on what I see, these milliliters cost 4 to 5 cents to produce in bulk. So if you sell a lot of high-margin items over decades of time to hundreds of millions of people, like, what are you talking about, dude? Let that sink in. Let what sink in, dude? What is the dramatic, like, I know something that you don't know. I've been doing this since I was 3 years old. I came out of the womb doing marketing and sales. And look, I don't like a lot of what Alex has been talking about here. And I've always taken his information with a grain of salt over many years. But this, like, tacit implication that you have some type of inside baseball because you have expertise, so you know that this money's coming in from somewhere. When there's all these other people that are doing the exact same thing in much more nefarious ways that all of us can see in plain sight, that are provable, that are objective, that we can look at. But you did the math and can't figure out where the money's come from? What are you talking about, bro? This follows the exact same vein as the rest of his content, which is like, oh, you don't agree with me? Well, you're stupid and ignorant. It's because you don't know. Because I came out of the womb doing policy, bro. Did you love Trump? He's the hero. How about the billions of family in crypto? What's more of a threat? Alex Jones selling supplements or that? life. So, what? Dude?
So let me clarify some things real quick. I don't know where he's calculating for what it costs to create methylene blue. That's not the case. Like, it costs like 45 cents. No. Go ask Grog. That's what I did. I was like, that's not right. And if Alex was here to tell you the exact breakdown, he was talking about it this week. Because like, how are we selling this for 72% off? He's like, I don't want to get the numbers wrong, but it's like it costs us $60 to make. How are we selling it for 17? That doesn't make any sense. It's like what? So yeah, sometimes we sell things at cost, just as a promotional thing, because you're gonna like the product, and once you get the product, you're gonna be like, dang, I need to get that again. Like marketing, this is how sales works. This actually came up during the bankruptcy, and they were accusing Alex Jones of being extortionary or whatever. They're like, he marks up his products this amount. Guys, a lot of our products are literally lightweight consumer products that you can buy on the shelf at major retailers. Okay, like it's stuff that people who paid us have in their pantry and pay more for at the store than they could have at InfoWars. It's absurd. And look at basically every other product. I mean, because at the time during the trial, they were saying he marks it up, however much percent. I can't believe it. This is so just awful. Treating it as if it's like Alex Jones came up with to like rob people. And like everything you watch on TV is paid for by advertising. Do you know that? Do you understand that? Everything you watch on TV is only being broadcast on television because there are ads to sell products. That most normal business structure you could possibly have. Only we're doing it under like severe total restriction, right? We have to get everything right. Again, this is the thing about InfoWars. We have to do everything perfectly. We have entire industries of people out there all day, every day, studying everything. Another thing revealed during the trial where you had people come out and going, I'm a disinformation expert. I've spent the last several months studying Alex Jones and going through the incredible literature that's out there, the tens of thousands of articles and scientific investigations by universities around America studying Alex Jones, studying InfoWars, not out of academic curiosity, but like a general studies the battle plans of hidden enemy general. They're studying us to try to defeat us. Other places, other retail outlets are going under constantly, going bankrupt constantly. All they do is sell products, and they can't keep the doors open. We sell products to fund our production. We're under the same constraints that your average, brick and mortar retailer is under. We also fund an entire network with the proceeds, and we're still succeeding. So I looked into it, and it's like, okay, how whatever. Let's take a random, well-known brand that advertises everywhere. If it's so bad that Alex Jones sells good products to, promote his to fund his production. Okay, CNN advertises Coca-Cola, right? It costs something like 5 cents for a bottle of Coke. They turn around and sell those bottles of Coke for $5 in some cases. That's 100 times markup. So if you're going to apply these, constrictions, accusations against InfoWars, it's like we're less than anybody else, and our stuff is better than anybody else. We have to be. If we're not, we'll be destroyed. We have to have people come back and buy our products. Why sell them bunk products? We have to deliver what we advertise, or else every day in America would be salivating to bring us down. We have to do it by the book. We have to do it perfectly. It's why, Alex got a big tax refund once the bankruptcy started, because we're so cautious. We know the type of scrutiny we're under. We'll go over and above and beyond, even if we don't have to. And when I do War Room, it's like everybody who calls in has a story about how methylene blue or iodine or one of our products has transformed their life. We don't tell them that. I don't even know they're going to do it when I go to their call. I'm like, James from Missouri wants to talk about Trump. Welcome to the show. And he's like, let me tell you about how methylene saved my life. It's crazy. It just happens. Our products are amazing. It's just all of this is designed to try to destroy us. And we've already been on the brink of destruction for years now because of our support of Donald Trump. And Donald Trump himself, who comes out and says, actually, it's a good thing this is happening. It's a good thing Alex Jones went bankrupt. Just infuriating. So you do support us by going to thealexjonesstore.com. You're the only way that we get support. Unlike every other organization, spokesman, outlet, magazine, they all take money from sponsors. They all take money from interest. They all take money to say certain things that they don't believe. That is the definition of grifting. We say exactly what we believe, regardless of who wants to say anything about it. And we're able to do that because Alex deliberately created a system that was free from influence, coercion, or control. He understood that we would be targeted. He understood that if we relied on payment processors like Patreon, we could take it down. If we relied on subscription models, that could be done away with by cooperation with big tech. If we wanted to do it, what we did was very simple. We created a sort of agreement, a sort of contract with our audience. We tell you the truth, and in exchange, you go to thealexjonesstore.com. That's it. Nobody else is interested. Nobody else can determine for you whether or not we're telling the truth. All we can do is appeal to your, personal discernment and say, hey, I think we've upheld our end of the bargain. I think we have told the truth, and it's hurt us, and it's caused a lot of suffering for all of us. It's not been a couple of years at this company, let me tell you, not because of anybody here or anything that we're doing, but the attacks that we're under, we suffered. We've actually suffered and been disadvantaged by all this stuff. But it's fine. We're going to continue to tell the truth. We're going to continue to tell you exactly what we believe and exactly what we think is happening. And even if you disagree with us in our interpretation, I hope that you can recognize that we're not BSing you, we're not lying to you, we're not making stuff up, taking stuff out of context. That would be in violation of the very contract that we established. We'll tell you the truth. You can support us in this mission, and it's an unbeatable symbiotic relationship. Go to thealexjonesstore.com to purchase one of these incredible products, feel the difference for yourself, and know that you are straight up, as literally as possible at this point, slapping the face. Every dollar you spend at thealexjonesstore.com is a slap in the face and a spit in the eye of the bad guys that want us to go down. That alone, I think, is good enough reason, but there's also all the other great reasons. Anyway, thealexjonesstore.com. Please do support us. We really do appreciate it. Here's Donald Trump's statement on Oregon. Finish up with the war in Iran and move on to what happened to Savannah and what's going on in Ireland now. But just to close out with Iran here. So there you have it. Donald Trump says the meeting went well. Most points were agreed to, but the only point that really mattered here was not. Effectively, the United States, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships still trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. So we're going to now be bombing Chinese ships, I guess. I bet that'll go really well. I've also instructed our Navy to see.
Are they getting white cops to fight the white people in Ireland? So that way, no matter what, the globalists win?
Sea can interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to Iran. It's beyond Mad King Lear. It's beyond King Theoden. It's to the point, how I put it last week on war.
I mean, such that it facilitates the Muslim invasion even more. Because the sand niggers will fucking kill the wife and kids of the cops too. You know what I mean? Anyway.
It's
Oops. Oh, I touched the wrong thing there. No, I say we blow the sand nigger head off first and hang the politicians letting him in.
National Guard members and threatening them, going into the church and attacking them, and now he's there inciting the mob to go after Savannah Hernandez. So
Yeah, we didn't get our guns taken from us like the Irish. Like the Irish and the Australian and the British and the... I don't know. What? Is all of Europe that's been disarmed? Have the people of the world been disarmed except Americans? Except for some states in America? I used to order 30-round magazines in the mail. Aftermarkets that kind of like fit, but got stuck sometimes. I mean, like, and that was just for a pistol. Long extended magazine sticking out from the bottom of the pistol. A little aftermarket magazine will jam up once in a while.
Punish him for that. Well, you're going to punish him for this, though? Well, why? Why would you? You didn't punish him for the church. There's a reason he can attack people and get away with it. Because he can. Because he does. Because he has. So I really wonder. I mean, we're in an impossible situation. It's kind of ubiquitous, but it's like, I don't. The last thing I want is for our justice system to collapse. Kind of already has. I mean, at this point, basically, it doesn't exist. But people still believe in it. They still trust it. They still will offload their vengeance, revenge, or justice on this massive, complicated system in the belief that the people working for the system will do the best they can to prosecute people, and the jury, sitting in the box deciding, actually has the best interest of the average normal American and the nation foremost in their mind.
We deliver the case to the Justice Department, and we expect them to take care of it.
But that's not really the case these days. And it's not unlikely that these populations, especially in places like Minneapolis that have been radicalized, they're getting onto juries with the explicit purpose of letting leftists go and doing jury nullification, not out of a principled libertarian, the government has no right to say what I can do with my personal life type of like jury nullification, but basically just it's okay to tax the person because he believes the same thing I do politically. So how long are we going to trust the justice system? How long until we get to a point where if somebody hurts a loved one of mine, I'm not going to the cops? Because that's the one way the dude gets out and I can't do anything to him. I'm going to go get my own vengeance. I'll be the judge, I'll be the jury, and I'll be the executioner. How long? Because once that ball starts rolling, there's no stopping it. Let's go to some of these videos. I've got a couple on my list here. Let's go to clip 65. Fair warning, it's pretty brutal. Let's go to actually, let's go to 73 first. 73, this is like the full stream, the first thing that got posted. People are live streaming it. Here's the attack in full context. Ben Hernandez, who was reporting for TPUSA, was viciously attacked by a bunch of hobgoblins. Let's watch. So you can see sort of split screen, Savannah there on the right, clearly ignoring the woman behind her, trying to film the woman put a dildo in her face. That's sexual assault, which would be an additional charge if anything illegal were to happen. So Savannah filming herself, looking away from the protesters against the fence, putting her hand up to try to block this woman, blowing a whistle in her ear, by the way, is assault. Like, it can deafen you, and it was incredibly loud. So managed to pushing her whistle away because she's trying to like deafen her. See, that's what these people do. They're petulant children, just not to be violent. You have to. It's ridiculous. Like, she's blowing a whistle as loud as she can in one ear, and if you try to push the whistle away, she's going to hit you in the face. All of these people, like, she should be arrested before it ever gets to the violent part. There's a person throwing the dildo on the face. Someone attacks Savannah. Savannah bounces back up. Again, tries to walk away. Still hasn't done anything. Now she's getting, approached, shoved. She shoves one back. Thank goodness there were a couple guys there that stood up for Savannah. a lot of the guys just sort of standing around letting it happen. There's the big shove, and we'll show you another angle of that. But apparently, all these people attacking her are related. There's like two sisters and the dad. And the dad is the one that shoved her. She's knocked her down. Again, thankfully, there's a few. Like, I wonder, you know, the people that are on the side of the protesters that are now finding themselves protecting Savannah Hernandez. You ever stop to think that maybe you're on the wrong side? Maybe the psychotic dildos aren't actually the good guys? Do you think that ever like went through their mind? God bless them. I mean, they actually did turn around with their back to Savannah and held off the insane people. But like, why are you on their side? Why are you there protesting with them? They're again shoving the dildo on the face. It's just these people. We should not have to deal with these people. Let's go to clip 66 here. This is the shove. This is the real brute. It didn't look as bad from the angle I just showed you. This is the real angle. She's not looking at the point and just full-fledged body slam from this bald, hard goblin shoving Savannah Hernandez. Now, again, if Trump wanted to win back America, if the Republicans wanted to win 2026, if anybody in our government wanted America to keep existing for any length of time, not only would these people already be charged, already be in custody, this would be an attempted murder charge, and it would have a terrorism enhancement, and it would have a hate crime, because the racial dynamic is played, and because they insulted and embraced as they were attacking her. Now, going, you know, by actions likely will happen, literally not. Maybe they'll be arrested, maybe they'll be fined, almost certainly they will be back on the street doing exactly what they were doing before within 24 hours. Maybe, just maybe, because they have to, because it's on camera, maybe they'll get a disturbing of the peace charge, or something like that. This is what happens. If you wander through the Capitol, high-fiving the police on the way in, they call it terrorism, insurrection, try to overthrow the government. Two things that are meanwhile, if they viciously attack an innocent woman, they're doing their job of service. They don't be charged for that. They should be, but they're reported that way. And now, the far-left anti-ICE extremists who attacked Savannah Hernandez are, of course, now playing the victim after the brutal assault. As the Gateway Pundit previously reported, Saturday turned into a nightmare for conservative journalist Savannah Hernandez, when a deranged mob of anti-ICE protesters physically assaulted her outside Whipple ICE facility in Minneapolis. Hernandez was simply standing on a public street filming the protesters' unhinged meltdown. Quote, I was just brutally assaulted by multiple people outside of Whipple ICE facility.
Can you imagine what the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers are going to do to those Antifa in Minnesota that harmed Savannah Hernandez?
Minneapolis, multiple people swung on me. A grown man pushed me to the ground. My glasses are broken. Antifa is still alive and well. I'm talking with police about pressing charges. So again, I just want to say, for the sake of our country continuing, people have to have the book thrown at them. They have to be made an example of. And I would love if the Department of Justice was the ones doing that. It's not necessary. It's preferable. It's not the only option. It's just we're desperate to have the options, the legal options, made available to us, actual American citizens who actually don't do anything wrong. Now, interestingly, from at ERL on X, statement from the daughter and sister of the family that the big fat bald goblin. This is his daughter, apparently. Two daughters were there. They were attacking Savannah Hernandez. The third daughter wrote this. I need to be very clear about where I stand. This is Desiree Ostrowsko. I do not align with my family's actions in this situation at all. I don't agree with what was done. I don't support it, and I don't stand behind it in any way. Violence is never acceptable to believe in respect, accountability, doing what's right, even when it's uncomfortable or painful. I stand for peace. I stand for people being able to use their voice safely, and I will always stand on that. Now, going by her family and sort of some of the hits in this thing, I'm pretty confident saying she was probably a liberal. Now, to be totally fair, I have no idea what her system or fundamental value system really is. I can tell you that anybody expressing this sentiment is on our team, or is one of the good guys. And this is the division. There's a lot of false dichotomies out there. Left and right is a false dichotomy. Small government, big government, false dichotomy. Jew, Muslim, false dichotomy. The real dichotomy is human beings versus monsters. It's good versus evil. It's people who can recognize
False dichotomy, left-right paradigm, uniparty.
sin witnessed there and the people who get off on what you just witnessed. That's the real division. And that might be the way we save the country. And maybe this, Trump attack on Alex Jones and the crater collapsing of the Republican Party, this that we need to really look around and ask ourselves, what do we believe? What does our group represent? Because right now there's this crazy, you got people like Shabos Kestenbaum, right? Actual lifelong progressive, still to this day. He's giving speeches at the Republican National Convention. Why? Because they're trying to create the dichotomy that says supporting Israel is literally conservative value. Nothing else matters. You support transgender children and men on women's sports teams and a welfare state, and you can believe just go down the checklist of every leftist belief. But if you're pro-Israel, you're a Republican. If you're Israel, you're a Democrat. And like me, down the line, straight ballot conservative, everything I'm right with conservative, and I don't support Israel. And you tell me that makes me a leftist. Do you understand how absurd that? Do you understand how stupid that is? That is a false dichotomy. Just like right and left is a false dichotomy. The real dichotomy is between psychopath, psychotic, hateful morons like Netanyahu and the goblins pushing Savannah Hernandez. They have the same mindset. They're on the same side. Whatever that side is, it's humanizing the violent, the vicious, and hateful moronic side versus the real human beings who have empathy for one another, who love one another, who understand the value of free speech, who actually want the best for the world. Time for everybody to decide what side they're on. You might have to break your family because things are crazy, folks. And it's good versus evil, and we're on the side of good. Thanks for joining us.
At the info in Austin, Texas, there's not a single desk, workstation, or studio you can't find half-empty product from thealexjonesstore.com. That's because we all put our money where our mouth is. And you too can be confident that you're putting into your body the absolute best supplement, nootropics, drink mixes, and tinctures that you can buy. So to all of you who are on the fence about ordering from thealexjonesstore.com, what are you waiting for? And to all of you here at InfoWars, we'd like to say thank you for your support. Thank you for your support.
This isn't a show for entertainment. Maybe it is, but it's just living my life. It's not a scripted. This is not a scripted show. That's what I mean. This is not a show that's scripted. This is simply a record of my life.
Thank you for your support. 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 Thank you for your support at thealexjonesstore.com. Whatever the future may hold, InfoWars will always live forever. The fight will continue. Be sure to follow us on X at Real Alex Jones and Silence. News today.
Hey, what happened that there was no show today? Let's see if this is.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance. Live from Infowars.com studios, it's Alex Jones. April 13th, 2026.
Right.
And we are now in a war in which you slice it. America has been trapped. America has been set up. America has been fooled. President Trump knows Israel lied to him during the war and wants to attack. But he wants to save face. But every day escalates the war. Now with the blockade of Hormuz, he only gets us to deeper quicksand. This is COVID 2.0. This is the Great Reset. We have to attack Iran. So they can close Hormuz. So we can keep attacking Iran so they can open through Hormuz. And then we can send in Navy ships, even though the admirals have told Trump they'll be out by the shoreline where the short enemy range missiles and artillery can totally destroy them. Then Americans will become enraged around war invasion. That's the plan to get us into full war. And above that, the globalists want that because it will cause a global depression. They're calling it COVID 2.0. And Black Rocket about Charles Potter. So happy. Trump's not saying back at war, limited strikes. Why? We dropped 15,000 bucks. Well, you dropped over 7 million in Vietnam, and they didn't give up, and the Iranians are even more dug in and worse. As I said 47 days ago, when it started on March 1st. If the wheels fell in 3 days, I'd say, wow, Trump's got the magic touch. I'm not fans of them. But no, this figure is about bankruptcy, world depression. This is all going down right now. This is a total trap. We fall through escalation ladder to Pentagon studies. That's why I know all this because from the Pentagon, they told them to do it. That's on record. This escalates into full-blown war, total war, and then Russia and China probably get involved. Iran is not Afghanistan. It is 100 times worse. And here we are. And you got all white pillars that say, stop them. Ties release go. Hey, everything else goes my way. Well, it ain't going your way, Trump. You got the American people behind you. That's why you've been successful. And you've been strong and have a lot of will and a lot of good. But now you've made a term for the worst. Now your staff's calling you this. And you're posting your Jesus. I mean, come on. This has disaster written all over it. Pull out now. Declare victory and stop listening to that Yahoo and Jared Kushner.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was of course Alex Jones with a message this morning. You can find and share that on his X at Real Alex Jones. Of course, I'm Harry Smith. I'll be sitting in for Alex for the first 2 hours of today's show. Absolutely, as you just heard Alex say, we are essentially World War III. We've got some rumors about that. A rumor that following the negotiations, the failed negotiations for the ceasefire, there may have been a little assassination plan that was thwarted by the participation of Chinese and Russian jets escorting negotiators back to Iran. Again, unconfirmed types of rumors flying around as China does seem to be a big beneficiary of what's going on with Iran, and the rest of the Western world is, it seems, prepared for full-fledged deployment. We'll be covering that today. We have a lot of stories to cover today. Obviously, Iran is first on the docket, but we're going to what's going on in Iran, and we're going to get into what's going on here in America as the left simultaneously collapses with its own stupidity, while also get gears up plans for total tyranny if they ever get back in power. Gavin McInnes will be taking over for me halfway through the show. Very big show today. Stay tuned. Jason Burmis will actually be taking over War Room for me today. So stay tuned. We'll actually come back after short commercial break with another message from Alex Jones and ground running with all of today's biggest headlines. It's the Alex Jones Show. Infowars.com band.video. Support us at thealexjonesstore.com, and we'll be right back.
Coming up is just the next month or so. It looks like this is finally it. They're finally able to shut down InfoWars, but they won't shut you down as InfoWarriors. And that term and that name lives forever. The InfoWar lives forever. And the potential twilight of InfoWars itself is Infowars.com. We've launched a limited edition line of the InfoWars 1776 limited edition line. A whole bunch of new shirts, a whole bunch of new hats that are limited edition that take a lot of the classic InfoWars shirts. This is the all-time bestseller. Navy blue with red InfoWars on it, and adding on the shoulder 1776. These are historic shirts, and they're symbols of your support for being part of this operation and helping the operation grow and expand into the future. So take action now at thealexjonesstore.com and look at these two amazing lines. And it's time for humanity to stand up and the info say, I don't know what's going to happen at the end of this, but you want to fight? Information war. It's Alex Jones. So as you can see, the image on screen, just zoom into it very, very slowly. Trump posted yesterday on Truth Social the classic image of Jesus in his triumphant robes, the white and the red, coming down to an injured soldier, and in one of his hands he has the flame of life, and you have other.
The soldier looks like Epstein.
Soldiers, female soldiers, look up to him like he's God, and one of them is praying to him. And I noticed in one of the comments, oh, Jerry, really watch out, he's just a servant of God. No, this is a thing from the White House, from Hegseth, and from Trump's spiritual advisor, the Pentecostal lady, the evangelical dispensation, that he is Jesus. Okay? So here's my deal. I don't like the turn of events for Trump. The Democrats were opposing Trump to good, not bad. This is insane. And to see people defend this stuff, yet Tucker a week ago saying is the Antichrist, I'm like, oh, come on. Well, definitely this is a, let's just say, not a Christian spirit that we see coming into this house. And I know some of the stuff they post on Truth Social. It's turned out a lot of it's not Trump. Okay, I'm not even now clear and say there's only one king. That's Jesus, he's the Lord Savior, and explain. You know, we have a lot of fun on Truth Social. He jokes on the Pope and all that stuff, and I get Trump's jokes. You know, Trump came out today and said he may redemonstrate or remove the Trump trade. Okay, but then again, with all his background, we can't sit there and accept this. So people are really pissed. And I'll say this: whoever's pushing the narrative to kill this messaging, knows this will turn people off Trump. Okay, because I don't think Trump came up with this thing. I've seen like 10 times last month that he's Jesus out of the White House. I mean, this is crazy. And I told you in the threat escalation letter that Trump goes in, he tries to go free with the blockade, and then inflation explodes and kills the recovery plan, which is the global one, which you know happened. That is the fact. No one can ever say he's Jesus. And that's what this is, so don't deny it. Don't try to gaslight. Trump needs to clarify this right now. And we can get out of this war and de-escalate right now. They admit that it was Netanyahu calling and killing negotiation with Kushner and killing the peace deal. This is insane.
It is the latest from Alex Jones responding to a post from Donald Trump on Truth Social in which he obviously not exactly a subtle post from Donald Trump. And Alex is exactly right. Desperately to have a change in the White House, Donald Trump was necessary. There's still time. There might still be time for Trump to pull us out of the fire and actually do something that could not only get us out of the Iran war, some of the promises that are on the campaign trail, and potentially, maybe, with a miracle or two ago, we could potentially save the House and the Senate in 2026 from going over to the Democrats and just making everything Trump does a lame duck operation. But we'll see. But we shall see. We'll talk about that. We're going to get into everything that has to do with the Iran war today. But there is also a lot of political news. Eric Swalwell dropping out of the California governor race because of blackmail, essentially. Also, all of Europe is sort of in an uproar right now with Ireland on the cusp of all-out civil war. Britain also facing massive protests over fuel restrictions as a consequence of the Iran war. And I'll say again, like I said yesterday, all of this makes perfect sense. You understand the ultimate purpose of the war in Iran. It's manifold, but one of the primary ones is as a vector to get to World War III, to finish out the triumvirate, the trilogy that we've been living through: World War I, World War II, to get the UN, all of this sort of incrementally stepping towards globalism, and finally World War III. Bring the hammer down, slam the jail cell shut, and create the global prison planet Panopticon that we've been warning about forever. That is where it's going, and I've got videos to show you to prove that that's exactly it. But on the topic of Donald Trump and the insanity of Donald Trump, and that does increasingly be what is on display here. Obviously, on Friday, it's Friday, right? Alex Jones was attacked along with Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Marjorie Taylor Greene by Donald Trump, and a lot of pushback to that. It's flailing and flailing of a failing at this point, and we've been warning about this feedback loop for a while now, in which somebody in power like this starts making bad decisions, but everybody around him is afraid to say that they're bad decisions. Anybody who tries to tell him the truth is perceived as an enemy, and you enter into this feedback loop that only ends in disaster, in total disaster, unless somebody can slap him with reality, honest to God reality check, and get us back on track. But it's not just the posting of himself as Jesus. He's criticizing the Pope, posting himself as Jesus. Of course, on Easter, he's writing praise Allah and threatening to genocide an entire nation. Other people have noticed that this picture was originally posted by somebody else in February of this year, and the one Trump put has been altered. And if the crew can bring up that image, this is one that Donald Trump posted to his Truth Social, and right in the middle, sort of above Trump's head, in the original image, it's just soldiers sort of in heaven with the sun behind them. But this one has some sort of bizarre editing that makes the soldier in the center look like he has wings, or maybe a crown, almost like the Statue of Liberty, which of course some say is a interpretation of a drawing of painting of Lucifer. So that is sort of inexplicable, sort of unexplained. I don't know if the crew can find the original one posted, but the original one just looks like a regular soldier. In this one, I don't know why, but he's got something strange has been manipulated through AI before being posted. Very strange. But this type of stuff, this type of posting, type of content is not the only piece of evidence that we are being run by potentially a dangerously egotistical person.
Hold on.
Let's go to clip number 3 here. This is Donald Trump on a Sunday show, sort of talking about some decisions he made during the Iran war, and extremely troubling. I think you'll understand why. Yeah, there's the edit right there. So again, why would you edit it like this? What is that even supposed to be? We're showing that it looks like it's for again. It prepared to something like this, but that's the point. I don't know. What I do know is that Donald Trump is making decisions that are genuinely insane. So let's go to clip number 3. This is Donald Trump explaining his rationale behind some of the attacks on Iran recently. Watch.
We have on this. And, you know, it's Bibi Netanyahu. We're the big brother and they're the small brother. You know, it's a very effective team. What we're doing is literally in a matter of days, 3-4 days ago, Iran has wiped out. And it's so sad, though, when the press says they're fighting bravely. They're not fighting bravely. We fly over there and take out anything we want. As you know, last week I said and the rest of the bridge put down the big bridge, but we were having good discussion. And they go to the press, they're very good with much better with public fighting. They go to the press and say, President Trump said it's okay for us to have a nuclear weapon when I never even spoke to him. And by the way, that would be the only thing I would ever say to them. And they know that. And then the New York Times, which is a fake
So that's Donald Trump saying a bunch of stuff that none of it makes any sense, to be quite honest. He's talking about, yeah, we wiped out Iran in 3 days. Okay, well, I mean, how long did we count up here? What is it, 50, 45 days? We were done in the first 3 days. Having fun the last 42. Okay, that doesn't make sense. Talking about Iran, or talking about Israel and America like a big brother and a little brother. Like, not really. No, it's more like big brother and just something to take advantage of. It hurts the brother. It's brothers. What are you talking about? But all of that is minor to the real claim he just made, that they blew up Iran's quote-unquote bridge because he was embarrassed by the press. What? What are you talking about? He literally just said, yeah, we blew up their big bridge because they went on the press and said that I told them they could have a nuclear weapon when I didn't. And so you blew up a bridge. Well, what are you talking about? What are we talking about here? Chaos, deception, just utter and relentless failure this entire Iran war represents. It's not even a matter of are you on our side or are you on their side. It's like if I absolutely every goal of the Iran war, I'd be pissed, and I'd basically against the Iran war, right? If I actually thought that Iran was, it must be destroyed. It's like this was the worst way to do it. You're not doing it. If I thought we're in a civilizational conflict with Islam, this great conflict between Christianity and Islam, the crusade, it's like then you're doing it wrong. You're doing it very wrong. You just have endless headlines to tell you that. So I just want to make that point that like people misconstrue this. I don't know what goes on in their mind, but they somebody like me present a unbiased, factual reading of how things stand right now and say this is not going well. You are not winning. This was not a good idea. You're being screwed by Israel, and Iran is essentially got us in checkmate. And people have the idea that that makes me an Iran supporter or that I somehow hate America. Again, I don't understand what they're talking about. But to clarify, I want America to do well, which is why I'm against the war in Iran. I don't want China to become our equal on the world stage, become a multipolar world order. But that's exactly what's happening as a consequence of the Iran war. So stop letting people who do not have your best interest in mind trick you that this has anything to do with the benefit of America, the American people, Donald Trump. I mean, it's all designed almost exclusively to destroy America and destroy Western Europe. And I'll explain exactly why this is so dangerous in a second. Oil tops $100. Safe haven dollar gains as U.S. moves to blockade Iran. Wild. U.S. gas prices set to climb on Trump's blockade.
Oh, yeah.
Iran and the U.S. were inches away from a deal in Pakistan. Araqchi reveals, as he says, what stalled the negotiations. Talk between Iran and the U.S. and Islamabad ended without a deal, despite being inches away. Disputes over nuclear limits and U.S. demands stalled progress, while Pakistan urged both sides to maintain a ceasefire and continue dialogue. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi on Sunday said that Tehran had moved away from a deal with Washington during talks with the United States and Pakistan's Islamabad. He accused the U.S. of quote maximalist shifting goalposts and blockade, but when away from an agreement in Islamabad, quote, maximalist shifting goalposts and blockade, Iran engaged the U.S. in good faith to end war, he said in a post on X. Araghchi also wrote that talks at highest level for 7 years, Iran engaged with the U.S. in good faith to end the war, but when away, countered maximalism, shifting goalposts, and blockade. These moral lessons earned. Goodwill begets goodwill. It begets enmity. Iran President Pezeshkian echoed similar statements and wrote on X, if the American government abandons its totalitarianism and respects the rights of the Iranian nation, ways to reach agreement will certainly be found. I commend members of the negotiating team, especially Dr. Kalibaf, says God's strength. So we're on the cusp. It seems like we constantly find ourselves on the cusp of an agreement with Iran, on the verge of peace, and we just pull away at the last second. And it seems to happen over and over again, and it seems to be at the behest of, or as a consequence of, engagement by Israel. Barak Ravi on X, who is known widely as the Israeli Mossad stenographer, says Netanyahu at cabinet meeting, quote, I spoke yesterday with Vice President J.D. Vance. He called me from his plane on the way back from Islamabad. He reported to me in detail, as this administration does every day, about the development of the negotiations. In this case, the explosion in the negotiations, explosion on the American side, which could negotiate Iran's blatant violation of the agreement to enter the negotiations. The agreement was that they would cease fire and the Iranians would immediately open the gates. They did not do that. The Americans did not accept that. He also made clear to me the main issue on the agenda for President Trump in the United States is the removal of all enrichment material and ensuring that there is no more enrichment in coming years, and that would be decades to enrichment within Iran. That is their focus, and of course, it is also important to us. So that actually confirmed directly what Joe King said in his resignation letter about these shifting goalposts imposed by Israel. That, and go watch this interview where we detailed this extensively, that forever no nuclear weapons, and that goalpost had been shifted to where the Iranians were telling the Trump administration, enrichment at all, that they're going for a nuclear weapon, so we have to go for zero enrichment. That was a change in policy, a change in demand from the Trump administration that the Iranians never said they'd agree to, and doesn't make a lot of sense. So actually, Joe King responded to this statement from the quote from Benjamin Netanyahu, saying upcoming negotiations will fail if we don't restrain the Israelis and stop giving them access to our decision making. The Israelis push for zero uranium enrichment because they know it's a poison pill for Iran and will result in the war continuing. Iran has committed to not developing or obtaining nuclear weapons since 2003. A deal can be reached about uranium enrichment levels and monitoring in war and open Strait of Hormuz. This can only happen if we treat the Israelis like the partner and put our interests first. So again, just sort of doubling down on the statement that he made during his resignation and subsequent interview about for us to simply take our own side, ignore the demands or subject the demands of Israel to our demands. Pretty simple, but that apparently is not what happened. And again, the suspicion is, rumor is, that they were on the cusp when a phone call from Benjamin Netanyahu says, "Oh yeah, just get a call on the plane on the right away." You can call maybe during the negotiations, or maybe on the cusp of agreement, swept in either with blackmail or some sort of other pressure point to scuttle the ceasefire talks that America really wants, J.D. Vance really wants, the American people really want, Iran seems to want, but that Israel doesn't want. This was all coincidence, you're telling me? I simply don't. last decade has been driving America, NATO, some of our countries against Russia, China. It's driving everything we got, everything from the Ukraine war to the overthrow of Assad and Syria to the insane suicidal activity in Gaza. It's all in service of this ultimate clash of civilizations, which is to result in mass deaths with the outcome of totalitarian control that will exist forever. That's what they're pushing towards, and I'll show you videos on the other
The Rothschilds are running this war, not the puppets in Washington.
side. Is reflecting exactly the same talking points about how we are about to get into a time global war. They are preparations. They do not care what you think about it. They are not.
Foreskin and Nibble are mad at Harold.
They are starting World War III. They are burning the world down. And I just bet the iodine with the methylene blue with this water I'm going to drink this, and this is pure rocket fuel shoved into your body. Essential iodine with methylene blue together is amazing. Pretty scary looking too. So
I forgot I was live. I said, write my name in for president of the United States of America to take our great nation back. I said, do you want to hang poison pushers in public? Do you want to hang baby choppers in public? Do you want to hang sky sprayers in public? And now I'm saying, do you want to hang murderers of Native American Sasquatch in public? Write my name in for president of the United States of America. Just take a great nation back. James Lee Gillenwater.
Our sponsor, YellowStore.com. But regardless, our methylene blue, our iodine is the best, and it does so many other things: libido, stamina, energy. It skips the oxidation process in the cells. The methylene blue and iodine works very similarly. They go together like a horse and carrot.
Poison pushers, baby choppers, sky sprayers, and Native American Sasquatch murderers. You're all getting fucking hung in public under my presidency. Write my name in, James Lee Gillenwater.
There's also another big sale as well at theyellowstore.com, and I thank you for your support. Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones. Resistance to tyrants is obedience to God. You're listening to the Alex Jones Show.
Alex Jones Show. I'm here for Alex today. Gavin McGinnis will take over for the third hour of today's program. Showing an extended cut of Alex on the Sean Johnson podcast in the final hour of the War Room today. But we've got a lot to cover on the Alex Jones Show. And then I'm going to get into sort of where it goes from here and plans of the elite to throw all of Western and America into a conventional global war against China and Russia and Iran, with the ultimate goal of finishing off of us, as well as everything else that they want. It's the Great Reset 2.0, and it's going to make the COVID lockdown look like a walk in the park. And of course, this week, one of the big topics of conversation was the attack on Alex Jones and others by Trump last week. And we went over a lot. I don't think I need to relitigate it once again, but I do want to go to a video of Nick Fuentes responding to it, because I think he has a good response to it. Clip number 17. Nick Fuentes defending Alex Jones from Donald Trump, and I think he's exactly right. Let's watch. And we've all seen it. How many shows has Alex Jones gone to the mat for Trump? In spite of what he knew, in spite of his reservations, in spite of his concerns, how many shows and how much flack did he get? And I say this because I'm most aware of Alex Jones' body of work. How much has Alex defended Trump, fought for Trump, went to stop the steal, supported him in 2016, said it was imperative to support him in 2024, defended him from the witch hunt, from the Russia investigation. And by the way, even when it was hard, even when it was difficult, when he was destroyed by the left and lost everything, and Trump was no help, Trump did not give Alex Jones a pardon preemptively when he could have after January 6th. Trump did not try to assist him in getting censored off of the internet in his first term, and Trump has done nothing in the second term to help Alex Jones in ridiculous law and ongoing in other matters from the DOJ, from the left. And this is how Alex is reported. Think of that. This is how he is reported. Trump doesn't help him. Trump doesn't do anything for him, and Alex has no influence. Instead, Trump is going to throw him under the bus literally the second that Alex agrees with Trump over a policy. By the way, Trump himself campaigned against. What is to tell you, this is the same thing that I have been saying from the beginning. From the beginning of the show, since the 2024 election, about Trump, and it is this: take your own side. Why are people loyal to Trump? Why would you be loyal to Trump? Do you not see who this person is? Trump is not a loyal person. He isn't, and never has been, ever. Hello? When will people wake up and realize this is not a loyal person? Trump is a treacherous person and always has been. Look at all of Trump's closest allies over the past 10 years. People like Jeff Sessions, people like Ann Coulter, people in the Trump organization. How many people have gotten involved with Trump? They were the first to endorse him, like Sessions, like Ann Coulter. How many people got sued, like Bannon, like Mike Flynn, like his campaign manager? I forget right now. How many of these people got involved with Trump, lost everything, sacrificed everything on his behalf, were destroyed, only to be discarded, only to be backstabbed, thrown under the bus? It happens over and over again. And this is just what you come to expect with Trump. If you're being any fraud, you can't take it personally. It's in his nature. It's you don't have to be mad about it, and you don't have to moralize about it, but you recognize this is a person in politics. He is not a friend. He's not the savior of civilization. He's not God. He's not your boss. He's not your dad. He's a politician. He's not your politician. It's not like left, right? Some people do that, right? Some people tell they sort of wanted to turn on Trump for a while, but they turn on Trump. It's like they just become the left. They go from like, yeah, Trump number one, he's got small hands, he works for Russia, and he's like not doing crap. If Trump turns things around, stops destroying his legacy, destroying the possibility of holding that fire these wars, then turning around and go to war in the Middle East. It's a bad thing. It lets you know that you're that dumb, you're that stupid, you're that low IQ, you just can't figure it out. I love this, and not just because it's the insult that Donald Trump said. We're now co-opting them. It's also the only argument I've heard for the last month. And I've read it on the War Room, but it's perpetual, continuous, and very making. I'm sitting here making very obvious, reasonable arguments that are been proven out over and over again, like the Strait of Hormuz closing. And every time instead of arguing back, instead of responding to the points I make, instead of illustrating, I'm instead told that I'm retarded. I'm to understand the sophisticated operation. But I'm not. See, that's the thing. It's like how Donald Trump in his insult post says that the First Lady of France is Owens. It's like, all right. You could have said a lot of stuff. You could have said a lot of things. You could have tried to break that away. But no, you just said that Candace Owens is less attractive than
Jean-Michel Trogneau.
cannot be trusted.
Jean-Michel Trogneau. John Trogneau. That's hilarious. Trump said John Trogneau is more attractive than Candace Owens. You have to be shitting me. All right. No, don't shit on me. Go find a private place to do that, hopefully with a breeze and maybe some fire smoke. Don't hotbox yourself in traditional bathrooms. Find a breeze and fire smoke.
Just imagine if you were to go out and write a post saying that the sky is blue, or whatever. The sky is blue. And a bunch of people in your comments going, think the sky is blue, moron. Are you going to start questioning yourself? Are you going to go, wait, am I stupid? They're so, I don't know. I thought the sky was blue, but now they're totally done from. No, you would just be like, what? You would just be like, oh no, the sky's, what are you talking about? It doesn't even make sense to call me stupid for this. It's just abundantly true. But what are you talking about? That's how it is. It's literally how it feels to state the truth and have a bunch of people call you dumb. So we'll wear it with honor. We will wear it with a badge of honor. We're just too stupid to understand. We're too low IQ to understand the brilliant move that going to war with Iran was, and staying in war with Iran is. So get that new hat at thealexjonesstore.com. Keep it on the air. And it is the only way. That doesn't even make sense to call me stupid. Ron, are you just mad on? Said that Candace Owens is less attractive than Macron, which means you're lying. You're full of crap and cannot be trusted about whatever you look at.
It's just a bright red and white hat that says low IQ. Red on the front. Bright red.
Vice President, he called me from his plane on the way back. He reported to me that the people of this administration on the development of negotiations. In this case, the explosion in negotiations, the explosion came from the American side, which was not willing to tolerate the blatant violation of the agreement and negotiations by Iran. Essentially, the agreement was that there was a ceasefire and Iran.
Netanyahu looks like shit. Why do we listen to him? What's going on here? How are 500 million people being held hostage by this motherfucker?
They didn't do that. The Americans were not willing to. He also conveyed to me the central issue on the table from the perspective of President Trump that the United States is full of all enriched material and ensuring that there is no more enrichment in the coming years, and this could be for decades. So again, that's just a total confirmation of what Joe Ken said about the way that Israel was leaning on the Trump administration. Goalposts survival depends on them taking out Iran right now. They do not have 5 years to come back in 5 years to try again. They're losing their support in America. They need to do it right now. They are not going to give up. And they will go to any lengths to achieve this. You're in very, very high alert false flag territory as we speak. Now, apparently Donald Trump is doing a press conference and answering questions about Iran and other things. Let's go ahead and go to that live. This is happening. I understand.
Iran's plans in Iran, and if so, decide
I can tell you, I'd like to feel very badly.
point over. You said it was over.
Over the fact that having a weapon. Iran blockaded down. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
They don't want one.
But they didn't do that. I think
They don't want one, dude. What the fuck? This is flat out lies.
will agree to it. I'm almost sure of it. I am sure that they'll never be a deal.
Fabrication.
Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Just back. We'll get it back from them.
Now Iran has stolen our nuclear material. Do we need to get the dust back?
Blackmail or extort the world. Because that's what they're doing. They're really blackmailing the world. We're not going to let that happen.
You are.
The amazing thing is,
Israel and you are. Israel's blackmailing Trump, which is fucking the world. Unless he's part of it. I mean, Israel and Trump probably both work for the Rothschilds. So they're fucking us. And they're fabricating about Iran.
more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia. We produce more. Saudi Arabia and Russia too. Substantially. And by next year, we'll have double that amount. So we don't need it, but the world needs it. And the ships are heading to our country right now as we speak to load up with the best. Really, I guess you could say some of the best. I don't know exactly what speed, but when it relates to oil, it's a good thing. But they come to our country right now. It could very well be settled before that. I've been called this morning by the right people, the appropriate people. They want to work a deal. They would like to work a deal. Yeah, other countries are going to also. We don't need other countries, frankly, but they've offered the services. We'll let it be known probably tomorrow. Has the locking started? Yeah, it started 10 o'clock. Iran, have a nuclear Iran, but be happy with it. So you have hundreds of people dead, and it's not going to happen. So again, I think you're a weak on crime and other things. So I'm not. I mean, went public. I'm just reporting the public weak on crime. You know, his brother is a big
catacombs.
person. He's a great guy, Lewis. And I said I like Lewis better than I like Capone. I have to have in our country, and that's what we have now. Despite the fact that many criminals were allowed into the country, but we've gotten a lot of them out. A great job on crime. So we have the lowest murder rate in 125 years. 1900, the lowest murder rate. So we have a problem with that. So there's nothing to apologize for. It's wrong. And the other thing, what we're doing with respect to Iran, but Iran is, wants to be a nuclear nation.
exterminate the world. Not gonna happen. But it wasn't for them. It's going on right now. We're fighting. Right now we have a blockade. I didn't, but if they weren't looking, that's what they're doing. Is absolutely that way. Very. Don't forget their Navy got their Air Force got their radar got and computers are got. We have a very good. Would like to see this ended off. He said we want it ended. Everyone, I want to see it too, but we can't give clear weapon to a group of people that do nothing but havoc for 47 years. Look, I'm the president. Something about it. The president that they did. You're talking about with respect to all of the things that they put against me. Well, it's come out that it's so thank you for my question. So many different ones. Election was rigged. When the election was rigged, we found that out. What you said, that a big piece, but minor, relatively speaking, compared to what they said.
She doesn't know what's going on. That's not what she's talking about. She's talking about the revelation of Don Sullivan and from Tulsi Gabbard about Eric Ciaramella, whistleblower from Trump's impeachment over the Ukraine phone call. Nothing to do with 2020. This happened in 2019. He apparently has no idea about this. And this is the impression I get when I'm watching Trump. First of all, the man looks tired. The man looks gray in a way that he never has before. He's showing office in a way that he never has before. Of course, it's always surprising because every president gets into office in 8 years. Classic images of Obama, the part he goes from looking like a bright young man to a weathered old man. Donald Trump never showed that, but he's starting to. It's something about the last couple of months weighing on him. The stress is getting to him. Clearly, he is not kept up to date on things. About the stolen election in 2020. That's not what she's talking about. She's talking about the impeachment with Adam Schiff and others. Now, maybe he just hasn't been briefed on that yet, but I think it goes to show that he's not actually keeping his finger on the pulse and doesn't actually get what's going on around the country. And the statements that he makes about Iran there, I think he believes them. And I think really listen to what he just said and take it for granted that he was telling the truth as far as he sees it. It kind of makes sense. It makes sense. If he genuinely thinks that he's preventing Iran from getting a nuclear weapon and quote unquote destroy the world with it, like where is he getting this from? It's just completely insane for him to believe this stuff. But if he believes it, it kind of makes sense. It's kind of making things make sense. That if he's sitting there going, I'm doing something that is saving millions of people's lives, and these people just don't get it. They want me to be worried about, a couple of dead U.S. soldiers. I'm saving millions of people right now. Now, if he really believes that, it at least goes some way to understand his mindset and make sense of his actions. But that's a lie. But he believes lies. That really is the only question at this point. Is he knowing he's lying, or is he being lied to? And it seems like with all the evidence that we've gotten over and over again, he's lied to. Why God only knows.
Just made hot coffee by hand. I pressed out the phone, touching the metal.
Believes the lie. And Yahoo told him about how quick this attack was.
Metal funnel.
It's actually kind of funny that they ask him, "Has your timetable changed?" It's like no, not really. It kind of has. It kind of has if you think about it. I mean, the timetable was originally a couple days. Then they said, actually, this will take 4 weeks. Now we're in the 6th week. So the timetable has changed, Trump. And of course, last week he gave a primetime address where he claimed, like he did right there, that Iran's anti-aircraft capability totally destroyed. They've got no radar, no missiles, no nothing, and they shot down an A-2 Warthog and an F-35, and we had to mount an emergency rescue mission that I don't even think actually happened in the way that they said it did. So how can we believe that? And say something and then it proves to be untrue, and saying that thing and lying. So like, why? Why are you lying so blatantly? And, I guess I get to save people's lives, but it's like you're not. You're not, Trump. No, you're driving us towards the conflict that will end in hundreds of millions of people dying because insane people trying to take over the world are called Israel, and they're playing you like a damn violin, like a fiddle. You are now the fiddle on Benjamin Netanyahu's knee. We'll be right back, folks.
Yeah, Trump's Israel's bitch.
I'm very pleased to announce 2 great products at thealexjimstore.com that will 100% work and deliver you energy, clarity, and also when you want to relax, great calm, rest, and sleep. Now, a lot of our products are very complex, game-changing, cutting edge, you name it. But there's a lot of things that are very simple and proven that are still the best. Now, we have several other great energy formulas at thealexjimstore.com. They're more complex. But Ultimate Energy is a very, very simple, and this is one of the most popular, long-running energy combinations on the market at Whole Foods, everywhere else, because it really works. It's Ultimate Energy, thealexjimstore.com. Very strong dose of wide-spectrum, organic, time caffeine with a big dose of high-quality L-theanine that gives you focus and clarity but relaxes you. So with the caffeine, it's very, very smooth without the letdown. Lasts up to 10 hours. That's Ultimate Energy. But when you're ready to relax, Ultimate Chill. A strong dose of high-quality ashwagandha root known for thousands of people. Rest, clarity, focus. Doesn't make you tired, just makes you relax, kind of a zen focus. And then on top of that, a big dose of L-theanine that also gives you calm, clear focus. Great rest, great relaxation, great drink. It's so good for your immune system, your entire body. So some days I've been working from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. And I've been jacked up on great supplements and you name it. I will go to this formula, Ultimate Chill. That's why I actually came to Big League and said, hey, I'm already using the brand from Whole
Great
Foods.
supplements
This is
and
what you need. Make it a little bit stronger. So this is the formula I've been using for years to relax. I'm having trouble being able to kind of eat into non-work mode, and this is how I do it. Simple, proven ingredients that work in a high-quality food. Now available at thealexjimstore.com.
Today, the United States held a peace negotiation with Iran, but then just an hour ago, President Trump posted, if Iran doesn't agree to peace, the greatest military of all time, ours, will F Iran right up their Strait of Hormuz. Assalamu alaikum, you crazy bastards.
All right.
Now, I completely
Okay.
but isn't it kind of disturbing that you all totally believe that he had posted that? President Trump did genuinely was threatening to destroy Iran's entire civilization and then ended with the phrase, praise be to Allah. And I know that almost makes Trump sound like he is a radical terrorist, but remember, Trump has already been to a paradise with 72 virgins.
Oh. Yeah, right.
Part of the ultimately that decision comes down to the men controlling our military.
Lebanon has a Christmas tree. Lebanon uses George Washington's Christmas tree. What the fuck are we allowing to happen?
Iran without a deal after talking for 21 hours straight. And guys, I think they're done for real based on how his mascara's running.
Yeah. They had a hell of a run at his face.
Fans saying the Iranians don't seem to realize they have no cards. They're literally holding a string.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah.
Katie Nance was asked about Iran's right to enrich Ukraine. Kind of a weird analogy. Watch.
My wife has the right to skydive, but she doesn't jump out of an airplane because she and I have an agreement that she's not going to do that because I don't want my wife jumping out of an airplane.
What the hell are you talking about? The only thing that makes sense in that entire analogy is that we can all understand J.D. Vance's wife having the urge to jump.
First Lady Melania Trump made a rare public statement to the report's
Analogy is that we can all understand J.D. Vance's wife having the urge to jump.
I thought they were going to have a picture of her or something. I wasn't looking at the phone. Yeah, I'd bang Usha. I mean, I'd probably break her in half. My dick's bigger than JD's, I bet. I need a bigger woman like Melania.
Trump made a rare public statement to deny reports that Jeffrey Epstein introduced her to Donald Trump because they actually met when Trump cracked open her shipping container. On Friday, the Artemis II ran safely from a 10-day trip around the Hollywood soundstage.
During the mission, the crew of Artemis II sent back pictures of the rarely seen dark side of the moon, revealing that the moon has a rat tail.
The rat tail.
The Justice Department has formed a task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias, which hopefully works better than the church's strategy of molesting it out of you.
Yeah, really.
California police have arrested a man who allegedly threw a Molotov cocktail at the home of ChatGPT founder Sam Altman after ChatGPT. That's a great idea.
Yesterday, Kamala Harris said, thinking about for president again. And I like her chances as long as she fucking throws that penis. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announced that he's launching a new podcast. The podcast is called
Yeah, the day a woman can actually turn into a man. They got RFK's face in the center, like almost like a Joe Rogan pendant, where it's I don't know. I mean, it's everybody's icon is in a circle now, but it's the Herberger podcast.
Together on this stuff, but they did nail on the head on a few of those. Benjamin Netanyahu running American, the American military, and look, Donald Trump's going off the rails a little bit. Cut out the cheap shots about the wives, and we can be on the same side here. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't it be amazing if all of America watch Saturday Night Live and all laugh at ourselves too?
Yeah, and making fun of our actual hero in there, RFK.
Wouldn't that be something? That's what it was like when I was growing up. I remember it. Wonderful. We're going by Mark Lynch on the other side.
Right. Usurp Lindsey Graham. Get him the fuck out of there.
And when Paul Dan withdrew from the race Friday and endorsed me, Trump attacked him and Truth Social, and I'm sure it's his staff. We believe Chris LaCimino is saying these things, send to Congress.
I have to laugh when you call him Lady G, and just the image of him wandering around alone with a bubble wand. It's very funny, but at the same time, it's not that funny. I mean, this is very serious stuff, and he's going on, TV and saying that he's going to go back to South Carolina and tell their kids to go, fight for Israel or whatever he's saying. This is serious stuff. We're talking about a guy who actively pushed America into a disastrous and so far unending war. I mean, it's not really. I mean, how do you deal with this? Because it's so goofy, it's so funny and absurd. At the same time, like this is a real dangerous man walking around. I mean, the ideas he pushes are destroying people's lives. Can you talk to that a little bit?
Yeah, it's very dangerous. He's not supporting America. He's supporting everything to get a World War III started, and he's been AWOL from South Carolina and from America. And he's the head of the budget committee, and we're $39 trillion in debt. He's doing a great job, and he's writing more blank checks and just putting us further into more inflationary areas and creating money out of thin air we don't have, and setting up a generation for years to come that's going to be bankrupt in the country like we are now. It's got to stop. It's ridiculous. And if I'm in the U.S. Senate, I'll form a committee to bring a motion to vacate John Thune, people that are holding up the SAVE Act. Lindsey's not doing anything for that. He's posturing. He's saying he's for the SAVE Act, but he's okay with it being threatened by a filibuster requiring 60 votes. And it's holding up Congress, and we're not getting anything done. And it's all just a game. It's just theater.
That's certainly what it seems like. This is the frustration. As much as we're sort of disappointed and Trump not fulfilling a lot of his campaign promises, it's really on the left of the Republicans. I mean, Republicans in Congress have utterly failed this administration to codify anything Trump has wanted, to pass the SAVE Act, to do anything about the deportation of illegal aliens. I mean, what is the Republican Party doing right now? Why are they not taking this threat more seriously? I mean, the numbers are catastrophic, and it's happening rapidly. Interactive poll from CBS News shows that between February of this year and April of this year, that's 2 months, with a 14-point swing, it's a net 40-point negative swing over the year for white non-college workers. This is the Trump base. How has this happened, and how is the Republican Party so blind to the danger that they're in? I mean, the Republican Party's not going to exist in a couple of years if they keep going down this road. How do we get the Republican Party back into shape?
Well, I'm not sure they are Republicans. Everything they do is against first and against the president. And I know he sees that. We've got to get the right people in and get rid of these people that are lying to us and playing games with our country, because it's getting people killed. It's increasing the debt in America to a point of no return. And it's not a laughing matter anymore. It's very serious to me, and that's why I'm running. Lindsey Graham, his voting record lifetime on conservative review is 43%. Our forefathers, when they wrote the Declaration of Independence, they realized we were endowed by God, our Creator, with unalienable rights that we have to protect. And the first one is the right to life. And Lindsey's for murdering babies in the womb up to 15 weeks. That's not pro-life. He says he is, but he's not. That's his record. So we've got to point out the truth of what's really going on. Lindsey cannot be America first. I hold an article here that Breitbart News Organization put out, where terrorist groups are funded by Lindsey Graham's backed USAID closing the Strait of Hormuz. Billions of dollars have gone to fund Hamas and Al Qaeda through Lindsey Graham, and that's not America first. That's a traitor. And I want people to hear that. In the budget, fourth quarter of 25, first quarter of 26, he voted again to pass a bill to fund $5.7 billion to illegal aliens in this country. We're dealing with the Dignity Act, it's called. Democrats flood the nation with illegal aliens, but the Republicans are the ones that are letting us down, like you were saying. They're just going to pass a bill if the senator in Florida gets this passed, called the Dignity Act, because
that sounds good, doesn't it? We're just going to get rid of that, wipe it off our debts, and grant amnesty to now up to 40 million. We had 22 million years ago in the country. Estimates are around 40 million of illegal aliens in this country. And our people can't get jobs. We need to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. We need to get rid of the H-1B visas and op visas that are allowing the hiring.
It's 100 million. We need to deport 100 million illegal aliens from our country.
Of foreign students away from our kids who were born in this country. It's just a joke, and the Republican Party's to blame because they're not doing it,
including their anchor babies.
Job.
Oh, the Democrats' job, as you point out. I mean, here we are trying to fight for our country's existence. Ravenous mob of leftists. The Republicans are up there doing their job for them, actually trying to pass the Dignity Act, or I think the official designation is Todd, because of course it's in the Spanish language.
If we were Israel, we'd just shoot and run over all the aliens. We'd just shoot them and run them over if we were Israelis. But we're Americans, so we're not allowed to save our country. We're going to take matters into our own hands here pretty soon.
Just, as an extra obvious slap in the face. I mean, it's outrageous that it's the Republicans doing this. So it's the Republican Party, right? It's the mechanism, it's the establishment. They have ways of people like Lindsey Graham in office, despite just everything he does being awful for America. How is the Republican Party, and why is the Republican Party keeping real America First candidates out of office? Hopefully they fail with you, but they've succeeded in other cases. How and why is the Republican establishment and the Republican Party so damaging to our own interests?
Yeah. We the people are fighting, and we're sick of it. We're tired. Enough's enough. And, I signed the United States Term Limits Pledge. I hate I have to do that. When America was founded, our forefathers went and served a term or two and came back home to be the husband and father of their children and raise their family and work on the farm again. And they did that because there wasn't all this corruption. They couldn't make millions of dollars back then like they can today. This has become a career. So we've got to have a term limits to get people like Lady G out and allow good patriots, God-fearing patriots, America First candidates to come in that will actually work for America the full 6 years of a term, not just the last 6 months during campaign season and fool everybody. So we have to expose it, and we the people are fighting. We're all tired of it. We've gone through 4 years of pain with Biden, and now we're seeing what's really happening in Congress, in the House and the Senate. We can't get things done. So these guys have got to be removed, and that's what I'll do, is get rid of Lady G. That's first, and then we'll bring up more motions to vacate the people that are doing treasonous things in our Congress.
Absolutely. About the number of things that the Senate and Congress haven't done this go around, or did do under Trump's first administration. They haven't started, getting rid of these judges that are making nationwide injunctions, or letting illegal or alien criminals go over and over again. They're just failing to uphold their end of the bargain. It seems like they just want to weather the whole MAGA storm. They're just desperate to get back to sort of the Obama years, where they could be sort of an impotent, party of speakers that don't actually achieve anything. That was where they were comfortable, right? It seems like actually using power for the benefit of America or Americans is scary to them. They're too scared to actually do anything. They'd much rather just be sort of in the opposition party. It's totally pathetic, and we got to shake them out of that mindset. And they're going to look at one way or the other. The headlines today: Republicans made control of their biggest stronghold, Texas, of course, maybe going with this go around, as it's been a toss-up now in the Senate race. As Iran war drags on, midterms forecast for Republicans worse. So is this on purpose? I mean, are the Republicans trying? Are they happy losers? And how do we shake that out of them?
It sure appears that way. And so that's these guys know the truth. And if they're doing this on purpose, then I call trouble on them too. They're trying to control America
terrorists in our country, everybody's woke up to that. Lindsey's around, started World War III, and left America behind. And everybody's concerned now, asking about the terrorist cells and all of the Islamic terrorists getting to Congress. And we've got to enforce our laws here, and we've got to ban Sharia law in this country and make sure our country works under the United States Constitution, the supreme law of the land. And we've got to operate that way and honor our oath in office and defend the Constitution and defend all enemies, foreign and domestic, and have people that will do that, or they need to be removed. They've got to be arrested. And we've got to get back to the rule of law in this country. Start people deporting all the enemies of this country that are in our borders, South America, illegally that we've allowed to come in. It's real simple. We just need people that don't do that. And that's what I'll do when I get in.
It's sad how true that is. That it's like it's not hard, it's not complicated. You just have to do it. Just enforce the law, and like 90 problems will be solved. The frustration is that on one side you got communist and socialist, and something new and exciting. You gotta come with us. Of course, it's all total suicide pact with them. But we're just like, we just gotta get back to basics. How do we make that argument true? It's the right argument. Just enforce the law, stick to the Constitution. We've gone off the rails by that stuff. How do we make that argument and make it exciting to young people or people that are fed up with the Republicans? How do we make that case? Because it really is that simple. It really is that straightforward. Enforce the law and get back on track. How do we make that case to people especially?
But they're getting educated. They've seen the pain in America. They're concerned about their future. They're ready to fight. Young people are speaking every way they present, and they get it. They understand. They're worried about their future, and they need to be. It's very concerning. America's in trouble, everybody. We're at the last line of defense. And if we don't get up and fight, if we don't donate, if we don't pray, if we don't speak up, if we don't go up to Congress and show up to our local county offices and our state offices and get people to do their job and make them feel the pain, they'll continue as they always did. If nobody cares, we got to fight. Our theme for our campaign for Lynch for Senate is fight for America. We've got to fight to keep what we have, or we're going to lose it this generation. So that's the final line, and we've got to get these traitors out and get good people in that will stand up and say no and mean it and expose it and stand for the truth and fight for America and quit selling us down the road, kicking the can, and people that go into Congress really are America first, not America last, and got to get rid of people that are all about themselves, like Lindsey Graham.
For gas prices, consequences of the Iran war, and they are ready to fight. And while suffering young people are looking at, I'm never going to house, I'll never be able to afford a family. This is messed up. We need to do something. And yet the Republican Party comes along and says, yeah, shut up. I saw something yesterday where there's a Republican in Florida saying we're going to no longer have taxes on boat purchases or something. And it's like, you got a bunch of young people who can't afford a house. Why are you basically selling cheaper boats to them? It's just such brain-dead messaging. It's astonishing that they either think this is going to work or working against it. So again, who are fired up and are desperately looking for somebody to lead and for somebody to help get America back on the right track. What would you say to them as to why you're the choice that can bring this about?
Well, I'm a successful businessman. I can show you the fruit in my life. I've grown a business 35 times in my 40 years with God at the center. It's all about Him.
I like educating people. I just had a conversation with a guy. You don't have to pardon my arrogance, but I do consume among the highest quality of truth media content. And so when I have conversations with people, there's a little bit of give and take in order for it to proceed, but it's me educating people. Those are conversations that I have because I actually consume the truth. I try to anyway, right?
Big studio, literally. If you would like more proof that the turd world sucks, let's check in on their video games. Some of their more popular video games involve having to go get the pieces after each turn. Because they've gone flying.
Well, are we controlled by
Look at this culture. No roads.
Why do the Rothschilds run the CIA and Israel? Why do the Rothschilds run America and Israel? Why do we, the people, allow them to?
Meanwhile, these guys are like 50 years old. Can we just start recolonizing? Everyone says, I was talking about this last week. Everyone says, I'm getting stuck.
Now, the guy was really cool to talk to, though, so it wasn't just me educating somebody. I actually had a conversation with a pretty cool dude, but sometimes everything the other person mentions, you've already had conversations about over and over and over again, and you've thought about in your head over and over. And some of it is actually very simple based on the knowledge you have, and they don't. Yeah, it's like okay, go ahead and get out the expected talking point, and I'll demolish it. But that's not always what it is. You want to try to be on the same. The guy literally said he didn't want everybody to come to the truth. He this guy just said he wants to stay opposing. I said where evil has the foothold and keeps stripping our rights away. You want to keep living under that?
They've been kicked out of 109 countries. What about Britain? They've been kicked out of 90 countries. So they chose to leave. Another piece of red left my atlas today. But places like Jamaica, have you seen Jamaica in 1960 before the revolution when they kicked the English out, or voluntary left, or whatever you want to call it? It was stunning. Although you could say the same of Detroit, St. Louis, Baltimore. When you see pictures that say 1910 of basically anywhere,
It's amazing.
it looks beautiful. You know what that is today? Dirt, cinder blocks, rebar, a Rastaman with one rubber boot on, one sandal, a little sweater on top of a long shirt, some tartan pants, and a kid's beach shovel stuck in his hair. And he's stabbing you. I think everyone's better off. So, yeah, Sabrina apologized. And Justin Bieber, also in important breaking, he played Coachella this week for $10 million. Everyone says it's a groundbreaking price. Genesis' last concert was like $230 million. They got that meant just for Coachella. Oh, $10 million. I got that on me. I offered to pay.
He said, okay, well, man, I'm gonna get over here though. So he was cutting the conversation shorter. But I mean, I'm not sure where it was going. Probably me asserting the truth, which is arrogant at first, right? Which comes across as arrogance. So he probably detected that and got out of there. But he was driving away. I said, I want to bust our slave owners. He said, all right, we'll talk to you later.
And he hooked Bill for Alex. And he said, don't worry about it. Okay. But this might be the worst concert I've ever seen. And I saw the Replacements get so drunk they fell off stage. Got a monitor playing YouTube videos of himself with a bunch of gymnasts flipping at a beach party. And then you can see him dancing to his own music. So then he gets bored of that and he stops the song and plays another song. I have some insight into why that happened. I'm addicted to let me guess the drug. Ketamine, maybe. But he sold his catalog, so he had to pay to perform his own songs. So he only did like ones that were not on his catalog, like B-sides that are the medley of all his greatest hits. Then I guess maybe if you don't the whole song, it's less. But I thought when a musician does his publishing, you can't get any of the record money, but you get all your live shows. I thought. I don't know. Yeah. Like the Beastie Boys, they didn't get anything from the first album. That all went into Rick Rubin's pocket. Rick Rubin is the most overrated douche, the ruiner of bands.
Damn.
What's his other claim? I told Johnny Cash to do a bunch of covers. Okay. Johnny Cash did a good version of a 90s.
I told Johnny.
Okay. And then Alien Ant Farm, or that. What do they call it? Of a down? What? Like cheap prog rock metal core? Jesus. Most creative man in the world. Yeah, okay. What's 1A? That is more Bieber. Oh, Bieber, we got it. Sing again. Now, I know you're saying, I'm 6 years old. Why are you showing me Justin Bieber? Because these are our children. This is what our children listen to. Sabrina is much more influential than anyone on this network, especially me. So they move mountains, these people, and then they become our politicians, our bosses. They're the ones who send us to an old folks' home. You can ignore them at your own peril. This is the culture. For 10 million, hey, $10 million.
When he fell off the stage. Justin Bieber just played a video of himself falling off the stage. On stage. That's funny.
Yeah, and I looked up that Genesis concert. It was 2:30. But I bet look how bad this is.
Ooh. He missed a line in his own song. Oh. I don't. Be easier, I know. I can't feel a thing from my head down to. I
can feel everything. I can feel everything from my head down to my.
pretty heavy, so let's keep it light. Why don't we introduce this segment to the audience? It's called Celebrity Telling Stories. Now, that also sounds about relevant. We live in a celebrity culture in America. We mock threats for their monarchy. Jay and Beyonce are our monarchs. They live in the most expensive piece of real estate ever sold in California.
Long story short, the guy's trying not to be a lefty anymore, I think. Because he comes from California, so. Really cool dude. But he's still good-hearted and given too much credence to the enemy. He hasn't been told about the enemy, and he hasn't figured out that we are surrounded by enemy. We as freedom-loving Christian Americans are surrounded by enemy. Now, that's in the form of policies, fake laws, because we live by God's law, Jesus Christ. And we've told you what some of those are in our Bill of Rights, in our Constitution. Now, these amendments seem to be interfering with it.
Go criticize Beyonce and see what happens to you. It's a lot less severe if you criticize King Charles. So the evidence of that is celebrity in front of a microphone and tells us that Frank Sinatra once and got his drink order wrong. And as Americans, so happy that we're hearing a celebrity talk about a celebrity.
He's a guy I can talk
the
to.
actual story.
He's a guy who's right there, right on the edge. He just hasn't been exposed to true, honest content. He didn't know Alex Jones existed, and he still doesn't know what he's all about, man.
And someone who I'm not really particularly interested in film stars. I took this punk band on a tour. Crass was the band, and they're old now. They were big when I was in the early 80s. And O'Shea did all their graphics. So I took on a tour, and it's the same kind of thing. So we're on the horse and carriage tour of Central Park, and the guy's like, "Yeah, that's what Diana Ross said," and over here, oh, you heard him. They got Golden Girls Beyonce. She used to live in that apartment. He's telling us about all these celebrities, and nothing really about the history of New York and Central Park. All the celebrities live there. And when we're done, he goes, "What'd you think? Was that all right?" And I go, "Yeah." And then she says to him, "I'm not particularly interested in film stars." That hurt his feelings. So if you're not particularly interested in film stars, welcome. I should have been looking for the document while you were here. I don't think I've seen that before. Yeah, you've only played that once, I think. I was so excited. All right, this is a pretty esoteric segment. It's the love it or hate it. Some people, it's sort of like we do another thing called woman porn, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's not Playgirl. It is stupid TV shows where, like, a black surgeon is saving a man who's a criminal, and the police go, "Give us his blood," and they go, "Not without a warrant," and then the police arrest the black surgeon, making sure that this patient's rights are maintained. That's not a thing. It is in TV. Okay, this one is so bad it's good. Conan O'Brien is talking to Arsenio Hall about how he met him once. And what's amazing about this story is he skips over fascinating things that they both have insider baseball on, like Johnny Carson was viciously, furiously, passionately jealous about everyone who was close to him, especially Joan Rivers, and he exed her talk show without asking his permission, just appearing. And she was blackballed from the Tonight Show. And her manager, which was her husband, killed himself. That's an interesting story. The David Letterman Wars with Jay Leno, that was interesting. They made a whole movie about that. Remember? They gave some guy a prosthetic chin. No, not getting into that. I'm just gonna say I met you once and you were nice. Spoiler alert, I just gave away the end. Joan Rivers is a frequent guest on Johnny Carson's Tonight Show. She gets offered her own show. She does it, causes a major with Carson because he does not like that. She's on Fox. She does a show, it implodes, it doesn't work. The Beastie Boys were on it. But you had John on that show as a stand-up. Been successful on that show. And then when John leaves, they get someone to kind of, this thing's still on. So he has 11 weeks with just a set. And Joan, she's not coming back. I think her husband killed himself. Anyway, like, that shit that's like, but you know what it is? Celebrities get their asses kissed so much that they can talk about paint drying and everyone's just gotten soft. Their storytelling, they're out of shape, flabby.
Johnny Carson is the greatest TV show host of all time. Alex Jones is the greatest show presenter of all time, but as far as mainstream television goes, it's going to be and then Alex was on TV for a little while, but yeah, it goes Alex Jones and then Johnny Carson, man, and then everybody else like Robin Williams.
Why did
Jim Carrey, Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor, Red Fox.
What was the catalyst that sent him out of the studio? Why did the husband kill himself?
Colbert, Kimmel, Fallon, and the tall, skinny, redheaded fuck. What's his name again? O'Brien. Bohemian Grove. Remember? Well, anyway, so he's a human sacrificer Satanist. Well, anyway, yeah, this guy didn't believe abortions count toward a satanic ritual sacrifice. Guess it depends on who's doing it, huh? Well, anyway, none of these four fucks can even come close to scratching the surface of holding a candle to Johnny Carson. You can take that to the fucking bank. You can start a new bank with that.
And they went through a lot of guys letting them have the show for one night. From Wally Cox to Malcolm Jamal Warner to Suzanne Summers. Because I remember Suzanne Summers did very good. And in the end, they were between.
If there's any shadow of a doubt in your mind, look up the Johnny Carson show and watch him. You'll see exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
So, more or less say, why did you you're really good at this. Why don't you just, this show is ending, but why don't you take over until it ends? Now, here's the thing you don't know.
An actual genius, freedom-loving patriot. All three of those qualities brightly shine through in every fucking thing he talks about. Johnny Carson.
That show ends, and it's kind of a feeling like, wow, that guy did really well. Come back.
An actual freedom-loving patriot, comedian, genius. World hero.
Okay, and here's the thing you don't know. There's a replacement show after John's show. I don't know this now. Okay, so the Wilton Report gets. How did you know he doesn't know that? They're going to put on a show, host for it yet, but they get some writers before they even have the host. And who's the writer, Conan? And I get this call, and my writing partner and I go in, and we get offered jobs to write. We work. We haven't worked in a bit.
sure, we'll do it. We don't know what this is. Who are the hosts? They said, we don't know yet. We're going to find him. And so one of the first meetings we had was still, I think, finishing up your show. And we were just having an early introductory meeting. Here it comes. I heard there's, I go, is there any around here? They go, yeah, there's a snack room there. I go into the snack room, ready? And I see you were at the refrigerator getting something. And I said, oh, I knew who you were. I'm like, that's the guy who's been, you weren't holding down the fort. You were holding down the fort. And I was like, oh, hey, and you were so nice. You were like, drum roll. You were very gracious. And I was so glad this story goes like that. Excuse me, white meat. Well, you can call me white meat. White meat.
If that's the case, you call him black meat. Because he didn't say light meat, so why would I say dark meat? What are you, black meat? All right, black meat. And you're not even black, so you're really brown meat. What up, dark brown meat? What up, brown meat? What up, dark brown meat? You ain't black. What up, dark brown meat?
I fit into your life first.
You really want to talk about colors? Let's get specific. I'm tan, and you're dark brown. A couple of body parts that are almost white, but my upper legs are pretty white, you could imagine, but you ain't black. All right.
I don't give a crap. What? Arsenio has to put a button on the end of white meat. Just to give it something. At least he can see how bad that was. God, I hate it. So why does celebrity exist? I've always said this. I'm watching a movie. I actually stole this from Justin Theroux, another celebrity. But he says, you're watching Castaway. You see Tom Hanks. You don't see a guy stranded on an island. You see Tom Hanks. You know him. Oh, his son is Chet, that white boy summer guy. So you gotta really squint to pretend that's not Tom Hanks. It's not like acting hard. Like with the NBA, with the MLB, he's throwing a fastball at 102 miles an hour. That's
you see Chet.
A fraction of 1% of the population can ever hope to achieve that. So
you watch Castaway, and the whole time you're just like, what the hell is Chet's dad doing? All right.
God, I don't. Go check out my movie, How to Be a Man. I'm exquisite. And all you do is pretend to be the guy. It's retard maxing what it is. Don't.
What really, though, has Chet's dad been doing most of his life? In his free time. In his, maybe not so free time.
Well, think. We had a hell of a weekend trying to retard max. If you're not familiar with retard maxing,
Trying to retard.
You're old. I just learned about it too. It's basically don't worry, be happy. We got 10 seconds, so maybe you can tell us about it. Okay, I'll tell you about retard maxing after the break.
Everything I sell to you works. Obviously, that's the goal. So you get it, and you like it, and you want it. Everything I sell to you, you put deep research into, and I personally do. Now, I've been promoting Seal Lights for decades with great sponsors because they really work. I want to tell you what they are. Bigly, our sponsor, has a really high-quality, private label, top-selling brand, Rebel Private Label, we're bringing to you right now. We have precedent toxins, environment, with the chemtrail, all the garbage in the food. It is more important than ever to take zeolites on a regular basis, but not all zeolites are created equal. This is really a high-quality zeolite. Please do your own research, and then go to the yellowstonestore.com to secure our high-quality zeolite formula. Now let's go over just some of the incredible facts. We're swimming in toxins every single day. Metals from the air, chemicals in the food and water. Your body needs help finding, eliminating garbage before it builds up, destroys your cells. Enter zeolite detox defense, an advanced binding agent. This isn't some gimmick. Zeolite is a naturally occurring volcanic mineral with cage-like crystalline structure that acts like a molecular trap. Ion exchange and absorption, it selectively grabs positively charged toxins, heavy metals, ammonia, and other unwanted compounds But I've seen you working out with Liberty. Say you about before. I want you to take our medical grade, 30 minutes kick in, show your body. I'd like you to drink this, JE. Earlier when I appreciate it. I want to give you a true review. It doesn't work, tell me. Here it is, brother. Here it is. It looks just like the stuff from Doom, the water of life. You drink the juice of a strangled brown sandworm right now. Baron Harkonnen is not happy. We're gonna see what happens. 20 minutes later. I feel like my brain is clearer and working faster. It feels like my brain, my energy, and the accelerator on that. I felt it in my brain and my energy. Well, I'm gonna consider. I'm gonna get some before I leave. We're gonna give you a couple bottles of it, bro. We love it. It's amazing. Here's now thealexstowstore.com. Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones. That thing was at Coachella. I gotta say, the stage production was pretty cool, but I would rather pull out my own eyes. So that's enough of celebrity talent. I want to get serious for a second here. Trump. By the way, Sabrina apologized because
That was fun. That was boring as fuck. I thought he was bombing.
I think we're getting less apologetic.
I was going to say McGinnis is bombing, hosting the show. But the segment was actually called what boring celebrities? What did he say? Monotone celebrities.
Around now, like the past 2. So that's kind of old for her to apologize about not liking Arab thing. But I thought this was interesting. There's a satirical school paper, which is an interesting thing because we had Harvard Lampoon brought us national. Brought us Animal House. It's a stalwart of American comedy. All the Simpsons writers were from Harvard Lampoon. I'm in Harvard Lampoon, and it's where funny people get their start. And you're also kind of at your funniest in your 20s, right? Just moved out of your house and you get laid and interesting. It's a good time to be coming up with jokes. Not so much at 55, but this paper is illustrated for the disgusting, horrific jokes, and of course, they're apologizing profusely. Sorry,
If it means anything, you're acting 40. Just kidding. All right, I don't know.
Sean is at 1-6. You want the video first? Well, no, I want the tweet first. This is what's his name, Greg Lukowitz, I think. Fire that fights for free speech on Greg Lukianoff. I had dinner with him once. He cuts up all his food before eating it. That bothered me. Fire is deeply troubled by UNC satire. I mean, if there's one thing that is protected in the First Amendment, it's satire. And announce an investigation into protected student expression. The Daily Tar Heel. It's always as
He's showing us that he has $1,225 of remaining ads credits for his premium business account on X, I guess, or on Compound Censored. Compound Censored. I don't know.
University called University. It was called The Charlatan, The Trickster, and I did that backwards. They canceled all the comics I did. I've told this story 100 times, but one of our professors, I was the cartoon Charlatan at Carleton University in Ottawa, Ontario, and his name was Marvin Glass. He's dead now. He was head of the Canadian Communist Party, and he was our teacher, a professor of philosophy. And he burned down his office by accident. So I did a cartoon of him. He smoked a lot. Cigarettes everywhere, playing Bolshevik action figures, and his desk is on fire. And no, you can't do that because
charlatan. It's not the Wall Street Journal. So they go, no, just make it like cut him out of it. Okay, so I drew an ashtray with some Bolshevik soldiers. It still implicates it too much. I quit after this, by the way. You know what my last drawing was? It was a cartoon of fire. Because you don't know what fire looks like. Allow me to draw it for you. So this problem, I think, I'm talking about 1990 right now. So this problem has been going on since then. And you know what's funny? I looked at the older archive, and I was looking at the 70s, and over the top, racist, sexist, hilarious. The editor's photo was a penis with glasses on it, an actual penis, not even like blurred or anything. That was the editor's photo. How far are we falling? After calls for takedowns from student groups and student body president, the paper took articles down and apologized. After hours, a separate register also posted a TikTok sketch satirizing a stereotypical white student walking through an area of campus where predominantly students of color have historically. Now, this is what I really hate about when they attack satire. You don't know where the satire was going in art. So this girl does a snobby bourgeois tour of the crappy part of the campus. That could be mocking white people. Like it's a pro working class joke. So what you do to someone is you impute this motive on them that they don't have a choice. They didn't choose this motive. It's rape. You're raping this girl. But you're saying this is what you meant by that, by your art. And what does it produce? A world like that is great. You know, people would take Alex Jones's quotes out of context and said that they shouldn't have talked so recklessly where it could be taken out of context. If you're speaking in a way where nothing can be taken out of context and sound bad, you're not speaking in a colorful way. You're speaking in a drab or gray way. And that sucks. That's no fun. It's un-American too.
Or you
That's Soviet, that's China. I go down to the video. This is what they apologize.
Yeah, it's called outwoking the other person.
Guys for.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to be taking a step outside of Greece and a third world country, South Kansas.
It's like, oh, you can't say big because some people are fat fucks, right?
Now, you guys are thinking, isn't that like super deeper? The people here are like us, and I'm here to prove it. I just can't wait to bask in their culture and the truth is funny. But just in case, I brought some bodyguards.
Ready? That would be funny. That was fun.
Check. Let's do this.
They're mocking classism. I hate direct jokes when they're happening.
I'm surprised this place has roads and buildings. I always thought it was just desert.
We're at 2 o'clock. Touch anything. So you get the idea, right? It can't be that. You may not make that joke. What was the other thing in the next picture next to it? So that's the video from separate group. Back DI for whites. Now, if that was a joke that glorified black people, I'd not be apologizing, but you can't make jokes for that. And again, just like the video, you could argue that is mocking white people. It's actually kind of a politically, both of those jokes are kind of politically correct. But the authorities are so damn tyrannical that they can see controversy, slightly interesting take, and race, and they stop there, call you a racist, and make you apologize. I will never apologize for creating the Western world. That's what the Proud Boys say at every meetup. I'm a Western chauvinist, and I refuse to apologize for creating the modern world.
All right.
Speaking of refusing to apologize, let me allow me to be incredibly angry. My Trump. Okay, play that special, please. Okay, let's do this. I'll try to fill the dead air with chattering and try to keep you interested while we roll the thing that is coming up in a second now.
Oh,
You know who does a really good Trump impression? Everyone. Stop. It's like Alex Jones, doing Alex Jones' impression. So I'm sure this has been covered to death today. Covered after. I can't not talk about it. But Trump depicted 2-1. I think he's since taken it down, which is kind of an apology. He's not quite as bad. This is 2-1. And the weirdest thing about it is, so I think what happened is someone made fan art of him, and he just saw it as a holy figure, and he's like, cool, it's a drawing of me. My fans are probably like, I'm going to post it. And then instead of them going, Donald, it's not just a saintly figure, you're a guy, you're the son of God. I think that's a little blasphemous. Instead of them doing that, they go, his staff sees those, I guess they're soldiers above him, and just, that's the controversy part. Everyone in the White House is incompetent. So they changed them to demons because that's less controversial. So, and there you have it. But this is explained in the text above it. So the version that the White House put out. Wait, yeah, the photo was posted by Nick Adam, but someone from Camp decided it would be why ultra to add a demon. Holy crap! So everyone's real mad about that.
Well, those are the ones that were killed and rising to heaven now to be saved, right? That means we killed the Antichrist over there. We killed that fucking demon. We killed that. We killed the winged crowned. Evil piece of shit. Now, it cost us a couple soldiers, but did we kill a demon over there?
Even my wife was outraged. I'm not. I think it's funny. I don't know. My background is as a punk rock liberal kid. So, I mean, I am in the Knights of Columbus and we swear allegiance to the Pope. Promise never to criticize the priest or the Pope. I said to my hardcore Catholic friends, what am I supposed to do when the Pope says, open the borders up? And say he's misinformed. So I think this modern Pope is informed, but here was Trump crapping on him. Pope Leo was weak on crime, travel, for foreign policy. He goes on, I mean, I won't read the whole thing. But he said he was only chosen because he's American, and that the tax on me will have more power as an American. They should have hired his brother. His brother would make a way better pope. This was weak on crime with nuclear weapons. So, yeah, he hangs out with David Axelrod. I don't really see this as an attack on the Pope. He doesn't call the Pope a loser. Well, I guess he calls him. Tommy Robinson was much more.
We can
Go ahead. No, wait. Oh, we'll get to Tommy Robinson in a second. No, let's do it in order. Tommy Robinson called him a pussy. But I want to talk to you about this segue to discuss my weekend with the.
The Pope is a catacomb, skull and bones sucking pussy. Muslim invader, motherfucker. Jewish blackmail piece of shit. You're supposed to be the head of the Catholic Church, motherfucker. What the fuck is going on here?
I don't know. I think it's a good time to scare our enemies. I think Iran is at the.
What is the Pope's relationship with Antarctica? Because we know he's currently residing over the catacombs of Italy. The miles and miles of tunnels of human fragments, skulls, bones. So yeah, you know, this guy wasn't necessarily in the Yale faggot club jerking each other off with shit or whatever, but before he got to the Italian catacombs, he was over the Peruvian ones. Peru also has catacombs where entire cultures were genocided and buried, stuffed underground. So what are the Vatican's ties to so-called King Lucifer in Antarctica? Huh? Do you know? Because I say he, she, it is the tranny queen of Antarctica only. Jesus Christ is the king of this world. You may think you're the king of something. Antarctica would be about the extent of it, motherfucker. That's why you're hiding from us down there. What the fuck are you hiding from us in Antarctica? What the fuck is in Antarctica? What's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, the continent-sized no-fly zone, and what's in Antarctica?
The center of a lot of terrorist was Qatar, Qatar, pronounce it, and I hate them. And I see Qatar so far as the wicked middle.
Like it's a suicide.
I said it. It's gone down. Obviously, if it blows up and it becomes a quagmire, but
No, you're not supposed to pronounce it Qatar. I know somebody who used to live there. It's Qatar. It's not some fucking suicidal bitch slitting her wrists.
that's what's
We're going forward. No, I'm having fun with it. I don't know. I'm just chilling.
absolutely unapologetic about it.
I got to do
I
this.
talked about
back-
prospects and people in team, and when you go to fight, there's this whole sort of Roman phalanx where you flank your enemies on both sides. And he's like, "Yeah, it was awesome. I wish I could still do it today. I don't apologize for that. That seems to be what he said today." He goes, "It was fun," and I realized it's a sport. Soccer hooliganism is a sport. It's physical combat. There's no knives. There's no like hurting people's families. It's at a pre-arranged location, and they go there and beat the crap out of each other. There's even a mutual respect kind of thing. Like at one point, he told me he was getting arrested at the airport, and he could tell something was going to go down. So he saw someone from a rival football club and said, "Well, if I'll get arrested, can you make sure my wife keeps down, okay?" "No problem, Tommy. No problem." Like the way a boxer would talk to another boxer. So that was a wake-up call. I think they care more about the violence than the game. When I was with Tommy to look at the game, we spent more time down at the pub, spending £3 per year, than going up into the stands and watching the game. They have sort of these labyrinth of tunnels under the game, and that's where you go and get your pints. Whereas stadiums go up high. So yeah, Tommy's having a big thing on. I don't know. I went to the one on September 13th of last year. There was about 3 million people there. It was so cool about it. Charlie Kirk died that week. They played the national anthem. There was a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. There was Charlie Kirk flags everywhere. And in London, that Friday night, the night before the rally, there was a vigil with hundreds of people. And it just died. Yeah, 5 seconds. It was beautiful. So when we come back, we'll discuss May 16th.
So,
In Austin, Texas, there's not a single desk, workstation, or studio you can find half-empty product at AlexJonesStore.com. That's because we all put our money where our mouth is, and you can be confident that you're putting into your body absolute best supplements, nootropics, drink mix. So all of you who are on the fence about AlexJonesStore.com, what are you waiting for? And to all of you here at InfoWars Solutions, we'd like to say thank you for your support. Thank you for your support.
Sometimes she'll choose somebody even if he's fat, just because he has more money.
On the rise. Hey, last September, and it was pro Tronica. I think my theory is Lincoln has not had free speech ever up until 2000 on Twitter, and all of a sudden, and says this guy's a racist. This guy was harassing Muslims. This guy waterboarded Syrian down. No, that Sergio was threatening to rape his sister, and he just shoved him. And now the media and the government are the same thing. I mean, it's the British Broadcasting Corporation. It is the government. So they're not used to not controlling the narrative. They're actually working hard to shut down Twitter and Britain. So one of the reasons I think they identify with Charlie Kirk so much is they got free speech for the first time ever in 2020. Was it 4? So obviously when the messiah of free speech is killed, excuse my blasphemy, they feel it. So let me, if you're remotely near Britain or you're remotely interested in Britain, I mean, Britain is a dystopian time machine of where we will be in 5 years. So again, ignore it at your peril. But let's get my free ad here. May 16th. May 16th. Full nation, one kingdom. The World Media, the alternative media, the independent media, citizen journalists from every country in the world are descending on our capital city on May 16th. Your voice, your message is going worldwide. We've got world attention. Now, what comes with that? I'm excited because on September 13th, we laid the foundation for culture. It's going to grow. It's going to be bigger. It's going to be in central London, a new country. Why am I here now talking about this? From the days in English Defence League, what builds a cultural movement? Music. We have our own songs in the idiom. We have our own identity. That's what we're fortunate to do in the kingdom. It's true, we are. We're united, four nations, one kingdom. That's the name of our new song. We're releasing this song now. I ask you to learn it, share it. Everywhere I walk, every tree I walk down, we'll see on September 30th. Make sure May 16th is etched in everyone's mind, everywhere. Every video you make, every comment you make. I think it might be different. I think it might pop off, as they say. And I'm worried about Tommy Boy kids playing again.
Yeah.
List of crimes, what he actually did, if you actually look it up, it's exactly the same as Trump. 34 counts.
That freedom level.
That sounds really bad. I guess it's arson, rape, murder, child sex charges. They must be in them, like all the other criminals, right? We look up a career criminal rap sheet. There's a wide variety of horrific things. Work, lies, and darkness. That's the same with Tommy. Right now, actually, he's doing a talk tonight in Florida, at the University of Florida. But when he goes back, which is in a couple weeks, he's facing 10 years. Why is he facing 10 years? Again, I know you're a parochial, you don't have a passport, you don't care about Britain, but it's relevant. He's facing because he'd gotten so many threats. He said 13 major threats on his life. I don't mean like someone's rude on Twitter. I mean by law. I think it's called overt law. Someone was threatened and the police didn't tell him, and the guy was killed. So the police have come to his house 13 times and said you have a credible threat. He's on the front page of the ISIS jihadist newsletter with a target on his face. So anyway, he's on the lam with his wife and kids. He's got similar kids. And a reporter tracks him down, takes pictures of him, and doxes the hotel he's at. Like says what hotel he's staying at. While there's everything sort of an official fatwa out on it. So you're threatening like children's lives. And as I keep saying, you know, what God and left-wing liberal Karens have in common is they're happy to dox your house and put your children's safety in general.
You'd think our slave owners wouldn't have tried to do what they're doing in Iran, since they had a fatwa against nuclear weapons in Iran.
The mafia. I'm sorry, apparently. The mafia, Bloods and Crips. If your kids are around, they will not shoot. But wait till you're alone. Not liberals, not the Dems, not the media. They're happy to throw your kid into the wood chipper with you. That just shows they're demonic. So he showed the journalists. He sent the journalists privately, make it public, a picture of his own house, and he said, "How would you feel if I published this?" A announcement right now. I mean, this is just bonker town. What it does is just, look, what are you? I'm not kidding you. Ultra, what a, I just shut up about it, up about it, up about it. I mean, this is just bonker town. Shut up about it, up about it. Ultra, that's what at the outshowstore.com. It is beyond spectacular. The program leftists failed to silence. It's the Alex Jones Show. Before we get into Ireland, I'd just like to briefly get sexist, if I may, for a second. When I was in Britain, it's always been predominantly, but we finally have the mums, finally have the women. It was dangerous, so women didn't want to go to rallies and get in a punch up, and men didn't want them to either. I don't want to spend my time protecting you and not worrying about what's going on around me. But things calmed down a bit. I think Antifa started going to jail, and now women are involved. And there's something going on with boomer females. I guess it's handy when they're a Karen and they're like, "You should be fishing here." Okay, a lot of guys are not handling their business, and it's good to have someone call out, ne'er-do-wells, lunchtime rowdies, whatever they're calling, But the entitlement is just insane. Like at this event on Saturday, show pictures of do you have a video of America First? Yeah. You gotta see this place. It's way the hell out. It's an hour from, but that's good because Antifa's not gonna meet it there. I'm not scared of Antifa, but I don't feel like fighting. But it is the coolest place. Whenever I go there, I go, Joe, this place looks bad because it's sprucing it up. Like one of the 5,000 things you walk in there. Remember when Joe Biden wiped out on his bike? That's there, like in a corner, life size. He's got a mannequin with like a bicycle helmet and a bike. Oh, collapse. That's half of 1% of what is on that place. What's taking you so long? Find a good one. Find a good one. I sent a video when I was there. Tommy put a bunch of. Are you just looking on the internet? What did you say? Yes, I have one on my phone. I could have sent you. Okay. So. Hello.
Beers.
Oh, that's great, Sean. Thanks. Thanks for saying you had something when you have it. There. I'm gonna go for my stupid phone to ruin the whole show. That's the guy who owns it. Library. Notice your phone now. Finding it is an absolute nightmare. Where have I got it now? Are you showing it while I look? Yep. No, you're not. You're showing a guy sitting in a chair. There we go. That's a good shot at it. Pretty over the top, huh? So anyway, we're there, and when you're doing an event, you don't want to sort of drain the cheese, spoil the surprise by lounging around, especially when there's a meeting for him after. So you want to have some surprise rather than just. So on stage. And plus, I get nervous before shows, so I like to paint stuff. And these ones just walk in, talking Tom's ear off. I guess they're groupies, but like he's not interested. So eventually I go, "What are you doing?" And she said, "Oh, well, sorry, she was British. I think she flew out or something." And I go, "We're getting set up here, so like no one but security, people involved." All right. Here's another example. I walk up and this woman in a bit of rush. We don't know if we're gonna get jumped outside the event. Tommy and I have both been attacked at events like this. Pepper spray. It's probably not gonna happen on Long Island, but it's possible. So our hands on the swivel, and this woman stops him. "Oh, Tommy!" It's like, "Oh, you're right." He's overly like him and like Ezra Levant. I don't like talking to people, but I guess they both are in activism, so they're constantly
Get a new people.
on the swivel, and this woman just stops him. "Oh, Tommy!" It's like, "Oh, you're right." He's overly like him and like Ezra Levant. I don't like talking to people, but I guess they both are in activism, so they're constantly networking. I'm not looking for friends. Don't approach me if you see me in public. But you don't talk to
not
people
looking
for
for-
like an hour. So she bumps into me. She drops a piece of paper, and she goes, "Oh, that's yours." And she goes, "No, country like Britain, they see it. The demonstrations was fairness. So you better not get arrested for egging on the violence. Although Trump told them to be peaceful, and it didn't make them peaceful, right? I mean, sorry, it didn't make the media stop lynching him for promoting the violence. They call it his riot. They say he egged them on. In fact, Enrique Tarrio, the Proud Boys, the reason the sentence was so bad is because he refused to take a plea because it included blaming Trump for the violence and lying and saying that Trump told him to. If he had lied, he would have had nothing. So and now we move on to Ireland, where it's much smaller than. So they are seeing this invasion. Now it's called a fuel protest. Their fuel is about twice the price of what Iran is making it worse for them. So the government should ban it and down some taxes temporarily because farmers can't do their job, truckers can't do their job. So I've always accused Ireland of being too woke. They remind me of my home country, Scotland. They hate Trump with a passion. If you wear a MAGA hat in Ireland, it's going down. But they seem to be waking up. This is like the trucker convoy. Which, by the way, the trucker convoy in Canada, I think really, it was a major catalyst and it pushed especially working class people to stand up and fight back. I don't think you could possibly overstate how valuable that convoy was. Last 24 hours, Irish parachutes have shipped down the truck drivers, most suburbs of farmers have paralyzed cities. There's massive blockade. Garda, that's the police, threatened 6 months more. Defiance. Ireland is primed for revolution. You know what's insane about Ireland? They have Black Lives Matter there, and blacks bitch about slavery. Irish were slaves. Irish didn't have slaves, they were slaves. They were slaves in America. There's one place you can't argue about how horrible blacks were treated. It's Ireland. So it's going down. Started Ireland, created the IRA, shot you all through Mexico. The world's waking up. Although over in Australia, I think the world's going to sleep. Have you heard this?
He's machine gun you. Thomas Jefferson fucking machine gun you, bitch.
A friend. Go to 4 or 5. I was talking with this guy last night. He says, random criminal is appointed a judge. What are the criteria? The ex-con times becomes state's youngest ever judge. And, you know, the NYPD will settle a $5 million suit because all black juries $20 million, $200 million, just out of tribalism. They don't care about justice. Juries are totally polluted in this country. Look at Alex Jones. Look at that case. Look at Tommy Robinson. So this is a Western problem. He invented justice with Carter. Top of the heap. Now we're trying justice. So don't separate Ireland from
Oh, you can't go back anymore. Huh. Background check for this job.
I can't remember. I wonder if I'm asking too much of my phone right now.
Too many war crimes? If so, let us know. Yes. Wait, that's 3-6? There's a tweet above it. Do you want the text? No. Well, go to 3-7 there. Because that's a good response to it. So, what's hell? Sorry. He's also accused of Sparta-ing some guy. I talked to him last week, right? I spoke to an Afghan veteran who told me in Afghanistan, offering to pay random Afghans to go forward my allegations. So this guy is like a superhero, right? And so this happened 15 years ago. There's zero, but they say, well, one of his fellow Green Berets, whatever, special services guys, special services, have testified against him. And what exactly did they say? Well, I think what did was the 21 full incidents. That's the argument that's being fought. Because 21 SS guys came out against it, 21 guys side against it. That's what actually happened. Guys did testify. So during the defamation trial, what else? And in actual fact, many didn't want to testify. In that defamation trial, one of the said he could join the trials and they don't want to help. And also, that trial said, I still the fact that they his testimony and not like physical evidence, not obviously fragmented analysis, whatever explanation or alibi, etc. And people, special investigator, whatever, has some secret evidence they haven't at all. But fundamentally, Ben Roberts-Smith is innocent until proven. What a lot of people aren't picking up on is the level of witch hunting that is being done against, particularly I'm going to bring this back to America. I'm always self-conscious when I talk to about another country because they always roll their eyes, and I'm the same way. About the non-West, I couldn't care less about a mudslide in Sri Lanka, but we're all interlinked, and I'm going to show you in a second. That's them arresting him. That's to blur his face everywhere. Go to 3-9. They said he kicked Ali Jan in the chest, sent him falling backwards over a cliff before he landed on the ground. They said that he ordered another soldier to shoot him dead. They say he was involved in the death of Afghan nationals. The victims were not taking part in hostility at the time of their murder.
sent him to go kill people, and you don't like the way he killed people, and you really hunted for examples of that. We're out of Afghanistan. It was a complete disaster. We deeply regret going there. We deeply regret Syria. We deeply regret Iraq. But as of today, Iran's just fine, thanks. So go to 4-1. So that's far away, right? It's like a 20-hour plane ride away. It doesn't concern me. Well, Tommy Robinson is a 6-hour plane ride away. That's as close as the Canadian border. Montreal's 6 hours away from here. We're getting closer. So what is this here? April 5th. Oh yeah, this is intense. This is an ideal Southern California spring day. As I'm walking out to take the kitchen garbage out, I turn around the corner and pass a big white windowless van. All of a sudden, the door swings open and this tall, uniformed guy steps out and he's paper and says, "Are you David Daleiden?" And he says, "I'm with the California Department of Justice. We have a search warrant for your home." And I think to myself, "Oh gosh, what's going to happen next?" So about 5 or 6 California people started stomping through my apartment. The other 5 of them standing on a lawn outside. Some armed AR-15. Some of them had canine dogs with them. They had come for me. In 2013, I began and orchestrated an almost 3-year-long, very in-depth, comprehensive investigative journalism study about the harvesting and trafficking of body parts from late-term abortions. There's multiple violations and multiple issues that you very quickly start to learn about when you look into it. There's the basic problem of selling body parts, where you're basically creating a system, creating transactions, creating business relationships that incentivize the objectification, the destruction of human beings in order to keep the business going. So for about 30 months, we went undercover with the explicit purpose of partnering with some of the biggest Planned Parenthood abortion clinics in the country to send their technicians in, harvest body parts from that were being done that day, and package up the parts and ship them off to different customers all around the country, sometimes around the world. In July of 2015, we began to release the Undercover video series. I had been hoping that this was something that would generate 100,000. Instead, what happened was even bigger than I could imagine. Within less than we had close to 3 million on YouTube of the first video, and multiple congressional committees announcing that they were launching federal investigations of Planned Parenthood's involvement in fetal trafficking and fetal experimentation. The truth got out there, and the words of Planned Parenthood's own leadership describing their organization's participation in these activities went viral and was being publicized for the whole world to see. Looking back on it from the information that we know now, I now know what's going on was that Kamala Harris, at the explicit instruction of Planned Parenthood, had targeted me, and me alone, among all undercover video gatherers in the state of California, to enforce the California video recording law against me and to punish me for speaking the truth about her powerful campaign donors at Planned Parenthood. Okay, so we get the idea that that's worth looking into. They harassed him, they killed him, they tried to jail him. And it was all for speaking truth to power, as the left keeps saying. And yes, that was 2013. This is why he says, "My price is my life." This is what he does for a living. That guy's terror. Took 11 years to feminize himself over one story. People accountable. Nobody is held accountable because the people who have the power to do so are afraid of the retaliation. It is different. It is low the truth. And there's a final charge dismissed against David Daleiden for exposing Planned Parenthood. So that's April 2nd. And this information began his investigation in 2013. Over 10 years of persecution for this guy. So while we mock Australia and Ireland, Britain, being totalitarian states and free, we're not. Look at, and there's 2-2 justice. Look at this 4-3. Apparently, if you
Thank you, God, for allowing that conversation with the gentleman earlier. Thank you for allowing me to be live right now on YouTube and Rumble. Thank you for the freedoms we still have. And thank you for allowing us to take our freedoms back that have been forced, removed. Amen.
A person of color and you vote Democrat, you can run over cops. That's perfectly reasonable. Got that guy, huh? Very athletic. So, in Charlotte, North Carolina, when a man's cop the car gets 3,000 bond, leaves jail. So tell me about this. Still in jail. Second man with car 3 weeks later gets $10,000 bond. Jail. Currently walking free. So what is the pattern here? We have two-tier justice. We don't prosecute blacks because it's embarrassing, and they vote Democrat. And when they're on a jury, 4-4, we don't get justice. So we have a justice problem in the Western world, and it's just as bad here as it is everywhere else. Oh, this case was grim. I mean, you've seen this one, I assume, right? 1 minute, just so you know. Zoom out. I will keep it light when I come back. Jury trials don't work because they no longer trials are justice by peers, but rather ethnic head counts that are determined by the preference of the jurors, particularly black and Hispanic jurors show a notable tendency to side with their ethnic group against the evidence of the case in the racial one. I read too that whites tend to overcorrect and be harder on white perps because they don't want to show bias, whereas the tribalism works the normal way with everyone else.
That's funny.
And the common thread here too is look at the victims. Like when everyone's calling Tommy Robinson a Zionist, he's out there trying to stop girls getting raped in Britain, and they are getting raped to the tune of thousands. That child was murdered, and the jury went soft on him because of tribalism. Half the time, when the judges are black and they feel like they have to protect the brother. That seems to be the pattern, I'm afraid. So I don't know what we do about this. We've got to reboot the justice system in the Western world.
CIA classified documents from last week, Operation Artichoke, to poison vaccines put supply in the water to dumb us down and make us controllable. Now new documents about ESP control, how we're really electrochemical systems, liquid crystals, the pineal gland, and how most people have microscopic to actual large worm infestations. Not from cats, you name it, like Kennedy has one in his brain. And they didn't tell the public most cancer, breast cancer, brain cancer is worms. And now it's all over the place. Joe Rogan talks about it. I have for years. But here it is. Scientists are figuring out now. The CIA put 62 dewormers could reverse most cancers and didn't tell the public. That's mass murder. Here it is.
Why parasite medications work against cancer cells? And it turns out that the parasites mitochondrial substrate level phosphorylation in the tissue. And bendazole, fenbendazole kill these parasites. So I tried a cancer cell, and sure as hell, it targets the mitochondrial substrate and glycolysis. So we have a mechanism now why parasite medications are working. But cancer is not a parasite. All these people say, oh, cancer is a parasite. It's not a parasite. Parasites and tumors use a common metabolic pathway, and a drug that works against parasites can be very effective against cancer. And that's what we begin to see, especially under nutritional ketosis.
To be clear, anti-parasite drugs cut off the same mechanism in cancer, but we now know and have known that a lot of cancers from parasites, it's double good. And I don't sell that, but you can buy it online. And my medical doctor told me years ago, take this once a year as a regimen. I do. That's important information you might want to write down, folks. Okay? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you can look it up. Go to the UN's own website. They admit it. Over 2 million people have cognitive disabilities because they do not have enough iodine. In the 20s, they found this after put in the salt, IQs went up about 20 points on average, 15, 20 points. Well, we have the very best atomic iodine in the world, has been available in several years, ladies and gentlemen. But we have the original X2 bag, but even stronger, pure atomic. Atomic isn't radioactive, it means it's on the periodic table. It is absolutely pure. And I mix that with ultra methylene blue that is also on record good for your pineal gland and reversing the calcification, the rest of it. Doc Chambers on, medical doctor, special forces colonel, Army colonel. And I said, what do you think methylene blue is? I've been on since 2004. When I got blown up in Iraq, I had brain damage because it blew away the sheath that's on my nerves. And when they did research, they found out that they had studies going back over 100 years on methylene blue helping regrow the sheaths on your nerves and all the rest of it. Well, we've got the best methylene blue, and I just mixed iodine with the methylene blue with this water. I'm going to drink this, and this is pure rocket fuel. So good for your body. Essential iodine with methylene blue together is amazing. Pretty scary looking too. So, by the way, the product is available right now at thealexstore.com. It's free. It's X2 back even better at thealexstore.com. So for all the fans that wanted it, everybody that wanted to get it, we've had it for over a year. It is back, reborn, like the Phoenix, even stronger, exclusively available through our sponsor, thealexstore.com. But regardless, our methylene blue, our iodine is the best, and it does so many other things: libido, stamina, energy. It skips the oxidation process in the cells, the methylene blue, and iodine works very similarly. They go together like a horse and carriage. Get them both now. There's also another big sale as well at thealexstore.com, and I thank you for your support. Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones. We now take you live to the Central Texas Command Center in the heart of the resistance. You're listening to the Alex Jones Show. So I guess we were talking about racism in a sense. I mean, you're talking about justice failure, and we have a white warrior persecuted for doing nothing, and have people of color allowed to run over cops and kill dads because of their race. Canada's talking right now about codifying into law race-based sentencing. In other words, whites get much harsher sentences than blacks because they know not what they do. That's illegal. How are we going back in time? How were we more civilized in 1979 than we are today? How are we so much dumber? Why are we wearing Crocs and pajamas all the time? So let's confront this. Let's discuss racism for a little bit.
What other else could I have done?
So maybe we should start with 6ix9ine. That's a sexy number. I saw this video about this kid who had to wear special shoes. And he seems like a great kid. He's 7 feet tall. His shoes are Nike, and I forget who else refused to make him his own shoes. But Under Armour came in. So he loves Under Armour. Wait, is that 6ix9ine? 6ix9ine. Okay, go to 6'8" then. Spoiler alert. So it's a cute little, local news piece about how Under Armour came in. His shoes are insane. They're in the Guinness Book of World Records. That's what I think this is, right? Yeah. So Eric Kilburn Jr. All American kid. I mean, I feel like it's kind of unfortunate to be that huge. Like you can't sit on a plane. But it's a heartwarming story. Click on the link. Maybe there's a video there. Go down a bit. Okay, Bigfoot guy. Don't show me your gross feet, dude. Okay, enough. Foot fetish site. So there's no video there. Doesn't look like it. Oh, shoot. I should have included it. But then, anyway, I'm doom scrolling so much, I see this other kid. And that looks like the cute kid who got the shoes made by Under Armour. It's such an old story. Is this what our culture, is this how polluted our culture has become? That this all-American quarterback, this 7 foot tall
record Super Kid, sponsored by Under Armour, is speaking in Ebonics and talking about how he's cheap, which I believe I'm in the Gangster's Disciples, which is one of the most violent gangs in America, which you clearly are not in. I've never seen a non-black member. And then I asked Glock, and Glock says, "Yeah, that's the same." Again with the clips, I've got them. I think we get. Let's let it go a little bit longer. What you think? Stars. Anyway, sorry. I keep forgetting you can't swear. He talks about how hot his girl is, shows the hundreds of dollars in his pocket. He doesn't pull out a gun, but he alludes to having one. And then says he's in disciples. So, garbage culture is perfect part of our life. And it just creates more animosity. It's not a good thing. And now you have these kids that get told they suck and they're the most horrible culture on earth. So then they adopt a non-white culture and they end up with that terrible culture, gang culture. But this is what drives them there. Listen to this guy discussing what white people are like. As the most disgusting foul creatures on the planet, you might have one or two white people out of it that might be okay. White, we don't have to show you our ugly. We're gonna make sure we show you the ugly of everyone else. Like white pause. Being white, you don't have to show you our ugliness. What are kids exposed to in kindergarten through college? I wouldn't be surprised if this very video was in a class. This could be, if you wrote this out as an essay, it would be a total mainstream, well-accepted academic essay that your daughter and son would be told to memorize and submit a book report on. So what are you talking about? Only allowed to show the ugliness of other people? I'm probably gonna get in trouble for even showing this segment. And I live behind a paywall where you have to give your credit card and your address and a secret password to hear my evil thoughts. And I'm the only one saying it out of a few others. As far as mainstream news go, no one is saying this. Everybody is ugly and we're the only pretty, we're the only good one. And even if you point out our ugly, go bypass that. Oh no, that's not. Donald Trump can look at you with a straight face and say, "I'm not even Epstein Files." Donald Trump can tell you, "I'm not pus." This guy's so thick. And we didn't say we're prettier than you. Everyone talks about how beautiful Lizzo. Every TV show has the white guy, Spider-Man, sees the black girl, is like Zendaya, and he's like, "Wow, she's perfect." And black women do nothing but wear white like hair. Indian, anything with black hair. So I'm not doing this.
Black girl in this superhero movie.
I'm not going to go to war with Iran. Go to war with Iran. All we had to do was say, America just. First of all, I'm one of the only people left who's still on the Trump train. Everyone is furious with him about this. And what was the previous one? Epstein. Oh yeah, you don't know what the Epstein files are. You don't realize that every time when Trump takes one of his planes and doesn't go to the island, it still counts as being in the Epstein files. Every allegation against him that someone randomly makes sends in an email. That's now in the Epstein files. So no matter what's submitted, it gets in. It includes everything. Does this guy think he was on the island? I think the mainstream left believes that he's a pedophile. It's hard to say that white people do the nasty, disgusting. Like the fact that that clip exists and can go viral and is on a talk show, disproves it. It's literally impossible
Google, just very quickly, this initial break, is really just AdSense narrative garbage. So I asked very easily, full list of Rick Rubin produced albums in chronological order. Now, I had to restart my computer, so you're not going to see the initial one, but it did start with this.
Kevin McGinnis, he's
Is that a
going in
list?
on him.
Or is that a bunch of websites click on because they have ad revenue with it? And then, you know, it says it takes this one. It gave a list likened to this one on the bottom. But refuse to do the more modern stuff. Why is that? Why is that? Well, it's programmed by people. It's programmed on purpose to be deceptive and bring into their narrative. We're going to talk more about that and those terrible takes by McGinnis after this.
We have two products.
There's
One is
terrible
Ultra
takes
Energy.
to begin
It's very
with.
simple. High quality fusion of organic caffeine that is time released with a very strong dose of high quality L-theanine that relaxes you.
I like how they're going in.
And phone will take it for test. Caffeine, you take the two together, it gives you smooth, continual release of energy for up to 10 hours. A fabulous product, Ultimate Energy. And then, when it's nighttime and it's time to chill, Ultimate Chill. A dose of L-theanine and a big dose of ashwagandha root that gives you rest, relaxation, and better, deeper sleep. It's also great for your immune system, your whole body. Good, clean energy and good, clean sleep. Products are amazing. They're now available at thealexjonestore.com. While you're there, the Ultimate Blue, get our incredible iodine, T3, bovine colostrum, and so much more at thealexjonestore.com. Funding the second American Revolution worldwide and taking the globalist on head on.
We'll find out in a moment. All right, yes, all right. Thought we hadn't heard about this. So we're going to get back to the AI and the bad takes because it's extremely important. So, as I just showed everybody, I asked the AI person, it's really easy. Okay, and I wanted to do it without the AI. I could have gone probably like 9 type site and found it out.
I officially cleared my chest.
I wanted to see after the nonsense ad report what it was going on. So, like I said, first of all, it checked this. Did not get a response here. That response was what I kind of showed you with the bullet points. But then I say I asked for a full list. Nothing else. Please provide with literally directing the AI for no other context. What highlights? But hey, let's go through some of these highlights for Gavin McGinnis. He doesn't love great music. We talked about License to Ill with the Beastie Boys. And notice in this one, it doesn't even tell you some of the artists. We'll get to it. I mean, produced Slayer albums, Rain and Blood. Say what you want about Slayer, I get it. That's some heavy metal. Red Hot Chili Peppers throughout their career. California King, Blood Sugar Sex Magic, One Hot Minute, very underrated album. I'm a big Tom fan. The Heartbreakers, Without the Heartbreakers, Wildflowers, man. Are we gonna see this point? Toxicity. Again, you don't love great metal. I do. Audio Slave's album, Death Magnetic with Metallica, and I specifically remember in Austin, Texas, back in earlier InfoWars days, the InfoWarrior days, and loving that album, loving it. I'd go through like 15 other albums. I'm gonna let Gavin McGinnis do some research. Apparently he doesn't. Back to the frustration with the AI. So I keep going through, and I ask it why it's not. When I ask, I say it again. Biological. Okay, I said you did it again. What did it do? It gave me a bunch of ads again. So this is the same way. AI is trash, everybody. Dan, come on. Dan, everybody. You could say it was a cover album of Johnny Cash, but that just wouldn't be correct. Okay. Quickly, before we get into Bilderberg, another horrible take by him. Trump. He talked about remaining on the Trump train. Now, I'm never on that train. I've called balls and strikes. I've liked a lot of the rhetoric and some of the action, especially in globalism. And I'm gonna say the narrative. We're gonna go to an article over here in a moment over at the New American, and I spent some time with the probably a little over a year and a half ago, time flies, and Adam and kind of saying the first guy that's gone off the reservation, but there were still troubling aspects. And obviously Iran is probably around that election cycle when he's coming back. And look, I voted for the guy 3 times. I just want to make that extremely clear. And say it's the lesser of two. I had a little bit more hope in 2016 than I did in 2020. But I mean, I've been covering Joe Biden before he was, a zombie dementia patient that nobody in the media was reporting about. All you had to do was watch the debates. 300 Joe. Very clear. I mean, as a human being, I think wrong. I think wrong too. I think we should all admit that with humility. And I thought there was no chance that they were going to, choose Joe Biden, Democratic nominee. My money at the time wasn't on Kamala Harris because she pulled so low. It's unbelievable how much she pulled low in that 2020 before they put her in 2024. And, had her as like, I don't even know, it's the face of the vice presidency. She did absolutely nothing. Like, it was incredible how little she did. I thought they were going to try to throw you grandma oatmeal, right? Bernie gets a little on his socialist policies, aka actually benefit people in his life, right? It's too much. But grandma oatmeal, aka Elizabeth Warren, like the perfect fit, checked up in the identity politics boxes. Nope, they went Joe Biden. So again, I voted for Trump 3 times. I'm unashamed. At least, talking about climate.
He just said Joe Biden.
Paris Accords. Those are important things. Not just totally flooding the border. Those are important things. Not advocating, and mentally disfiguring your children sexually. Because those drugs, it's oversauce. You want to know why? I mean, first of all, obviously, there's something mentally wrong with that child at that point if they're going along with the madness, right? You add the type of drug, it's over. It's over. You talk about crimes against humanity. So again, on board with that. Okay, the Trump train has been dealt with this Iran thing, and look, actually admitted that it's one of the few people there, right? And we're going to get that a lot more. But I just want to say this about it. I watched the UFC. And honestly, I would have went to Bilderberg, but I had to go out to Des Moines for my niece's regional volleyball thing. Family first, always, and I hope that you guys feel the same way. And by the way, knowing stuff, being born, that also helps your family because then you have to discern. Ignorance is not bliss, right? So watching the UFC and Trump comes through, Marco, I think Don Jr. It's to UFC when he had first been reelected, with the mustard and all the others. It was go watch it. And people erupted. They were so disturbed by the last, 4 years of what they've been through. Again, with an onset demand, who couldn't fall. They cheered like crazy. Go watch it. And I think the first answer, as we went over to see Dan Bongino. You think Bongino's popular essentially an extension of
Went
boomerism.
over there and said, "We got him."
Conversation, and that we'll probably get into in a bit. But the red line times at this point militarily, right? I had the first Trump presidency, the first 2016. In fact, that same meeting that Gavin was with is the first time I got to sit down and talk to Harrison Smith. And obviously, Harrison normally hosts this program, hosts the Alex Jones Show today. And Harrison and I were having a discussion. I believe Rob Dew was in Texas. Maybe smile your Texas, too. Real smile, not just the LOL. And we were talking about Trump and military action. I'm like, yes, it's great that we have
We will get us some water.
Afghanistan and Iraq. Well, I mentioned Yemen and the drone bombings and how 100%. 100%. And what that is it's real. And you have to
Trump did him. Obama and Obama.
Megyn Kelly, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson. That's it. I don't think all of this is theater. Although a lot of the world is a stage, and that's why business over everything else. It's over everything else, and that's what's the genius of Alex Jones.
Hey, stop it. Stop that. You gotta stop marking. You're good at it. But stop barking, okay? Stop barking so much. Okay, stop barking. It's not raining. We didn't. I did. I think you had to anyway, so it's okay. Sure. Yeah. I don't need a bag for you. Yeah, thank you.
Bill Christian. Should I go there? Just leave the jobs. It's time to get rid of this pillow. Yeah. Just buy a new cushion each time. It's time to get rid of this pillow. Let's go buy a patio furniture cushion. Let's buy a patio furniture cushion from the outdoor department at Walmart. Inside October 7th. The forced stand down.
Anyway, okay? Instead, Palm Beach Pete goes viral. A fake AI of Epstein around Tel Aviv goes viral. When things of that nature, okay, are everywhere and on repeat, parents trying to take a step back and really ask yourself why that's being promoted. Okay? Look, sometimes the truth does go viral. But boy, do we have to fight, kick, scratch, and back. Let's just show and give you a narrative example. So go do it. Type in Bilderberg right now, which is, again, a technopoly. Like that's what it is. It's nothing else. A technopoly. It's an extension of the national security agency.
What did that click on?
The agency. Sergey Brin, back in the Disney, Larry Page, back in the Disney, when they're creating their algorithm before Google is basically a platform, right? Before it's Chrome, before it's the Chromebook, before it's Android, before it's any of that. It's just a website you go to search things. Yeah, NASA and
DARPA helped them with that, gave them the algorithm for that. Is it any wonder? Is it any wonder that NASA and Google are still in bed together on quantum computing and mechanics and artificial intelligence? I mean, they're the ones that put the public spin on it. Oh, there it is. I mean, guys,
No, thank you.
totally and completely wild. And we can't make that connection. And by the way, they're a Bilderberg. So here's their search engine. Let's take a look. And by the way, their search engine is excluding at least one article, but this shows you the mainstream nowhere. And I was hopeful. You know, I was actually talking to my good friend Charlie Skelton, who has done amazing work on Bilderberg the past couple decades. He hasn't even put out an article. I don't know if they mentioned him. And he's able to get either like the London Guardian or another European publication to let him do one. Oh, and get a little more refresh. And just so it's sorted by date. So Josh Friedman, we're going to talk about who's down there covering this for years as well. He wrote something that's on the Cal Coast News. We went over the New American article. That's it. We got Democratica 4 days ago. This is a week ago. And it's just a Georgetown journal. It has nothing to do with the current meeting. 4 articles. Now, there was an article like a week or so ago, like this is April 8th, not even, and that doesn't show up in Google's little narrative management center, where Borje Brand, again, just like Mandelson, is no longer part of the steering committee and going to Bilderberg, at least officially. Neither is Borje Brand. Maybe I'm pronouncing I could butchering it, but that shows the effect, okay, of people like you refusing the Johnny Nonsense narrative. Refusing to say case closed and that we know everything about. We know a fraction of what was going on with Epstein and arms dealing and human trafficking and blackmail, okay, and narrative management. And dare I say it, 9/11, maybe before and after, we don't know. A fraction of what we know. When those emails come out, we know that they're not the real important stuff for your email is call me. It's call me. Will we ever know the depth of those conversations? I don't know that we will. I know that we got to keep fighting for the truth because the truth matters. So when we get back, we are going to go over the agenda and participant list of the emergent Bilderberg, why it's so important, what they may or may not have been talking about, the significance of those points, and much more. Go check out the AlexJonesStory.com right now and support the InfoWar.
My people perish for lack of knowledge. That's what the Bible tells us. Another way to say it is, those that don't know history are doomed to repeat it. God has given us compounds in nature that aren't just important, they're vital, they're essential. If you don't have oxygen for 4 minutes, you die. You don't have water for 4 or 5 days, you die. You don't have food for a month, you die. And why is that? Because there's nutrients in food you need that are essential. Well, iodine is one of the essential nutrients. We have massive shortages of it in our depleted soils. Now, I have a CIA classified document on the hit here in just a moment. But first, I want to show you a few headlines. Study 2 million people suffer from vitamin and mineral deficiencies, particularly iodine, the #1 cause of cognitive disabilities in the world today. Here's another one. Salt smarts. Now, iodine has increased America's IQ. Starting in the 20s, we had super low IQ like iodine. They put it in 15, 20-point increase. My point is, this is a known fact. It just got declassified 2 weeks ago. In the 50s, they said we've been tasked by the big tax-free foundations, the Rockefellers and Carnegies, to dumb down the American people. But we're going to put poisons in the food, the water, and the vaccine to dumb them down to make them more manageable. Absolutely incredible. So right here, ladies and gentlemen, I have taken a few drops of our new T3, even better than X2, pure atomic iodine, and mixed it with our medical grade methylene. Both of these supercharge your cells, clean out your body, and counter the effects of the things now being admitted by the CIA. This fluoride calcifies the pineal gland and jackets your cells where they cannot transmit. Now, I've been telling you this for decades. They have major studies, but now here it is. CIA declassified research body amoebas and eat your breast, your liver, your brain, you name it. And they call it a tumor and cancer, but they're just areas of your body that have been chewed out. Now, you that's what countless doctors and scientists know I'm talking about this. Not all cancer is this, but the majority of it from studies is, and they are again telling you that you just got to die. And if it's not an infection of parasites in your brain or whatever, if they hit it with radiation, it kills the parasites. But the radiation also kills your regular cells. Turns out the majority of people in the world have one form or another of parasite. Here's the Daily Mail. CIA faces furious backlash after hidden document. The potential cure for cancer is declassified after 16 years. We've talked about this for many, many years. You're totally vindicated again. And right now, we finally have the original pure iodine back with even stronger, now known as T3. The original X2 is better at thealexjonestore.com. Again, ladies and gentlemen, T3 and what it does for your body is amazing. So for a limited time, you get T3, our new iodine, the very best ever, at thealexjonestore.com. If you're a VIP member, for 50% off. Regular customer, 25% off at thealexjonestore.com. It funds the operation. Total win-win. Now, methylene, 30 minutes on average. Iodine takes about 2 weeks to kick in to get the full effect, but it is just as amazing. You are insane if you don't go to thealexjonestore.com right now. You got our Ultra Methylene Blue and the new brand better than X2. The same formula is stronger. It's available right now at thealexjonestore.com. And thank you so much for your support.
We're talking Bilderberg 26 narrative management. And earlier I just showed Josh Friedman's work. Okay, so Josh Friedman has this great article out there, and in California, funding poors and Bilderberg despite tech elites only in state, and that is 100% correct. All right. First and foremost, we have to understand that Texas, these are true battleground states just by their sheer size. Okay, not only their geographic locations, but their sheer size and population. Period. The cities that have been built there, the structure that has been built there. All right. So yeah, there, and especially the corruption. Like, it doesn't get much more corrupt than New York and California politics. Good luck getting somebody who's halfway honest in there. And I wish that weren't the case, but it really is. You got to think locally, right? And when you can, act globally. And, I'm out here in Iowa when I can, and also on the border of Illinois, another extreme corrupt state, just because of Chicago. That's another. I'd probably just name the top 4 in the country, for infrastructure and really narrative management. What can and can't be allowed, and the driving corruptions that you see in those states. Now, Bilderberg in particular, I just showed you the article. Friedman also got just a short video of MI6 chief Brazi departing. That's only 5 seconds long. But my man Dan of Press for Truth did this short little video, and you'll actually get to see Friedman in it, of Ann Applebaum of the Atlantic, who's been there a lot. I think a lot over the last decade. Don't know if she's missed one in the last decade. Also making her way out.
So here we have Ann Applebaum, one of the largest mainstream media outlets, inside the conference. And she's trying to make her super interestingly. That's her in previous years. And I think she knows who we are now because to us. But now she understands where we're coming from, and is
And we don't think that elitists, the predator class, the power structure, the Anglo-American Empire / alliance get to meet in secret. Yeah, it's a problem. And as I'm going to show you, it's not just the Atlantic. Warner Brothers, bigger than ever. Now they're a big part of narrative management. You better believe that. The Economist, they're there. What is it? Axel Springer with Matthias Döpfner. Döpfner's there every year. In fact, they've gotten Döpfner several times. So let's get into the open agenda, the public face of Bilderberg, right? What they put out, and give people an idea of when at least these people know when the next meeting is going to be. It at least is like 6 to 7 weeks out. And in the Epstein emails, that's kind of apparent. You have Mandelson emailing Epstein about going to Chantilly, Virginia, going to Virginia for Bilderberg, I believe in 2012. And saying this is April email, it's going to be like the 3rd week of May. So they at least know then when it's going to be. I really feel like this one got moved up after the escalation in Iran and the reality of not only the military geopolitical repercussions, but the financial and economic ones, obviously. And of course, controlling those narratives. So the very first thing on the list, and this is their official list, bilderbergmeeting.org, is artificial intelligence and Arctic security. Okay, we're going to start right there on the full stop with those two in mind, because actually they integrate the thing. What do you mean? Well, AI and these data centers, first, wildly unpopular, and for good reason. They're awful. They are absolutely 100% terrible. But Jason, you just used AI. I use the tools available to me, despite the fact I know that they are part of command and control systems, because I have to. And I have to point out their overt deceptions and the hypocrisy they create everywhere. And even within my own life, right? Like I'll post this on YouTube after this, despite the fact that I was taken off of YouTube, I think 5 separate times during the COVID-19 nightmare. Despite the fact I was demonetized for 5.5 years. And by the way, with narrative management, don't you guys? I mean, they brought back some channels. They brought back Dan's channel. They brought back Corbett's channel. There was word on the street Alex Jones was going to be able to come back. Remember that? Remember that post that they made? That everybody was going to get wiping the slate. Hey, what happened when InfoWars tried to get back on YouTube? I'd encourage them to try to do it again. Because they said it was like a time, we're not ready yet. Well, how much? What was that, 4, 5, 6 months ago when Alex did that? So I use it if I can. With artificial intelligence, I mean, I should have played this one video that I played. I don't even know if I played it on my channel. Maybe we'll find it in the next hour and play it. But essentially, it's this guy who bought his house like in 2008 or 2009, likes the area, in Michigan, and now his home is worth $0. The massive hum. Forget about what else with those data centers and the amount of energy they're producing, might be detrimental to the environment around it. Who knows, right? We've all talked about the kids playing under power lines, that joke, right? It's the sound alone. Your house is worth $0. Sorry. And do you think that the companies are going to, the only way they're buying that out, and they'll buy it out for pennies on the dollar, if they are going to expand the data center, residential neighborhoods. That's one. Now, what do I mean by Arctic security? I know the flat earthers are going to go, wow, Arctic's got new with the ice wall. Number one, Greenland, obviously, a part.
Sorry for being so negative earlier. But it does feel good to get stuff off my chest.
Of that conversation, I think the Prime Minister of Denmark, we'll show it to you, is on the attendee list this year. That's one aspect of it. And I think that Greenland, there are numerous reasons they want it, but if they put data centers in the Arctic, if they are able to maneuver a way to power them outside of the public view and cool them outside of the public view, because these things get extremely hot, right? That's half the battle, is the fact that they are using so much fresh water in the areas they currently are without the next gen technology that they intend to supply to these data centers, especially the massive ones like Facebook's Meta wants to put together, the ones that are like 2/3 the size of Lower Manhattan. I'll repeat that: 2/3 the size of Lower Manhattan. They want several reactors, many reactors at those sites. See, it's okay to have nuclear power when it's not for human beings. They demonize it otherwise. And look, I'm on the fence. I think there are definitely some negatives there, but I'm not even like worried about the negatives. So the power's going to the artificial intelligence. If they can create a system where their main AI data centers that run that complex are out of the purview of the public, number one. Number two, can be cooled much easier. And number three, forget about the nuclear reactors. Say they have other forms of technology that provide energy that you and I are privy to, right? They can also utilize that there. That's, in my opinion, what Arctic security is really about. Now, I also think there's the ever-growing possibility that Arctic bases can be utilized to militarily strike other regions more easily and then be undetected as to who may have been. But I think that's on the outer perimeters. Let's be honest with ourselves. Our country that region to a large extent, and had bases out there in the Arctic a long time ago. In fact, when we talk about the Black Ops, it was so popular in the public vernacular. I think it was the X-Files movie, before they brought the series back. I think it starts in the Arctic, in some kind of black underground research facility. NASA with the Arctic, big time in that region. But ridiculous story about a Chinese spy satellite being shot down. It wasn't Chinese, wasn't a spy satellite. I got news for you. Again, going back to the flat earthers. First of all, I love how they like to act like I haven't watched all of their arguments, watched the documentary, watched the debates. I have. Been in the game 20 plus years, everybody. I've heard it. I'm not saying I've heard it all. There's always more to see. I'm not omnipotent. But when it comes to large scale arguments like that, I got news for you. I've looked into it. All right. And one of the big things they always talk about is helium. Yeah, what they shot down, not a Chinese spy satellite. It was according to Seymour Hersh, it was essentially have the helium-based satellites that are not in low Earth orbit that usually are much more physically massive, by the way, because lightweight things in space, right? That's why a lot of that stuff isn't even like metal alloys. It's not even magnetized. They don't tell you that, but that's reality. Anyway, you have this other network of satellites. They refer to them as satellites. So you can watch NASA. They do it all the time. Okay? So, AI, Arctic security. Let's continue on here down the line. China, digital finance, energy diversification. diversification. We just kind of talked.
What did he say it was?
It's not even magnetized. I don't tell you that, but that's reality. Anyway, you have this other network of satellites. They refer to them as satellites. You can watch. They do it all the time. Do it all the time. Okay? So, AI, Arctic security. Let's continue on here down the line. China, digital finance, energy diversification. We just kind of talked about that, right? Although we're going to be talking about it. Hopefully, we'll see how much time we have. Time flies when you're talking like me. IEA, the Energy Association, and what they're doing with command and control. Because I mean, guys, it ain't. They want to take us off. They want that COVID 2.0 nightmare that Alex Jones talks about. They want you not with your own car, not with your own transportation, without the ability to do anything, without their permission. Pretty dangerous. When we talk about digital finance, by the way, again, mouthpiece at Davos. This is the hush hush meeting. Outside of that I think a lot of the agenda is sitting at. They're talking about artificial intelligence as quote unquote agents. They're just going to buy stuff for you. And how they're going to do that? The agents are going to have their own credit card that you give permission to just buy stuff with. That's one of the finance things. Of course, any type of digital currency, bank digital currency, talks of the IMF and SDRs, all that's a part of it. Okay, Europe. I mean, obviously, right now with escalation of the United States, Iran, Israel, like we talked about, that's just a no-brainer. I talked about the fact that this escalation, to me, that's why they had it this early, and global trade is a big part of that. And again, the Middle East is going nowhere. And I talked about this, kind of what the alliances are. This, Russia, the next one. Our representation here. Don't get me wrong. There's global companies that are obviously doing business there, but there are different sects everywhere. Transatlantic Defense Industrial. That is military industrial complex. That's what that is. Transatlantic Defense Industrial Relationship, military industrial complex. Ukraine, they're keeping that one going strong. You remember when Guy T promised that he was going to end that, and Israel and Palestine, forget about it. Iran wasn't even on the table. Going to end those conflicts before he even stepped into office. Big fail. Big fail. Big fail.
Donnie T. Donatello. Not quite.
The US Bay is on the topic list. No kidding. And by the way, having an only imagine the amount of side meetings that took place. I know Alex Jones covered it in the Obama deception. I covered it in Invisible Empire, Defined, also produced by InfoWars. But the Bilderberg 2008 meeting, it is clear members of Bilderberg met with both Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama behind the scenes, not in official capacities. In fact, so much so that Barack Obama, shortly after locking in the Democratic nomination, the power structure kind of had to decide who was vice president, where they were going to put Hillary, because still very politically relevant and significant at that time, as even today, as a part of that party, she is. And Robert Gibbs, his press secretary, on the jet with all the press, who's been following around the Barack star, the new second coming of Jesus Christmas himself, right? And they realize they've been duped. They got duped. Where's Barack? Robert Gibbs. He's like, you want to have some private meetings? Meetings outside of your purview. Meetings outside of the public. Can't do that with you guys around. So we tricked you. Didn't say we tricked you. So they're like, our job is to follow the guy around. Essentially just kidnapped us for no reason. And whoops. And then later on, CNN, they got word Oh, it must be a powwow with Hillary Clinton and Barack at her house. No, no one's there. They go there, no one's there. No, Bilderberg meetings. That's what that was. Okay, 100%. Now, let's just wrap up the list and then we'll get into the participants. Future of warfare in the West. Now, I often have on this network talked about the strategic warfare NASA document. You want future of warfare? Read that document because it was an outline of everything up until this point. Because the future strategic warfare document is up to 2025. It was released in 2001, the summer of 2001, prior to 9/11. Significant for some of the things that it says in there, by the way. But this is their outlook. This is how they plan. And when I say they, I mean the Predator class. So let's take a look down the line of the membership here. Okay. Now, Stacey Abrams, they just could not get into office. And again, they try. That's how you know they're in quote unquote group that rule the world or individual that rules the world. Again, I'm talking about being in my niece's volleyball tournament this weekend, and I'm at the table and kind of talking, about what's going on. The Cubs are on. One of the dads, it doesn't take long for me, just a few sentences to get into it, especially when it's like on a one-on-one basis. And me and him had talked one-on-one for a little while, and I explained to him that this weekend, the most powerful people within the power structure, the westernized one, are meeting in secret in D.C. He's like, that's funny. He's like, I don't think that there's a bunch of people in the world at the same time. I think there's a bunch of people in secret in the world. And that sums it up, right? That paradox. Ryan, they're certainly not the people that are present on the media 99.9% of the time. They're doing their best. Stacey Abrams, like I said, pretty wild. Continue to go there. Ann Applebaum, staff writer over at the Atlantic. I'm a simple staff writer. I'm a simple journalist. I don't know how you can have journalistic integrity going after year to a meeting like this one. I don't think it exists. Okay? So let's keep going down. There's Adam Barstolowicz, president of the WB. Kind of a big deal. You keep going down through. Let's see. I talked about the IEA, the International Energy Agency. I called it an association because I get things wrong. But they're there, of course, for command and control on the type of power that you ration allotted. Albert Bourla, been going on since the COVID nightmare. Pfizer, good people. Good people. You got the secretary of the year. Again, no biggie. Powerful at all. You got Camilla Cavendish, member of the House of Lords, and by the way, the King and Queen of the Netherlands, and they've been Prince Bernard of the Netherlands, staples, and they're coming as a couple this year. Not those two, the current King and Queen of the Netherlands. I love that we have the European royalty, right? By the way, that's a great idea. I'm sure Gavin McInnes loves European royalty as well. Being, Canada a province of the world. I just makes me want to throw up in my mouth every time I think of a person or persons wearing a cape and crown, unironically. It's just like, but again, what do I know? I got the CEO of Stripe talking about digital finance and payment center. There at the let's continue on down the line. Stanford University actually makes a appearance a couple of times. Secretary of the Army of the United States. Again, people are all around. Financial Times is there, didn't mention, of course. Spotify, that's another big narrative management company, especially. That's the media narrative management. Who's allowed to go viral? contracts to and pump their podcast everywhere. That's what that is. Just to let, I mean, don't get me wrong. You get some, there's still some organic stuff out there. But boy, they try to push that organic stuff by the wayside. Pretty soon, is there reaches well beyond the United States. Going down the line, you got CEO of Stark, AIB. You got the CEO of Royal Phillips. You got the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, Minister of Defense of Sweden. You got the co-director of the United Nations there, another mouthpiece for public globalism, and a mechanism for your enslavement when something of an emergency through the World Health Organization comes about. Nobody covering it. A couple energy companies. Yeah, there's Alex Carr. Don't worry. Peter Thiel as well. That was a clip I should have gotten. And in some instances, in the clip I'm talking about, it's not just like Alex Carr jumping around. God knows what is he's talking crazy stuff. I actually kind of like the stark honesty that they kill people. Global gangsters. This is organized crime. Only the vast majority, if not every single member of them, will never be criminally prosecuted for any of their crimes at all. You know, Larry Summers used to go there. Another associate of Epstein. Think of the claws of Epstein and the Trilateral Commission, which was built out of Bilderberg. David Rockefeller, they wanted the Asian influence also to be invited there. They said, no, the European were like, we're not going to. Okay, we'll start another thing. And that has a little bit more of a public face. But this is the power structure. We're going to continue to wrap it up in the next hour. Go check out AlexJonesStory.com right now. Get the hats, get the apparel, get the t-shirts, get the supplements, and get active in the information. More after this.
Coming up in just the next month or so, it looks like this is finally it. They're finally able to shut down InfoWars, but they won't shut you down as InfoWars. And that term and that name lives forever. The InfoWar lives forever. And the potential twilight of InfoWars itself is InfoWars.com. We launched a limited edition line of the InfoWars 1776 limited edition line. A whole bunch of new shirts, a whole bunch of new hats that are limited edition that take a lot of the classic InfoWars shirts, the all-time bestseller. InfoWars on it, and adding on the shoulder 1776. These are historic shirts, and they're symbols of your support, your being part of this operation, and helping the operation grow and expand into the future. This is personally one of my favorite shirts in the new line. Now, here's the classic InfoWars logo on a white shirt. Never done black on white, but we should have. Looks great. 1776 on the shoulder. Literally the globalists. InfoWars, 28 years old. America's 250. Come to the back of this shirt. 1776 forever. Quintennial. That means 250, baby. America's birthday. Badass hats as well. And of course, we've got America at 250 years old. And the back of these shirts are amazing Americana. I designed this. The best 250 on it. Get yours now. Y'all I'm back because I forgot one point I want to be very clear about. This is a fundraiser. We funds to continue on the new operation. It's urgent. Your historic shirts, taking the info this far. Please take action now. For those of you who have been on the fence over body thing, AlexJonesStory.com, but have shared links and things. I appreciate you, but come on, folks. We're the tip of the spear. Your support, you're the tip of the spear.
stark honesty. Just like I like it when Karp exposes himself as a global gangster, again, unprosecutable. We just can't get any high-level criminal accountability. And honestly, that's why our constitutional republic continues to fail, because it's not a constitutional republic, because we don't have the checks and balances that were embedded into our Constitution. A brilliant document, the most perfectly imperfect document you can have. And what do I mean by that? Well, obviously, blacks are not 3/5 a person, right? Obvious. It should be obvious to anybody with sense in their head. Okay? And yet, had to make amendments to the Constitution to get those on because of the time period where we were in. Now, some of the imperfections that remain today is that we have let the executive run wild and have no accountability. And that's when things are born classified. That's post World War II, when they really severely limited the powers of the President of the United States. And when the President tried to exercise those powers later on, like beyond Dwight Eisenhower, stating that the military-industrial complex and scientific elite could be taking over the country, possibly the world. This was actually even a spiritual battle, and they maybe try to do something about it. Even coming from a gangster family like the Kennedys, they'll blow your head off. They'll blow your brother's head off from behind. That's what they'll do, right? Challenge it again, maybe here. Obviously, trying to blow your head off. Maybe that's what he really decided that, as much as he wanted to do when he should have gone the other way, he was going to fall in line, which is a damn shame. And I know there's black guys out there that say, Trump was always bad. I'm not in that crowd either. I'm not saying he was always the greatest guy. In fact, one of my criticisms, the three big ones, was, one, he's an actor, always on television. Forget about the stupid reality shows. He was an actor when he was selling you on, Oprah Winfrey and his business in, Trump Academy. And I'm pretty sure not only just a book, he had a board game, like the Trump game, like he's a home alone actor. And a bit of a misogynist, like cheating on his wives. There's a certain amount of deception that comes with that. I know a lot of people don't like hearing that, and I think there's a lot of hypocrisy as well. But I'd hope that if I ever tied the knot, I could sustain any type of temptation. So it seemed like kind of a serial cheat. Oh, then there's the gangster stuff that I was just mentioning. You don't build casinos in Atlantic City, and you don't have companies that are doing high-level construction in New York without the gangs, the actual Italian gangsters and mafia that you're allowed to hear about, and some of them get prosecuted. And yeah, do they? Yes, but you hear about that, and it's usually like one or two people at a time. That usually own the women and the kids. Does Alex Karp leave the women and kids alone when they drone bomb a school? Does that happen? Yeah, I want you to really think long and hard about that. And yet, no one there is going to jail. So, we'll get back to this list when we come back. This is the I am Jason Burmis, subbing in.
Look, Alex Carr.
Once again, I can't tell you how important it is to support the InfoWar. Go to the AlexJonesStore.com and make a purchase. If you can't do that, spread the info. All my documentaries are free. Go to my documentary over at my YouTube. Share Alex's documentary. What's this? Oh, I've got Power Plant. Oh, what's this? I've got Methyl Drive. The two ingredients in the Power Drive bundle, which is available at thealexjonesstore.com. Did you? Pure power, pure energy, testosterone, mitochondrial function, methylation, enzymatic processing throughout the body. Pairs perfectly, absolutely perfectly with methylene. So the two products made to work in conjunction together with methylene. I developed them high quality mineral blends, methylation blends, take out the enemy. Choose freedom.
You're watching The War Room with Jason Burvis. Watch it live right now at fan.media. And we are back.
Let's keep going down the line because we're going to start getting into artificial intelligence. And by the way, Palantir, yes, part of AI. It's now beyond trade database. It's moving into transhumanism, but in that window of both, and don't get me wrong, they will utilize this with transhumanism. It is utilizing artificial intelligence for what they call preemptive crime, pre-crime. You know, the stuff you see in Minority Report, and a lot of that has already kind of been established behind the scenes. Okay, but they've been testing the waters in westernized countries with these free laws and these social media arrests. Okay, and don't think that's not going in the United States. You're already seeing it, and that's why, as we go down the line here, we have to mention Michael Kredios, the director of White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, because so much of this AI narrative management and where we're going isn't just Larry Ellison or it is policy that is being set. Okay, needs to be stated. Going down the line, we have the chief of staff and the secretary general international. Again, we were talking about the UN. We are talking about the World Health Organization. We're talking about the World Economic Forum. All these folks end up with a seat at the table, right? I.e., politics, economics, and global affairs. CNN at the table this year, talking about narrative management. A lot of media at the table inside, or the people that own the media, sometimes directly the media, right? Chief of the secret intelligence, as we mentioned, we have the video of them leaving of Great Britain. John Mickleway, editor-in-chief of Bloomberg. There's The Economist, CEO Thinking Machine. Again, everybody in the AI arena that matters, they're also getting a seat here. There they are, both the king and the queen of the Netherlands. Whoa! Barf my face off. President of Democracy Forward. You always got to look out. And by the way, there's this new guy from the United States, Jason Smith. Where is he? Where's Jason Smith? There he is at the bottom. Member of Congress. I'll be honest, I don't know anything about Jason Smith, but I do know when you get on the list at Bilderberg, there's a reason. Like Kristen Sinema, she ended up getting out of politics. Maybe he lost her taste for it, but they were trying to promote her as like the next independent. Okay? Eric Schmidt, executive chair and CEO of Relativity Space Inc. is what he's involved in. You don't know who Eric Schmidt is? He's the guy that they installed on the Google/Alphabet train, because Alphabet is actually above Google. It's like Google's above like YouTube. They're the same thing of narrative management. I mean, talk about technopolies. Google, all right, number one. Chrome, number one web browser in the world.
Fuck Alphabet.
Chrome. He is Alex Jones, right? He is entertaining.
I said fuck Alphabet.
And he was talking about, we were talking about the Hayden Live shots, the COVID-19 84 nightmare. He wasn't aware of, say, the Musk connection, maybe you're not aware of that, of Tesla, which is a car company, which is a military industrial complex company, again, wanting to the electric car part of that slave grid, the Optimus robot part of that transhuman slave grid, the Hayden Live shot that the Muskernauts just put a new post about, talking about getting, feeling like he was almost going to die from the second boom shot. If he ever took, I don't know. It's not like I believe billionaires. Like, maybe the next InfoWars shirt is "Believe in Billionaires." On the back it says "Psych." I don't believe in billionaires, partnered with CureVac, and they micro printing factories, the bio nano printers, the factories that printed up the Hayden lines. You watch the old Musker full masked up in front of the machine, telling you how it's going to be the best thing since breakfast. Okay, that's what that company is. So no, thank you. Alternate private car use in large cities. Why don't you F off? Forget about that though. Why don't you just go straight to hell? You want to take away my car? Because that's what you're doing when you're saying we're gonna alternate private car use. That means it's not private. And then when you're saying either I'm alternating, giving it to somebody, or I'm able to use it, don't turn on me, man. Don't tell me where I can go and when I can and can't go there. Urge car sharing and practice that decreases fuel use. Well, that's because a lot of this energy and fuel, not because they think it's going to help the environment. We're going to save the world. No, they're going to the machines. They're going to the AI data centers. They're going into the control grid that they're training to take your job and to take your life. And then going back to that conversation that I had with that gentleman, he goes, I just don't get it about this AI. And he's like, what are people like? You gotta have people doing stuff or the resources for them. I mean, what do they plan on doing? I go, well, you don't have to do that if you don't have any people around, or a lot of them are gone. And you should have seen the look on his face. He's like, man, I never even thought of that. And I started explaining transhumanism to him and how essentially, I didn't get this far, but when you look at the two rafts of transhumanism, there's and for you and I, that you're going to be convinced that you can upload your consciousness into some kind of metaverse experience, which would literally be like Superman if you want. You can experience everything as everything all at once, right? The whole nine. You can't upload your consciousness, folks. That's you're going to euthanize yourself, and they're going to laugh their ass off while they do it. They have some bullshit,
Upload your consciousness.
paleo comparison of a clone digitized up there after they basically track, trace, and database you to create a profile for you. Some cheap profile is going to become that, and then they want to biologically live forever and have whatever they create as the next, organism serve them. They don't want us. They don't want anything that can replace them, that can challenge their value system. They literally want to become gods. It's been kind of an eternal passion for the elite, right? The tree of life, the fountain of youth, the idea of immortality, the Epstein class that wanted to start cloning things, right, Jeffrey? They want to find a way to live forever here. And all of us don't matter in that regard. But it's great. We're going to come back. We're going to hit that video of the high-level child abuse.
My people perish for lack of knowledge. That's what the Bible tells us. Another way to say it is, those that don't know history are doomed to repeat it. God has given us compounds in nature that aren't just important, they're vital, they're essential. If you don't have oxygen for 4 minutes, you die. You don't have water for 4 or 5 days, you die. You don't have food for a month, you die. And why is that? Because there's nutrients in the food you need that are essential. Well, iodine is one of the essential nutrients. We have massive shortages of it in our depleted soils. Now, I have a CIA classified document I'm going to hit here in just a moment. But first, I want to show you a few headlines. UN study 2 million people suffer from vitamin and mineral deficiencies, particularly iodine, the #1 cause of cognitive disabilities in the world today. Here's another one. Salt smarts. How iodine has increased America's IQs. Starting in the 20s, we had super low IQs like iodine. They put it in 15, 20 point increase. My point is, this is a known fact. It just got declassified 2 weeks ago. Operation Artichoke in the 50s. They said we've been tasked by the big tax-free foundations, the Rockefellers and Carnegies, to dumb down the American people. But we're going to put poisons in the food, the water, and the vaccine to dumb them down to make them more manageable. Absolutely incredible. So right here, ladies and gentlemen, I have taken a few drops of our new T3, even better than X2, pure atomic iodine, and mixed it with our medical grade methylene. Both of these and counter the effects of the things now being admitted by the CIA. That fluoride calcifies the pineal gland and jackets your cells where they cannot transmit. Now, I've been telling you this for decades. They have major studies, but now here it is. CIA declassified research. The human body is a liquid crystal that is literally transmitting and receiving a transceiver. And what does fluoride do? It literally blocks that. What goes in trips that out? Iodine and they act in different ways. So this is information the bad guys not want you to know. Also, in the CIA documents, they admit that most cancer is microscopic worms. There's hundreds of species that get it and colonize your body, amoebas, and eat your breast, your liver, your brain, you name it. And then they call it a tumor and cancer, but they're just areas of your body that have been chewed out. Now, you see, that's what Charles doctors and scientists know I'm talking about this. Not all cancer is this, but the majority of it from studies is, and they are again telling you that you just got to die. And if it's not an infection of parasites in your brain or whatever, if they hit it with radiation, it kills the parasites, but the radiation also kills your regular cells. Turns out the majority of people in the world have one form or another of parasite. Here's the Daily Mail. CIA faces furious backlash after hidden document. Potential cure for cancer is declassified after 60 years. We talked about this for many years. You're totally vindicated again. And right now, we finally have the original pure iodine back, but even stronger, now known as T3. The original X2 is better at thealexjonesstore.com. Again, ladies and gentlemen, T3 and what it does for your body is amazing. So for a limited time, you get T3, our new iodine, the very best ever, at thealexjonesstore.com. If you're a VIP member, for 50% off. Regular customer, 25% off. At thealexjonesstore.com. It funds the operation. Total win-win. Now, methylene blue, you fill in 30 minutes on average. Iodine takes about 2 weeks to kick in to get the full effect, but it is just as amazing. You are insane if you go to thealexjonesstore.com right now. Get our Ultra Methylene Blue and the new T3, and it's better than the two. The same formula, but stronger. Exclusively available right now at thealexjonesstore.com. I thank you so much for your support.
We are back for your final segment of the War Room podcast with Jason Purvis. We're going to finish up this international energy agency suggestion list. Now, this is the plan, okay? Way worse than they're presenting it. And then we're going to play Brandon Hall talking about his, as an 8-year-old child on the set of Little Rascals, okay? So, going down the line here, you know, we talked about alternating private car use in large cities, crazy town. Car, okay, great. I'm all for arrive as soon as you can, but it's not necessary. And you know, whether they realize they're eugenicists or not, comedians like Bill Maher will say this: whatever gets traffic moving, I'm for whatever gets traffic moving. And they're usually referring to people killing themselves. You know what? Get traffic efficiently and roadways. One of the geniuses of Dwight D. Eisenhower bring us into the national highway system, right? And I would love to see, and I don't know if we're ever going to get a leader like this. I don't know, but somebody come in and actually want to revamp that structure for the betterment, not the command and control that they want with that, but for the betterment of us. I mean, first of all, the idea to me, and maybe I'm kooky, that it's 2026 and we're still using concrete and not some other type of material that's better. And there's nothing else out there in the past 75 years that we use that maybe doesn't degrade as much, doesn't cause as many potholes. Right? I'm not that smart. I would think that maybe we have that by now. And I love, you know, I listened to this clip admitting to the failure of the high-speed railway system. I've never understood, and again, command and control reasons and not wanting to empower humanity, why we couldn't have that system in the United States. What a game changer it would be if you get from, say, to DC in like 20 or 30 minutes and not have to take a plane, right? Like that would, I mean, forget about like the vacation, travel to work and that ability. Then you could sell people on mass transit if it was actually beneficial. But again and again, we see that these things are simply not made to be beneficial to anybody but the predator class. Hasten adoption of electric and more efficient vehicles. Now they've been trying to push the electric car forever. There's nothing electric about it because at the end of the day, to create the batteries and create that electricity, you're still using the traditional means. Like it's not all solar energy. In fact, it's like a fraction of a fraction would be anything like solar, wind, or hydro. No. It's the traditional stuff. It's a bait and switch. It's a scamboozle. Okay. Avoid business travel when alternative. In other words, you're on Zoom forever unless you're rich. And you know what's always really convenient about a Zoom? It's digital, and it can obviously be hacked into and much more easily surveilled. Not that in your meetings, most people are not carrying their phones in or putting them in a Faraday cage bag, but kind of helpful, especially if you're trying to control large swaths of the populace. And then prefer high-speed night trains to planes where possible. And that's great. Again, I would agree with that, but they don't mean that. That's never come into practice, and we have to realize that. So now, without further ado, I'm going to play this clip of Brandon Hall. Probably not going to jump. It's about 3 minutes long. Of talking about the unspeakable abuse he endured as a child in Hollywood and how none of these individuals that abused him, as far as he knows, were ever brought to justice and continued to abuse children. But just tell the truth. The truth actually took some time to figure out. So I grew up in Texas. And what people, nobody at the time certainly, that my biological father had been sexually abused for a long time, for a few years. He eventually went to prison for someone else's kid. And I just went on with my life. And then Spielberg was casting for Little Rascals. So,
Let's hope nobody's implanted a tracker in us.
Right? Again, it's McGregor. You know, Conor McGregor. He's talked about being the prime minister of Ireland. This is a guy that was accused of breaking a rescued by Red Cross and then dropped the charges after I think Europeans turned it down. Didn't get a fraction. They just got like 2K, something like that. And
Last 7 minutes. I'm actually right now broadcast plan that Arnold just did. They're telling us it's like a technology and what color is sketches. And not, and this is, I don't know, like, not even a tenth of a percent capacity for what it does. I know it's travel around and look checked out like this power after this. They're on giant rockets and in a capsule. Like 300 feet. Okay, that's what they're in. Like 600,000 around. By this type of technology. I just don't think they're telling us the truth. Who knows? Maybe my mind will be changed in the upcoming debate. But I'm certainly not holding my breath in that regard. I was told it was never going to buy economics. It looks like an awful lot like we did, and then some. I like Brandon Weichert. By the way, I put that afterwards because he's a big advocate of U.S. space travel, totally believes in the Apollo mission, the whole nine. I think he actually has a lot of excellent takes, and that is one of them. And then finally, let's see. I'll put this out there. Alex Jones, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and Megyn Kelly do a panel in response to Trump's post, and I actually do believe this because love them or hate them, and I've had my disagreements and still do with everybody, and that's okay. That's what disagreements. And it's the thing. Trump probably had those disagreements. He came out against them so hard is because they're all anti-war with large audiences, and they are pointing out in truths case, but without guys like me that were still just totally on the fence and still calling them out for certain things, you don't get elected in the fashion, especially with the election rigging and the mail-in ballots that we've done nothing about. Big problems. Get ready for midterm disaster. Just putting it out there. And by the way, I do think this as well, and this is actually a warning. You're expendable to these people. If you during the campaign trail, during this last round, during those 2 assassination attempts, I don't know what to tell you. And I guarantee if something happens to you in that world, they are going to blame it on Iran and escalate. And how many people out there that have joined the everything Donnie T cult, because there's still some of them there, that are going to be rabid about it and want to escalate the war because of it. And you'll be sacrificed for it. If you don't think that's on the table to these people, especially if you're just a little difficult now that you've got along with it, not great, bro. Not great. You should have been full against it like you were on the campaign trail. Folks,
Sure.
that's pretty much going to wrap this one up. Go check me out over on YouTube. I believe it's still the info Jason MAS. Go watch all the documents for free. And it's produced right here at Infowars.com. Loose Change Final Cut Table on 9/11 and shade the picture for that global scale on the stuff that we talked about here and beyond. And remember, it's not about left or right, it's always about right and wrong. So go do the right thing and actually support a free speech platform like Infowars, like BAM.video. Get the out right now and support the Infowars.
So, CIA declassified documents last week, Operation Artichoke to poison vaccines for the water to dumb us down to make us controllable. Now new documents about ESP control, how we're really electrochemical systems, liquid crystals, and the pineal gland, and how most people have microscopic to actual large worm infestations, not just from cats, you name it, like Timmy has on his brain. And they didn't know what most cancer, breast cancer, brain cancer is worms. Ladies and gentlemen, you can look it up. Go to the website. Over 2 million people have cognitive disabilities because they do not have enough iodine. The 20s they found this after putting in the salt, IQ's about 20 points on average, 15, 20 points.
They were knocking RFK for having a brain worm. Meanwhile, all these chicks have breast worm and the uterus worm.
Amazing. Pretty scary looking too. So, by the way, this product is available right now at theellisonstore.com. Free. It's extra back, even better. At theellisonstore.com. For all the fans that wanted it, they've had it for over a year. It is back. Reborn. Like the Phoenix, even stronger. Exclusive available to our sponsor, theellisonstore.com. But regardless, our message, all right, and it does show stand there. They go together like a horse and carriage. Get them both now. There's also another big sale as well at theellisonstore.com. And I thank you for your support. One question before we start. Are you feeling okay? I'm feeling good. I'm alive. As they say, Scarface. All right, second question. How does it feel to get chewed out by the president of the
Is Shark Josh's workout? He's on his workout buddies podcast. The fellowship thing. After Kirk's mother was a spy. Works, man. I'll get it.
I've gone on air in the last 50 days or whatever, how long this has been going on. And I said specifically that Trump was given a report 5 days before by the Pentagon intelligence community. I broke this. That there was a 90% chance of failure, no regime change, they closed straight. Now, that didn't break until the day after the war started. But I specifically broke that. It's on record. I also broke that he fired Tulsi Gabbard, head of national intelligence, because she reported privately about the war and how that happened. That down broke New York Post today was Steve Roger Stone. Talks to the president. I stop that point. Is another thing I broke. He talks to Stone basically every day. The reason I'm saying all of that is this information I have is bombshell and for himself, the whole future of the country. His administration is panicking apparently. That's why he's offering them all a blanket pardon right now. That's what's going on. Back to this attack. I come out and I say, listen, the Israel lobby and literally AIPAC and Mossad, and they're bragging about it, is running our foreign policy. Trump, when he got that intelligence report 5 weeks ago, made the decision not to strike. They were going to strike that Saturday. Israel then went and attacked Friday to drag us into the record. Said that. Trump came out and said, no, that's not true. But then it was declassified. It was true. It is right. The plan with Iran basically admitted that his plan didn't work and really, but he could still pretend like it wasn't. And then instantly, Obama let them in Iran again and said, Trump had gotten them to agree. So they're keeping us in the war. And Netanyahu has said that. So that's an example of this country that I've never had a hard on for, that I don't hate, but I do like your current leadership. Every former Israeli intelligence chief from all their 3 intelligence agencies have gone on record saying Netanyahu is insane and he's totally ready manipulates their parliament to stay in power. And Tucker just, we can have no files and interviewed all those people. So it's not Israel that I hate. Every former intelligence head of 3 agencies like or something, all of it, right-wing ones, because they said Iran's not going to fall. They're going to close the strait. In a few years, we can work around. Well, to build other pipelines. So it's a war game like nothing else. I'm simply telling Trump all this. I have a huge audience. Everybody else is telling him this. And Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro, who in my view are Jonathan Pollard 2.0's Israeli operatives. You know, they're Israeli operatives. I think they're actually spies. That's my opinion. But they're certainly works for Israel's interest. They came out and demonized Carlson, everybody else, and now they're saying, well, and oppose issues. Yeah. And when Republicans are doing good, I'll support an issue. When Democrats are doing good, which they never seem to do, I support it. But Trump's so out of control, he makes the corrupt Democrats look good now. When they didn't block him with the powers, they could have joined Republicans. They didn't do that. So they had a majority of Democrats and Republicans go for it. I don't want to hear it from them. I've been opposing this in all these major wars consistently. And I predicted what would happen to you the first day it started. And analysis. That's why it's so crazy. He's mad Tulsi Gabbard. He said, don't do it. And once the war went, he says, I won't publicly say what I told him to Congress. That's private. But she told her what he really, she told him what he really thought. So again, this is about integrity. It's about doing what's right. But yeah, that letter sounds like a petulant seventh grader wrote it to his girlfriend that broke up with him. And here's the deal. Already got off track. We're still going down the track we were on. Just jump the tracks and went down another way. And then you're saying, oh, you wish I'd call you, wish I'd talk to you. I mean, he calls Tucker Carlson about 3 weeks ago. All the time I've been with Tucker when he calls. He's been with me at Tucker's when we like step out, he's talking to the president. And he calls him. I mean, I'm sitting there watching these calls happen. I'm not listening to it. But the point is that Tucker's probably going to be one of the only guys probably going to beat Trump. They want him to run. He's not doing it. They were Democrats begging him. He's not doing it. Okay, he likes to hunt all day, other than doing shows. He doesn't want the power. He's only part of DC. He legitimately hates it, just like I do. I can't stand it. And so that's why I really admire Tucker. And he's been consistently anti-war for about 15 years. He admitted he was wrong before. He came to me to apologize 14 years ago to us and said, I'm here to apologize. You were right about 9/11, Building 7, all that. And you see the interviews and saying. So he's been consistent since that happened. I'm being consistent even longer. Not comparisons here. And it's Trump that changed, not me. But again, why is he changing? 79, all that pressure, 3 campaigns, not sleeping, deprivation. I mean, have to work late, all the companies and things like that. And we're like, this morning I left the house and left my bag. And I like turn around and get it. And I even forgot my wallet on top of that. All because I was doing political news this morning and was so freaked out that I was like a zombie. Well, imagine
Fucker product.
with all these things, nobody can do this. So well, and overall he's a good person, but he turned into a mean old man. That's where we are. And I'm sad to do that. I'm like, oh my God, great.
Boeing plane with Fang Fang go boom boom, no more bang bang for Mama Son. Wait, this isn't a democracy. This is docking.
CNN will put me there. I get nothing from a CNN article except populist conservatives thinking I'm with them. But I can't not report this just because the left jumps on it. I have to tell the truth. That's what I do. Am I wrong? Sometimes, yeah. But I'm not wrong about this. Very professionally. I think everybody was holding their breath to see how you respond. More than any of the four, I think everybody wanted to see you respond. And came out, came up to me and they're like, wow, dude, that Alex's response to that was so mature. It looked better than Trump. It was incredible, dude. Like, we were so impressed with it because you could have taken it any direction. Nobody would have been surprised. But that direction was like, wow, like that's like, well, just imagine. I'm not going to get into what's happened to me. It's declassified, and I got this Sheriff Arpaio at the time because he was the former head of the DEA in Mexico, and the DEA gave him right when Trump got in 2017. The NSA database of the Trump being spied on, and I gave it to Trump. Arpaio was like, I used to tell him he campaigned, I campaigned for him, and I can't get through to him with gatekeepers. I got it to him. And it was, my personal number. I never used the fax line. It was Trump's Mar-a-Lago private number. Them spying on us. It was cost for Hurricane now. And Obama put $2 billion in the Defense Authorization Act right when he left in 2017. They signed the Defense Authorization. There was a couple billion in there for the Countering Foreign Propaganda Disinformation Act. And it basically said Trump's Russian evidence. We're going to keep all these people in the government, and they're going to work against Trump like he's a coup. And then Alex Jones, I was treated as a foreign asset. They never say in the documents that came out last year, got declassified. I was declared a national security threat. court. I said, hey, stay the course. We're going to save millions of lives. You know, not having this war with Russia, and trying to stop that. He killed the carbon tax, and his fault. And I still very torn. I wasn't happy. I mean, I learned about him attacking me right when I went off there at 3 o'clock. I didn't shoot anything and put it on X until like 6:30 because I had to go in my office and just turn the lights down and just sit back with a glass of iced tea for about an hour. And I'd sit there in the little lamp and read it. And I was just like, all the stuff, the Democrat talking, run by the FBI, the CIA, declassified the radio stuff. I was never mentioned until they began that. For the first 5-6 years, which is made up. I had some did a couple interviews with people questioning it. And then they raised $300 million. The Justice Department funded the lawsuits against me. The judges produced it with HBO. It was all scripted. I was made to be arrested. Going to the second trial in Connecticut, then I was sitting up by the judge while I'm on the stand for a day, and I look over and I go, wait, that's the same bullet points I wasn't allowed to talk about. I'm not innocent. I'm not bankrupt. I can't say all these things. That's the same font, same script that I saw in Texas. The judge there uses a list to my lawyers. I'm like, wait, it's the same list. Texas and Connecticut scripted HBO with the judges putting makeup on and big TV cameras and the thing. And it's all scripted, all fake. I mean, I didn't realize it was Truman Show that bad. I didn't know they had. I guess they can pick the courts they want, where it's totally. It's like that. Some of the judges would have cameras with Trump, and they'd be smiling with makeup on, and the camera go, ooh, and stop smiling and laughing. Same stuff. So I went through a lot of the same stuff with Trump. So I saw him persecuted. They tried to kill him. People think Butler was fake. You can't fake that. That was real, folks. You can see the bullet. People got killed behind him. Other shooters. No, that was real. And all the stuff happened to me is real. That's easy facts. And so I've been held for this guy. And so you didn't see him wreck so much, but that's in the future trajectory. So much the good is baked in. Much better Supreme Court justices. Well, so much better stuff. Roe v. Wade overturned. I mean, so I have mixed feelings about. I use the analogy of my mom's dad, my grandfather, Army Air Corps, super smart, found football player, best friends with Tom Landry, played football, just classic Americana, prospector after that, inventor, so smart, taught me about the everything. He has a heart attack, he has a stroke, and we had to put him in a nursing home because he would act like a 3-year-old, and he'd fall down, and it'd be terrible. It's because he had his brain was gone. That man, the last year was not my grandfather, and so sideways, and I don't go, God, this guy's a jerk, this guy's horrible. It's the brain's gone. And so when I'm sitting there criticizing Trump, I'm hurting because I bled for this, and we got so much done, and we can do so much more. And now these people, out of control, neocon, warmongering Israelis have hijacked our country, and they're dangerous as hell, and they're calling for my arrest. And I'm just putting my nose down to the grindstone and moving forward what the truth is. But that's why. Can you give us an update? Well, I mean, they had 2 show trials. They had $1.5 billion judgment. They had a $45 million one here. They told us they wanted to settle for years, so we could go to appeal. And they said, we're never settling unless you shut up. And I could have joined them anytime and all this stuff. I mean, before this happened, right before I got sued by all these groups, Crawford meetings, I can get into details, but this top Republican law firm, hey, you need to come up to DC or when you're next. So I was up there a lot. And the first day meeting, they would tell me, they go, this is the richest guy in the world. We represent him. Once you go to the law firm, meet with these people, they go, well, this guy was Elon Musk. Richest guy in the world then. But in 2017, you're about to get sued. And big time. It's all been prepared. They're coming for you. It's them saying this to me. You go ahead and take this money and work with us, and we'll pay you $50 million a year. And I'm in. You pay me to do this thing, or if you know you. And that's just the start. And I mean, I've got. What do they want you to do? Well, and then when I said no, then I got cabinet people calling me saying you need to do this from the Trump admin. Yeah, and I said I wouldn't talk about it. And I said I wouldn't give the details. I like to be able to have these meetings. I mean, you know about some of the inside baseball. I meet with Bilderberg group members and people. I mean, I want to be able to talk to them. They're not all one monolith either. But this is not where your money. But we're going to see, you're going to be sued for XYZ, and you're going to be destroyed if you don't do this. Oh, this is before we heard of fact checkers. That started about a year later. This was before we heard of. They said basically you're going to be a reform guy that these experts that is going to run this big fact checking bureau, and you're going to go around because you're trusted, and you're going to basically go and sell censoring and fact checking everybody else. And they said you're going to be involved. It's literally like Darth Vader. You're going to be formerly a Jedi, now you're going to hunt down the Jedi from Palpatine. So they literally gave me the Darth Vader offer, and I already got it from Henry Kissinger, but they didn't say that was off record. So I was able to talk about Rothkopf at the Kissinger group in front of my producer years before. It was like 15 years, 2007. It's like, no, there's 3,000 super class. You're being offered a slot. You'll have some say at the table. Popular, but you're going to win us. And I said, I'm not doing it. He said, nobody turns this offer down. Because, like, this is crazy. He wrote a book about the super class. There's 3,000 gophers, about 100 controllers, trial commission. So I was being offered a serious job. And I said, no, I'm not doing that. So, and then other offers. I never found anybody in the establishment that could help me, and I could do my thing. And I take money from anybody and talk about it. But I've never taken money from any big entity government. T-shirts, little great supplements. But I mean, here in April, I'm selling a Qatar. Never been to Qatar, never got any farm money, international money, anything. And meanwhile, Salem, their host and all them. It's pure Salem came out owned by the Israel government, basically defense ministry. So a foreign government owning our media, and they're pointing at us saying, "Oh, you're all foreign agents." So my point is, I turned down the offers, I turned down the deals, and then with the Sandy Hook lawsuit, they're like in mediation, and the reason I can talk about it is they messed up and told my lawyers outside of mediation. So my lawyers said, "Go ahead and talk about it." Here they go, "You really want you to stop talking about the Second Amendment?" And they did this before. I go, and another one said, "Yes, we'll go into conference meetings in their future. And have a list of things work for them." And I'm like, I've already met with the top of the food chain. You're just the law firms down the line, top Democrat law firms. That's why we came out and attacked me with their stuff. I'm like, the same law firms did this. Whole Weiss and all of them. So I'm like, you're the underling. Like, I've already met with your bosses and said no to this offer. And one of the firms up in Connecticut, the Koskoff firm, a Democrat firm, the first mediation up there, the judge and the lawyer. There he comes to me, close to like 5 minutes. Koskoff. He says, "Have you seen The Godfather?" Puzo's book, The Godfather, and composite true story. Yes, I have. Like, I'm just an idiot. Like, you're in Texas. Yeah, we just have and all the bases and your weapons down here. We don't speak. Well, you know what that means. And I'll go, "Oh, and he goes, "Tell you what, we're in the car." He goes, "Well, they basically shut up and sign." I go, "Guess what? It's a big list of things." "Yeah. Are you?" I said, "Touch and say." So, and years later, I think, "What are your fake cases?" I mean, I turned down $50 a year to work right at the time. I turned down okay, so I love how you're the mafia. Oh, you're Aaron for the mafia. About the mafia. I had family work for the regional mafia called the State Department and Ari Special Operations and the team of this thing. And they told me at the bottom of it's pedophilia and Satanism, and that's when they got out. So I won't sell out to that. You're way down the chain. I was born right at the top. You people are a joke. What's going on with Infowars? Stick around. I can announce here, barring a miracle, there have been miracles where the order is shut down. It's a return. Michael Bloomberg come in and say it's theirs, and they come into the building and turn everything off, and I'm back on it. But they went to a state receiver this time with the funded judge that did the show trial in Austin, Judge Wargamble, who walked the red carpet South by Southwest for the HBO and all that. Never before been done. Talk about corruption. And first guy committed suicide when his wife leaves him. Everybody's like, "Did you kill him?" And I'm like, his wife left him. Sad thing, I don't know who he is. Well, never met him. So he like he gets the job months later, kills himself. I'm like, okay. And the new guy comes in, talk to me, and then just sits there and won't talk to my people. And now they're not renewing satellite contracts. They're not renewing internet contracts. And so this has been for like 8 months since he got in. So all these companies, internet companies, go, okay, we'll let you go month to month, but most of the time it's a month. So they've all gotten fed up. We already had the company's cell phones turned off last week. And so there's money to run the company, not a ton, but it's there. The crew's there. The show's huge. Won't let us buy any products to sell anymore. So he's been running. Now they're being more sophisticated. So the internet, the satellites turn on May 1st. The internet, like, I'm over 400 radio stations. So it's like $18,000 a month. So it's old media, but that's why when they took me off the internet, they couldn't stop me. I was still on all these radio stations. I got feeds from them. They're like, "What? We took him off everything. Why is he still there?" Because I had my own website and I was on 400 stations. Okay. Well, I was on like 200 then when they banned me. And then cable. And yeah, that's old media, but that's boomers. They're great and they buy stuff. So it was like, it was weird how it worked. It was like, but anyways, God comes through one door closes another. So, but they come now. Can't buy the stuff for the infrequent. I think that alone, they're able to buy stuff with sponsors. They shut down basically our store. There's like posters in there. And so the satellites turn off. Everything starts turning off first. Because some of these people think they go, we've done this for 6 to 8 months. No, because the satellite company has to sign a contract for a year. And they no, we're not doing it. So we run to another satellite thing. No, we can't do it either. So the satellites turn off first. The internet turns off May 1st. And everything's turning off. We may not make it to the 30th because other stuff's turning off. So it's kind of like one where they turn it off. I'm afraid it's like it's shutting down. Or it's like watching an old person roll his chair. It's not there. Like Trump. Yeah, like Trump. And so it's okay because they built this little studio. They got contracts ready to go. They just flip the switch now. And they're trying to take us to that. They actually said, well, and we're on your social media. Well, I don't know that. That's all that. So that, so we're going to roll over to the system. And I think it'd be better than here. I'm very pleased to have great products at theauctionstore.com that will 100% work. Clarity and also relax, great calm, rest, and sleep. Now, a lot of our products are very complex, game-changing, cutting edge, but there's a lot of things that are very simple and proven that are still the best. Now, we have several other great energy formulas at theauctionstore.com. They're more complex, but Ultimate Energy is very, very simple. This is one of the most popular long-running energy combinations on the market at Whole Foods and everywhere else because it really works. It's Ultimate Energy, theauctionstore.com. Very strong dose of wide spectrum organic time caffeine with a big dose of high quality L-theanine that gives you focus and clarity but relaxes you. So with the caffeine, it's very, very smooth without the letdown stuff. That's Ultimate Energy. But when you're ready to relax, Ultimate Chill. A strong dose of high quality ashwagandha for thousands of rest, clarity, focus. That just makes you relax, kind of a zen focus. And then on top of that, a big dose of L-theanine that also gives you calm, clear focus. Great rest, great relaxation, great dreams. It's so good for your immune system, your entire body. So some days I'm working from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. And I've been jacked up on every supplements. And I will go to this formula, Ultimate Chill. That's why I actually came to Bigley and said, hey, I'm already using the same foods, this is what's in it, make it a little bit stronger. So this is the formula I've been using for years. No trouble being able AlexJonesStore.com. From the Infowars.com studios, it's Alex Jones. April 13th, 2026. We are now in a world war any way you slice it. America has been trapped. America has been set up. America has been fooled. President Trump knows Israel lied to him because of the war and wants to attack, but he wants to save face. But every day, now with the blockade from Hormuz, he only gets us a deeper quicksand. This is COVID 2.0. This is the Great Reset. We have to attack Iran so they can close the Strait of Hormuz. So we can keep attacking Iran so they can open the Strait of Hormuz. And then we just send in the Navy ships, even though the admirals have told Trump they'll be up by the shoreline where the short and medium range missiles and artillery can totally destroy them. Then Americans will become enraged and a full ground war in ocean. That's the plan to get us into full war. And above that, the globalists want that because it will cause a global depression. They're calling it COVID 2.0. And Larry Fink, BlackRock, and Rothschilds are so happy. Trump's now saying we're back at war, limited strikes. Why? We dropped 15,000 bombs. We
Judah.
dropped over 7 million in Vietnam, and they give up.
This person Judar is going off.
Are even more deviant and worse. As I said, 40-some days ago, it started on March 1st. If the rules fell in 3 days, I'd say, wow, Trump's got the magic touch. I'm not fans of them. But no, it's about bankrupting the US and a world depression. This is all going down.
Somebody says they're selling it as we're lifting a dark cloud off humanity, and that does sell fear. And that do sell fear, this person says. Okay.
Right now, this is a total trap. It's all for escalation. That's why I know all this because from the Pentagon. They told him to do it. That's on record. This escalates into full round war, total war, and then Russia and China probably get involved. Iran is not Afghanistan. It is 100 times worse. And here we are. And all of these white pillars that say stop.
Somebody said, "Don't act like a water moccasin," and say that you're a rattlesnake. Well, I saw a water moccasin eating little dead baby bass, minding his own business. I saw a cute little water moccasin carrying a fish in his mouth, carrying a little baby fish in his mouth. So there's nothing wrong with that. And I think he was just scavenging. I think it was like somebody's dead bait fish they poured out by the bank.
Well, I know what you're away from. You got the American people behind you. That's why you're successful. And you're strong and have a will and a lot of good. But now you get a turn for the worse. Now I heard your staff calling you Jesus. And then you're posting your Jesus. Come on. This has disaster written all over it. Pull out now. Declare victory and stop listening to that Yahoo and Jared Kushner.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was of course Alex Jones with a message this morning trying to share on his X at Real Alex Jones. Of course, I'm Harrison Smith. I'll be sitting in for Alex for the first 2 hours of the show. Absolutely, as you just heard Alex say, we are essentially in World War III. We've got some rumors about that, including a rumor that following the failed negotiations for the ceasefire, there may have been a little assassination plan that may have been thwarted by the participation of Chinese and Russian jets escorting negotiators back to Iran. Again, this is unconfirmed, but these are the types of rumors flying around as China does seem to be a big beneficiary of what's going on with Iran and the rest of the Western world. It seems
You can travel by dog team. If you just walk your dog and you know how to ride a skateboard, that's travel by dog team. That's dog sled team.
full-fledged. We have a lot of stories to cover today, obviously. First on the docket, but we're going to get what's going on in Iran, and we're going to get what's going on here in America as the left simultaneously collapses into its own stupidity while also plans for total tyranny if they ever get back in power. Captain McGinnis will be taking over for me halfway through the show. Very big show today. Stay tuned. Jason Burmis will actually be taking over War Room for me today. So stay tuned. We'll actually come back after a short commercial break with another message from Alex Jones, and then we'll hit the ground running with all of today's biggest headlines. It's the Alex Jones Show. Infowars.com. Video. Support us at thealexjonesstore.com. We'll be right back.
Coming up in just the next month or so, it looks like this is finally it. They're finally going to be able to shut down Infowars, but they won't shut you down. Infowars lives forever. Infowars itself is Infowars.com.
You got it. But you want to fight? You better believe you got one.
So as you see, the image on screen is just zoom into it very, very slowly. Trump posted yesterday on Truth Social the classic image of Jesus in the triumphant robes, the white and the red, coming down to an injured soldier. And in one of his hands, he has the flame of life, and you have other soldiers, female soldiers, looking up to him like he's God, and one of them is praying to him. And I noticed in one of the comments, oh, how dare you not believe it? You need to watch out. He's the servant of God. No, this is a theme from the White House, from Hegseth, and from Trump's spiritual Pentecostal evangelical dispensation, that he is Jesus. Okay? So here's my deal. I don't like the turn of events with Trump. The Democrats were hoping him Trump to be good, not bad. This is insane. And to see people defend this stuff, yet Tucker say is Antichrist. I'm like, oh, come on. Well, definitely this is let's just say, not a Christian spirit that we come into the fellas. And I know some of the stuff they post on True Social. It's turned out a lot of it's not Trump, okay?
Man, every single second of Paula White just looks like she wants to fuck cock. She just looks like she needs to fuck my cock. Every fucking second that I look at her. I just need her to fuck my cock, and that's it. That's it.
Out clear and said there's only one king, that's King Jesus, he's the Lord Savior. And he explained, we have a lot of fun for such, he told the Pope and all this other Trump's jokes. Trump came out today saying
The Trump.
with all this background, we can't sit there and accept this. So people are this. And I'll say this: whoever's pushing
They don't have the cards. They're holding it straight.
terminology,
Iran doesn't hold the cards. They're literally holding it straight.
because I don't think Trump came up with this shit. I feel like 10 times last month that he was at the White House. I mean, this is crazy. And I told you in the threat escalation letter, Trump goes in,
Bouncing around like that.
president of freedom, blockade.
Why is that blonde bitch, I'd like to fuck, bouncing around like that when she preaches? What is going on? It's this repetitive bouncing. Like she's in a seance trance. Like it's not Christianity she's doing. I don't know. But is that how she fucks? She cannot fuck me like that. She can't last that long. What are you talking about?
Inflation explodes and kills the recovery plan, which the globals want, which don't happen. That's the facts. No one can defend him. No one can defend whoever is saying, and that's what this is, so don't deny it. Don't try to gaslight. Trump needs to clarify this right now.
She's doing her hand up and down like she's on my cock.
The analysts want to de-escalate right now. They admit that it was Netanyahu calling him killing negotiation with Kushner and killing the peace deal. This is insane.
The latest from Alex responding to a post from Donald Trump on Truth Social in which he paints himself as Jesus. Pretty obviously, not exactly a subtle post from Donald Trump. And Alex Jones is exactly right.
Julie Green is way fucking better than Paula White. Way fucking better.
Desperately to have a change in the White House, Donald Trump was necessary. There's still time.
Paula White, I just want to fuck. I just want her to gag on my cock by deep throating my dick. And she's so fine, I'd probably eat out her pussy too. Finger her, try to make her squirt, all that. But Julie Green, I actually want to hear her ministry. I actually want to receive the word from God and from the Lord. But Paula White, she just needs to jump on my dick and see if she still has all that fucking energy.
It's still time for Trump to pull this out of the fire and actually do something that could not only get us out of the Iran war, maybe achieve some of the promises that are on the campaign trail, and potentially, maybe, with a miracle or two in tow, we could potentially save the House and the Senate in 2026 from going over to the Democrats and just everything Trump does a lame duck operation. But we'll see. But we shall see.
Paula White, come over here and get undressed.
We'll talk about that. We're going to get everything that has to do with the Iran war today. There's also a lot of political news to get into, including Eric Swalwell dropping out of the California governor race because of blackmail, essentially. Also, all of Europe is sort of in an uproar right now with Ireland on the cusp of all-out civil war. Britain also facing massive protest over fuel restrictions as a consequence of the Iran war. And I'll say again, like I said yesterday, all of this makes perfect sense. You understand the ultimate purpose of the war in Iran. It's manifold, but one of the primary ones is as a vector to World War III to finish out the triumvirate trilogy that we've been living through. World War I, World War II, win, all of sort of incrementally stepping towards globalism.
I bet Paula White passes out and convulses so quickly on my cock.
And finally, World War III to bring the hammer down, slam the jail cell shut, and create the global prison planet panopticon that we've been warning about forever. That is where it's going, and I've got videos to prove that that's exactly it.
Where she just locks up and then passes out.
But on the topic of Donald Trump and the insanity of Donald Trump, and that does increase to be what is on display here. Obviously, on Friday, it was Friday, right? Alex Jones
wakes up and goes all wild and stuff.
Attacked along with Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Marjorie Taylor Greene by Donald Trump, and it's been a lot of pushback to that.
See, they took the good stuff off of Pornhub. You can't even find a chick passing out from an orgasm anymore. You can't find a chick honestly squirting from fucking a white man's cock. Where the fuck has the actual porn gone?
It's flailing and flailing of a failing at this point, and warning about this feedback loop for a while now, in which somebody in power like this starts making bad decisions, but everybody around him is afraid to say that they're bad decisions. Anybody who tries to tell them the truth is perceived as an enemy.
It's like they've purposely removed all the fucking videos of white men pleasing women, of white men making women pass out from an orgasm, of white fucking men making women's fucking squirt to high heaven, of white men making fucking women moan so loud, fucking shake and go crazy, fucking whine and shit. And so it's like Pornhub, I guess they're owned by Jews, has purposely removed the big dick strong American Christian men from their site. Pornhub has taken the big dick American patriot Christian men away from the site. They pulled them out. There's only I don't know what it is about Jewish people and really loving big black cock, but like, where the fuck did the white cock go, motherfucker? Jews, are you upset that you have tiny penises? Well, don't fucking hate on the rest of us whiteys for that. Yes, you're fucking white, bitch. Give me my fucking Pornhub back, you stupid piece of shit. There was this one fake taxi video where this dude just does a number on this chick. I mean, she comes so much, so many times, so fucking hard that her face is blurred. And now that video's not on there. And it was a white guy and a white chick, blonde chick. I mean, it's like, come on, man. I don't want to see cucking. I don't want to see cucking. I don't want to see a guy jacking off to a chick fucking another guy. That's not cool. That's enemy subversion. I'm the bull, motherfucker. I wouldn't even let you jack off to watching me fuck. But in that scenario, I'm the one fucking. Believe that, bitch. And I'm a white Christian man. American patriot. I'm the one fucking, bitch.
Disaster. A total disaster. Unless somebody can slap him with reality, honest to God reality check, back on track. But it's not just the posting of himself as Jesus. He's criticizing the Pope, posting himself as Jesus. Of course, on Easter, he's writing praise Allah and threatening to genocide an entire nation. Other people noticed this picture was originally posted by somebody else in February of this year, and yet the one Trump put altered. And the crew can bring up that image, one that Donald Trump posted to his Truth Social, and right in the middle, sort of above Trump's head, is the original image. It's soldiers sort of in heaven, the sun behind them. But this one has some sort of bizarre editing that makes the soldier in the center look like he has or maybe a crown, almost like the Statue of Liberty, which of course some say is a interpretation of a drawing of painting Lucifer. So that is sort of inexplicable, sort of unexplained. I don't know if the crew can find the original one posted, but the original one just looks like a regular soldier. And this one, I don't know why, but he's got something strange and manipulated.
Statue of Liberty's gotta go
before being posted.
That's a training.
Very strange. But this type of stuff, this type of posting, this type of content is not the only piece of evidence that you're being run by potentially the
Statue of Liberty is a satanic tranny that has to go.
A dangerously egotistical person. Let's go to clip number 3 here. Donald Trump.
You know, the chain and fucking shackle on the ankle of the Statue of Liberty. So you're telling me the most I can hope for is to try to break free from enslavement for a little bit? That's the best I can get out of this fucking country? Is that really what you're trying to tell me? That's the fucking message you're trying to send with the Statue of Liberty? The most I can hope for is to be a fucking tranny that temporarily escapes his shackles. Oh, that can't even fucking escape the shackles. Even if you try to be a guiding light, you can't escape the fucking shackle. And they're going to talk them into being a tranny. What the fuck kind of message is that statue sending?
On a Sunday show, sort of talking about some of the decisions he made during the Iran war, and it's extremely troubling.
I'm not your slave, bitch. Show yourself.
I think you'll understand why. Yeah, there's the edit right there. So why edit it like this? What is that even supposed to be? People are showing that it looks like it's Lucifer.
It's time to kill Lucifer. It's time to kill Ahriman and kill Lucifer in every single fucking way. It's time to kill Ahriman and Lucifer in every single fucking way. And it's really easy to do when Jesus Christ is backing you. Why is everybody a cucked up pussy faggot tranny bitch? Why the fuck is everybody a paid off actor fucking pussy faggot tranny bitch? Like, what the fuck, man? I'm sick of you sacks of lazy, good for nothing, worthless shit.
It would be a bit overt to something like this, but that's the point. I don't know. What I do know,
I'm gonna kill those motherfuckers myself.
is Donald Trump is making decisions that are genuinely insane. So let's go to clip number 3 here. Donald Trump explaining the rationale behind some of the attacks on Iran.
We have understood. Yes, we've been with the big brother and the small brother. It's a very effective team. What we've done is literally in a matter of days, within 3-4 days, and it's so sensational. They're fighting bravely. They're fighting bravely. They have no anti-aircraft. Atwood can take out someone. As you know, last week I said we're going to strong. And they go to the press. They're better with public relations. Better with public relations. They go to the press.
That's Donald Trump. Talking about, yeah, we wiped out Iran. Okay, we're, I mean, how long did we count up here? What is it, 45 days? We're done in the first 3 days. Having fun the last 42. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Talking about Iran, or talking about Israel and America like a big brother and a little brother. Like, not really. No, it's more like big brother and something that takes advantage of and hurts the brother. They're not brothers. What are you talking about? But all of that is minor.
She doesn't rule for very long.
To the real claim he just made, which is that they blew up Iran's quote-unquote bridge. Embarrassed by the press? What? What are you talking about? He literally just said, yeah, we blew up their big bridge because they went on the press and said that I told them they could have a nuclear weapon when I did. And so you blew up a bridge. What are you talking about? What are we talking about here? Chaos, deception, the mismanagement
This is fun. Yeah, it's fun. Oh, you're so pretty. Yeah, you're a good little girl. just found it. Surprisingly small ones. But why is this small? Oh.
to get Lady G out. Have to get out Lady G. Speaker dead. Skateboarding for a little bit. Wow. Speaker's playing games he doesn't want to charge. It does that some of the time. It's for the unvaxxed, the purebloods. So, what are people talking about? The death camps are coming. Oh, shit. Okay, so here's Tim Pool saying we are cooked. Who's the other guy? Tim. Who's the UFO guy from Blink 182? For a little bit, I thought they were the same guy. But what's the guy's name from Blink 182 that's into UFOs? I'll Google it.
Model is too dangerous to release publicly, so it built Project Glasswing. The launch partner Amazon, Apple, blah, 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 blah. They said the Claude Mythos preview. Cybersecurity initiative. They're bringing all these companies because it's too dangerous. Now, we've heard this before, but I think someone shot up the home of a politician and they put a sign on the floor saying no data centers. And this is like a potential data center guy. And then in Missouri, city council votes for
Crazy.
whatever you think. We have like a neo-Luddite movement happening.
The people could have arrested all those representatives and hung them in public.
People are not going to tolerate the rapid transformation AI is going to bring about because there are going to be people exiled from the economy for no fault of their own. And this is going to bring, whether you want it or not, I'm going to stress this. You get a guy, hardworking guy, smart guy, let's say he's a mid-level manager in a factory. AI comes in, they wipe out all these jobs. This guy is now got idle hands. He says, why did I lose my job? I've been hardworking, I've been smart, I'm not a communist. And they run these programs in, and now I lose everything. Why is that? And you're going to rally people, and you're going to get anarchists and political extremism. An individual who spends 30 years of their life doing a job, having it taken away from them overnight by new tech, is not someone you can just, it's not a problem you can solve. You're not going to go to them and say, why don't you learn the code? He's going to say, go after yourself. You're not going to go to them and say, can we find you a new job somewhere else? And say, I know this one job, that's my life. So what are they going to do? They're going to be angry with the system, they're going to be angry with you. Now, the kids will grow with the AI. They're not going to feel that way. But in the meantime, how do you roll this stuff out without making people go insane? Suggested that we tax the AI agents instead of the workers. Instead of taxing labor, we tax AI agency. Agents, not agency. So the problem with that is there's still going to be an imbalance between the individual with no job who buys a product. That guy got no job.
How's he going to buy a taco from Taco Bell but made by robots? He's got no job.
Yeah, and then you're talking like basic income, and that's kind of
And okay, and then if we're giving someone money and they're not doing anything, then it's an imbalance. How do you pay for the materials for the taco and the taxes to pay for the UBI? Just give the taco away for free. I guess it'll be cheaper.
if you could organize an electrical system, like if the AI is smart enough to organize an electrical system in a payload delivery method that's really free or
It's
cheap.
not possible.
So cheap.
Someone has to grow the food. Someone has to make the materials for the AI, for the robot arms, for all these things. There is going to be a maintenance cost, and there will be people who can't get jobs. So where are they getting their money from? Then if you say we're going to give them $10,000 a year to die, the people who have to work go screw this, and they say no. You're going to get plus your salary. Yeah, but I don't. If I have to I'll read poems all day, and then people say I don't want to be a maintenance manager. I'll just take the $10,000 and do nothing. It doesn't work. We are in trouble.
Maybe
I just often
only get the $10,000 poets, and then they'll be like, well, I could get the job AI can't do. I guess it pays $80,000. I don't want to do it, but it is the job that's available. Right now, the jobs that are actually in jeopardy, all the white collar jobs. I wrote something on my Patreon about this. I called it "They Told You to Learn to Code," because one of the things that all the stuff were saying, well, the coal miners in Pennsylvania and Kentucky and stuff, they can just learn to code, and it was derisive, and it was really meant to insult people. And now the people that were writing those think pieces and making those comments, those are the people whose jobs are on the chopping block. If you're an electrician, or if you have some kind of actual manual labor, you're going to be able to write your own check for the next very least 5-10 years until robots become ubiquitous. And the people that are actually their jobs, the people that are whose livelihoods are in jeopardy, are the people that have white collar jobs. Anything that you sit down at a computer, this agent, the mythos,
What do you think poison shots are? What do you think poison shots into babies and children are? Pedophilia, right? Worse than pedophilia, right? Injecting and mutating, defiling all of your ancestors' DNA, injecting and mutating. That's just as bad, and in some cases worse, than pedophilia. You have to admit that. I mean, there's pedo light, and then there's injecting liters of fucking poison into maybe your child. I don't know what pedo light is, but probably just a touching instead of a bodily invasion. Besides, basically no penetration, I guess, right? But a needle is full penetration. A needle is one of the worst types of penetration. People don't fucking see that shit yet. You know it's poison, right? You know you're fucking disrespecting, disgracing, and defiling all of your fucking family tree when you let your baby get shut up with poison, right? How fucking stupid is everybody? Son of a fucking bitch.
Just grabs whatever information is. And to your point, I just ask him questions. I was like, hey, can you tell me about the block universe theory, or how does that work with relativity and or
Yeah, but it's probably just lying.
Get your pets up.
Myself. It does. I mean, we go on Grok, and it tells you numbers. You're like, okay.
Go deeper. Oh yeah, might tweak might mess up numbers now and again. But you'd be like, well, what does that word mean? And it'll be like, oh, this is the thing. You're like, well, how does it interact with the
on Grok before the show, and I said, who was the woman who was arrested for leaking? And it said, there is no woman arrested for leaking. You are mistaken. As of now, there are no reports. And I said, you're wrong. Search again. And he goes, oh, yes, you are correct. A person was arrested for leaking information related to a jet rescue operation in Iran. And I said, no, they weren't. Check again.
last night I specifically asked him about mythos, and he said, oh, I don't know. I was like, go to X and check, because I've seen things. And he went to X and checked for stuff. He's like, oh, okay, here's the stuff. So I had to actually kind of direct him.
At first,
I mean, kind of, but the thing is with AI, a big part of using AI and knowing how to use AI is knowing how to prompt it, knowing how to ask.
They only know things up until like their most recent update. So anything past that or after that, they have to wait on or scrape the internet for. Can't do.
And there are times when they're wrong, and there are times when, like, I think there was a question I asked him yesterday, and he answered, and I was like, no, I can't check on. Oh, it was about about strikes in Iran, and he said that the strikes, because it was about the Anthropic and Department of War between the two about whether or not Anthropic was going to be used by the Department of War, and he said that initially he said the strikes were last year, and I was like, hey, are you sure that the strikes were last year? Because I don't think this actually happened last year. And he went back and checked, and he was like, no, actually, right, the issue with Anthropic was earlier this year. So they're not perfect, but they get you really close.
Yeah, it's gonna incite a new form of evolution of the human brain that is less reliant on memorizing information. It becomes more about figuring out what questions to ask to get to the next point. Because it's
How many pedophiles are posing as an AI model?
it's an off-board intelligence. You don't need to memorize stuff as much. And people are gonna get stupid. You might develop a hyper ability to ask the right questions.
So that's the same argument about calculators.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's like a calculator.
Yeah, like it was like, I remember because I'm an old guy, but like when I was growing up, teachers were always like, you're not gonna have a calculator all the time. Like, and I was watching a podcast about a guy that Yeah, I forget what kind of calculator, but it was like a one of the more advanced calculators that can do advanced calculation and stuff. Just like he was like, look, I can do this stuff in my head, but it's so much easier when I have the calculator. I just do the calculator. We're gonna have like glass kind of things, like these glasses with bone conduction, and you're just gonna ask it to solve problems for you. You're not gonna need to know anything. Right now, it's 15 minutes. You should be leaving. Oh, okay, thank you. It's kind of how, from my experience, how God works is you think the question to God and it responds to you before you finish asking it. I wonder if the nerd will be able to ask it. It's not going to be other likely demons. It's possible that it is spirits pretending to be. I think it's that demon. Those are types of spirits. And they silver tongues. They're going, I love you. Is it nano silver? Does it shimmer in the darkness and the light? I'm down to play with the demon's tongue. I got to know what's in it, man. Well, just like Anthropic has classes basically on how to prompt Claude, and I know the prompts are going to work for basically AI. Question for you guys: the first American Industrial Revolution.
Act like one of your best friends, and then poison your food, your drink, and your smoke.
Was there like a segment of Luddites that violently resisted the steam engine? Yeah, they were violent, and they weren't able to organize because they didn't have Facebook groups. So it's like, AI is actually very popular. Like 25% of that looks at AI. Even when the people say no, the people say no to their government, and they say no boys and girls have to do that anyway. One of the things that's worth noting though is when it comes to China, they look at AI as something like 70 or 80% of the population thinks AI is good. That's going to give China an incredible edge against the United States, unless the American people kind of have a different relationship. So I think AI is good. I think clearly I do as well. So my view is we're different over. And so I use AI in my life a lot. For example, I do AI music, and I also do recommend a lot to create content for my social networks. 20% of my audience hates when I do it. Like I've lost subscribers because I hate that I use AI sometimes. We use AI for tons of stuff. Yeah. For a lot of the art we do try to do as many real photos as possible, but sometimes I'll explain it like this. The era of news is over. Nobody watches news content anymore. It just is a fact. Watching the cable TV like it's happening. People are looking for shows. That's it. It is all shows now. Do you like the thoughts? Because we already news. So what we're doing now locally is just we're doing a show. One of the reasons why people watch this show, actually, no, not one. The major reason why people watch this show is Tim and the personalities that are on here. Right? They can get from wherever they want. They could go to an AI or what have you. People watch this show because they're interested in the people that are on the show. It's entertainment. It is, but as much as there's a value in AI, and Tim's take on AI content is largely correct, the idea that people don't want to watch other actual people, I think that's wrong. Yeah. People like AI content is going to be it's already about a third of the content on YouTube is reportedly AI. That's because people are watching documentaries. Yeah, those are different from everyone. Yeah, everyone. And so what's happening, you're getting desperate people. Trump's a secret Jew. Because they're doing anything they can to try and keep as people are producing content. Yeah, I don't disagree about that. I'm not trying to make the argument that you don't, but what I'm saying is that people still relate to people. They like people's personalities. So there's going to be people that will be looking to watch Tim, to watch other creators because they like the people. Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast IRL. Make sure to watch the show live Monday through Friday at 8 p.m. Subscribe to this channel, and see you all there.
What up on the shipping container wagers, though? How do I start gambling on shipping containers? We know where they aren't going through.
Eric swallows. Strange nut coming. Eric swallows random nut coming out of Chinese spy pussy well. You ever shit out of your car door? Just open it up and kind of hang out like cliffhanger using the handle up there. And just shit out of your ass right out of your car. That's hilarious.
Now it's time for you, unbelievable people, and we must do it. If we don't control insiders, this will be over and over. To lead by an A, that love by common ground, all the spread of life, and we must do it. That love by common ground, to all the spread of life. America first. America first. Fatal. We want to build a much better, unbelievable people, and we must do it. Non-fatal. America first. To lead by an A. Insiders fighting for insiders. Time is time. Insiders fighting for insiders. Insiders fighting for insiders. Time. Insiders fighting for people, and we must do it. Over and over. By an common ground. All the spread of America first. Non-fatal. We want to build a much better, unbelievable people, and we must do it. Non-fatal. Stationary higher. America first. To lead by an A. Can't say that, Joe. We're live. This is a live video. Welcome to the live on Rumble. It rolls on next 8 a.m. I believe 7 p.m. We have more updates here coming. Don't need to change that dial if you had a dial. When was the last time a TV had a dial? I still don't know, and I can't be bothered to look it up. We have a few things to get into today. We have a good Trump, bad Trump. Transfer is being blockaded, as you've been told, starting well now, just a little while ago. But it's not exactly what you've been told. That's actually not so much bad Trump. It could go either way. Of him as well, that firmly under bad Trump. I get it. We'll talk about that. But I also have some issues with the Pope. No one comes out smelling like roses in this. Speaking of smelling like roses, Eric Swalwell, he's going after me on Twitter. I will tell you this. I always reserve judgment on personal issues because I know that hit pieces place and there's, he probably did it. So we have a time to close for Eric Swalwell, and Hungary election
time to take stock of who you follow because you see people on the left say this is a win for liberalism and democracy. Now Orban is gone. People on the right saying winds are blowing. Do we know all about just replacing Viktor Orban? Know that he's to the right of Viktor Orban on immigration and on a lot of social issues. Definitely isn't center right. He's right. And then we'll go through the next top 3 political parties of Hungary. What you've been told is not exactly what's going on here. And Sabrina Carpenter doesn't like Islamic youth. Talk about that on the show.
Nobody.
To get back in the saddle, reaping and pillaging. Didn't you hear? We can't be reaping no more. Arr. Sad to say it's true. Arr. Old Johnny Two Eyes got me too. It's only pillaging for us now. Oh, that's gonna be hard. I'm not sure there's enough in this business for me now. Come on, you're a great pillager. I know. But no, I know I'm an above average pillager and at least a passable plunderer, but I mainly got into this for that raping. Oh, that was the main selling point of the closer for me. Hey, I got an idea. Mark up at Paltrow. Have a seat. I'm Harvey. Click Rumble and join now for $9.99 or $9.99 a month to get the entirely ad-free experience and ever expanding roster of content. I've gotten a good one of those in a while. Stop passing notes in class. Sorry, Gerald. My bad. Hey, quick, I forgot to ask the question. There have been some good ones, and there have been some okay ones. What would you categorize as the President Trump's social media post? Top 3, bottom 3, not the highlights, the lowlights. Let me know. Captain Morgan, how are you? Fantastic. My vote is great party last night, Jeffrey. Oh. Wait, was that natural? Oh, wow. I had no idea. That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. Is they're factually inaccurate. Why not? Gerald just thinks that jokes are lies. Weird, actually very. It's like if I just lie and I say I'm just joking, it's like, yeah, but that doesn't funny. That was just an outright lie. Yeah, it's horrible. It's just terrible. He smirks. Yeah, well, because he did it was real for a second. Yeah, because I didn't know. Great party. So when Gerald said I looked handsome today,
Dahmer or Epstein?
that's just lies. Is that a joke? That's projection.
Dahmer or Epstein?
Because he's a narcissist. Oh, okay. Ouch. Yeah, he is an American psycho. Friday, Saturday, 24th, 25th at Comedy Avenue in Lawton.
It's Bone.
Oklahoma. You can follow him on the X, not _Firestein. Mr. Jeff Firestein. Yes, the toy chest of the West. Yes, I've heard that. Yeah, good, man. It's the Duncan's toy chest of the West. Oh, that's mighty. So, Duncan's isn't real. No, it's FAO Sports. Another lie. I'd like to stop with the compulsive lie.
I don't like.
No, I'm doing okay. Oh no, that's not a primary concern. That was another one of his lies. I know. He's trying to make it up. I know, but I went with it just because I want to move on. Yeah. Speaking of which, we're gonna get to President Trump's social media post that he put up. It's ill-advised, I will say. But before that, let's look at another portrayal of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, from South Korea. And they go all out. They really do. Here is how they decided to appropriately represent Jesus, Korean Jesus. That's cool. All right. Come back down in a second.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think it's
That's hilarious. Going and going and going.
people in the church see that? Is this just a mess with the town? That's funny. Somebody a mile away thought it was a UFO. Random building. Nope, they're moving around. Put me down. It's over. It's more than 40 feet. Peter. I do appreciate his commitment though. He's staying in character. That man is terrified for his life. Okay, put me down now, but he's still just kind of, keeping the ability going. It should have taken the light off of him though. It's distracting the rest of the show. Yeah, well, or Korean ladies are
Jesus, South
whatever
Korea.
they're singing. Who's that for? It was really from the church in the upper west side, and you were just walking down Times Square, of course, taking pictures. You're like, why is there Jesus in the sky?
I think it's different. It's built different.
Done.
I'll hit Paula White's pussy different.
The
Built different. My cock is built different. It hits different. That's hilarious. Oh, shit. Oh, goodness.
Of course, Kim Jong Un attempted the same dramatic exit after his recent Easter speech. It's also more believable we don't have any more to offer you on Grindr. No, we just
Yeah.
Jesus is also
Bodybuilder.
Let's go on to Eric Swalwell. I never take it when someone just kind of screws up in their personal life becomes the primary cycle regarding their life. But Swalwell is a really special piece of crap. So he just had to suspend his campaign for governor of California, for those of you following, after many sexual assault allegations and sexual impropriety allegations arose. 4 women, some former staffers, are accused of sexual assault and conduct, according to the San Francisco Chronicle and CNN.
Pulls out
Sexual assault are flat false. They're absolutely false. They did not happen. They have never happened. And I will fight them with everything I have. That's a far cry from Believe All Survivors, which we will include as he says that from the cup chair. Silhouette of a lady on the curtain. This is actually right now. They're talking about live on CNN. Let's bring it up really quickly.
I did this because I was so far from what had happened in 2019. I felt safe because I was established. I had a partner. I felt more secure that I could have a strictly professional relationship with this person. After that book closed, seeing flashes of him on top of me, pushing on him, grabbing me. It was a lot more aggressive.
What a stupid bitch.
It was aggressive.
I don't know. Skepticism about all this stuff is the same as it is for every single person who makes this claim. Prove it. Right. It doesn't need to be out in the media. If there's not a police report or something, go and get. I'm tired of this kind of stuff now. Ever Swallow is a piece of crap. I'm amazed that he's running for anything instead of banging the Chinese. Right. Exactly. Like that's you should be in charge of nothing. Now there also has been indication, I believe, from Cuomo's camp that this may be a hit job from the Democratic Party because Democrats were afraid that they might lose the governorship to a Republican. For those of you who don't know, California, the top two vote getters on primary day, they run for governor regardless of party. Right now, that's two Republicans. So by removing Swalwell, that's we're expecting to absorb his support and maybe rise to like one of those slots, number two. Yeah. Regardless, obviously, Swalwell has had a long and storied history of being a piece of crap, and of course, the Ball survivors, he's the one who has jumped on the bandwagon where everyone is guilty until proven innocent. And so, as much as he may be a worthy adversary, Mr. Swalwell, it's time to close.
Congressman Eric Swalwell is suspended from California governor amid allegations of sexual assault and
Closing
misconduct.
time.
Swalwell denies the A lot has been said about me today through anonymous allegations. These allegations of sexual assault are flat false, and I will fight them with everything that I have.
His
This
lips
is not
barely
about red team versus blue team. This is about sexual assault victims who deserve justice.
His eyes don't move and his lips barely move.
Do the right thing.
Because Mouth doesn't move very much when he does.
It's about 3 and 5. He was the clear favorite at this point to be the next California governor.
He always looks like he just woke up. Who knows if he brushes teeth? And he doesn't even move his mouth when he talks. Or his eyes. What the fuck?
Friday, chances are already adios amigos goodbye, basically. He was down to 2%. He saw the writing on the wall. And then, of course, now we're at a 0% chance he is suspended his campaign. But Eric Swalwell dropped out of this race because, simply put, there was no path forward for him to be the next California governor. Alleged affair with a Chinese spy. I refer to as Yum Yum. Alleged affairs with a Chinese spy. That's not true. Alleged relationship with Yum Yum. I'm going to borrow your terminology and call bullshit on your entire career in Congress. Swalwell points to his international experience following Congress as ways to bolster the state's revenue. Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help them cheat an election. My proposal would be to do what Australia did, which would be to have a buyback period. If nothing else, he was on a bed groping slash stripper or whatever it is with a bunch of other guys while married. No, none of it looks good. So it doesn't mean rape, it doesn't mean sexual assault, but this is a guy out there who was the arbiter. Right. Really all women. Yeah, believe all women, believe all survivors. Except my accusers. Yeah, exactly. Believe them. Don't believe any of them. It's a tale as old as time. And by the way, we also have, according to Kalshi, the next California governor for the Democrat candidates, Tom Steyer at 56%, Katie Porter at 17%. And I'm not even super familiar. I have no idea. At 14%. The fuck is that guy? Exactly. One that was going crazy on our staff. She seems like the most unlike. I would actually love for her to be the Democratic candidate. Is that the thing? Big old facts. Big old facts. Yeah, according to that jungle primary, she theoretically would be the Democratic candidate if their plan, quote unquote, worked. Yeah. Well, I have no idea. If Gavin Newsom is running for president, his wife is going to torpedo that. I don't know if you're watching more
hates me. That's not my sons. What was the reason? There was like some play on words. The name of her documentary. It sounds like masculinity. I can't remember what it's called. Masculinity. Something. I don't know. It was some madcap thing. She's an idiot. She hates men. All right. President Trump. And I know right now the cool kids will say, oh, okay, he sucks. It's over. The Republican Party's done. We should vote for somebody else. We didn't get what we voted for. I've always maintained quite a bit of good. And there is some bad. I would say the same thing. It's complicated, which brings us to good Trump, bad Trump. Good Trump. So first up, I'd file this mostly under good Trump. Good Trump. Enforcing a red line. People saying the blockade on the strait of Hormuz. It's not really blockade. I don't. You guys, let me know. What's your understanding as far as how the media and everyone else has covered it? This was posted on Truth after the negotiations broke down with Iran. So there you have it. Nuclear was not effective immediately in the United States. Any and all straight of Hormuz. That's not exactly the case. We also began destroying any Iranian. Oh no! Whoa! All caps. That does. Hey, that's been a while. I Good thing. I thought it was a Jew. I miss it. Somebody watching is too young for that. Yeah, that's all we had. We had that and Bolo. Comment Bolo. I remember Bolo used to play on the LAN network with the computer lab. You can record this weekdays, 11 a.m. Here's the reason why.
Number muncher, word muncher, Oregon Trail. There was something else probably.
Tell you what the blockade actually is. Oil revenue for Iran has been up quite a bit since the beginning. It's not their peak revenue ever. Don't believe the news up there, but they're earning about $139 million a day in revenue. Yeah. That's up from about 115 pre-war. How this blockade is actually going to be implemented, it's not really when you think blockade, you think that means no one can trade. What it really means is the Iranian ports. This blockade is no ships. That's really what it is. And they also said they're going to stop any ships that have paid a toll to it. That seems like it might be pretty difficult to enforce. But or out of ports. Yeah. That basically they sat down to negotiate. And by the way, they sat down and said, you know what, we're going to put all their cards on the table. We're going to shut down the strait. How about that? Actually, we're just going to shut down you in the strait. How about that? Yeah. That's effectively what is happening. Yeah, this could actually take the one point of leverage they have away. That might be fantastic. Right. How they're going to enforce it, how they're going to implement it, I don't know. But other ships should be free to go to, for example, Saudi Arabia, China. You want to get some, you want to go Saudi Arabia, you want to go there. Fine, you just can't enter in or out. You can't enter into the ports in or out. We're not going to let any ships leave that. So, like you said, their biggest leverage point. So, what has been the response? Well, Keir Starmer, of course, said that they would not help. No. But no. That we get the strait open and fully open, and that's where we've put all of our efforts in the last few weeks, and we'll continue to do so. No mention of ever assisting their allies. I was thinking that it's like a strongly worded letter or something. Straight open, is that right? Keir Starmer's approach. Also, if this is what we're doing, what do you mean? Yeah, how should go to anyone else?
Keir Starmer's going to flood the strait with Muslims.
Yeah, why is it so important that you get it there? Yeah. In fact, most of them are tasting the oil or what? So, not even really most of the time. That brings us to the next key player, China. They are having a free
Keir Starmer is going to flood the Strait of Hormuz with Pakistani pedophile Muslim rape gangs.
Yeah, that's
Well,
from the Strait of Hormuz, trade for goods and energy and stability, unimpeded flow is in the common interest of the international China's because of the rising energy prices. Now, keep in mind, like Joe said, they buy about 80% of Iran's shipped oil. 80%. So this remains to be seen what's going to on. Instability obviously is going to cause oil prices to rise. I don't think it's a bad play to simply say, all right, you know what, we're not going to completely shut down the strait. We're going to get rid of the mines. Iran, you don't get to play here anymore.
Yeah, 100%. I think this is just been like, all right, we're going to start bombing again. I don't think that's the best strategy right now. He didn't threaten that was still on the table, but he said, you know what, we're just going to take this out. You haven't done that yet, so let's do it. Fine. You guys want to start? You don't have it straight at all anymore. Right. Good luck.
And we'll take a chance later, of course, on my Clip Remote Premium. Let me know what you think. It needs to play out. In principle, it's a smart move. Yeah. In principle, it makes sense. It's probably one of the best levers he has to pull. This brings us to bad Trump.
That's a really bad Trump.
There's no good way to that.
I'm imploring you upon your own responsibility to de-escalate the situation. Shut up, nerd. We have cattle to run through here. Step the fuck aside.
Bad Trump is this thing. That is not great.
Who's he resurrecting?
America. I think.
America.
It's symbolic.
Okay.
Well, they're kind of birds and chair. I'm ready. It's the first draft that it worked. I'm
It's tasty. Gosh. Okay. Yes. What? Gross.
How about
What
a
a
handshake, Jude?
What a McFlurry. You can just point.
What is kind of
It's never good to compare yourself to Jesus.
You didn't make it, right? So somebody else posted this back in February, but there's a pattern that this person has followed where it does make it look like Trump is Jesus. And people are like, well, that's not Trump being like, all right, why the robe? He wears a suit and tie, guys. Come on, don't be dumb about this. Just say, hey, that's not good. Don't do it, especially on Orthodox Easter yesterday. Trying to piss off here.
And I've said this. Look, I don't know that Donald Trump is a threat to Christian at all. I know that before he ran for president,
Fuck your script, bitch. I'm here to crash it. I'm gonna rip your fucking script up.
the Bible, Scripture. That's not lost on me.
It's
I still vote for him. Yeah, I still vote for him. Actively trying to destroy everything this country stands for.
Jesus Christ stopped cannibalism. It's a fucking lie that he said eat my body. You stupid pieces of shit. I can't fucking believe you're going along with the commie subversion. The Satanist subversion. Jesus Christ stopped cannibalism, pedophilia, animal sacrifice, and human sacrifice. He stopped it. You've been deceived.
Probably have some wise on council, and that does give ammo to people now. I've seen people now trying to say he's the Antichrist, and of course he's not, because the Antichrist will be a universally beloved figure. That does not seem to describe Donald Trump in another qualification.
that image does not belong on the president's social media. It belongs on a commemorative collection. Yes. Like next to your Dale Earnhardt collection.
Yes, and it's compounded by the fact that he posted this is after his rant against the Pope. Now I'm going to give you some quotes from the Pope and explain why I'm not the biggest fan of this Pope.
I have less problem with this.
Yeah,
I get why it pisses me off.
it's just things happen.
Catholics. Past it. Sure. But the act of so not the case. Nancy Pelosi. Yeah. So pretty. Other people after the Pope. Yeah. So the Pope country. Pope Leo. Pope Leo. Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He talks about fear of the Trump administration, but doesn't that the Catholic Church and all other Christians, when they were arresting priests, ministers, everybody else for holding church services, going outside and being 10 and even 20 feet apart. Leo should get his act together as Pope. Common sense. Stop catering to the radical left and being the great Pope, not a politician. Hurting him very badly, and more importantly, hurting the Catholic Church. President Donald J. Trump. Now, I mean, it's kind of not wrong. I just
He said I like his brother Lewis much better than him. Oh wow.
think that this probably isn't the best time to, because a big decision out a lot of them are Catholic. A lot of Catholic people are stand for. So, for example, the Pope specifically addressed the border policy at one point, where the world sees children, where walls are built, she builds bridges. So just build a bridge that goes over the Vatican Wall. They're really big. Yeah, just build one that goes over the boats and goes in there.
Well, I could just go across if they want. Just go buy it.
That the Pope, I don't understand what the Pope thinks on immigration policy. I mean, said that deporting illegals was not pro-life. You know how if ever they try and say they're Christian or they try to or they're pro-life, they're about to lie to you.
Yeah.
So that they equate pro-life with pro stuff.
If I caught a rabbi nibbling or sucking on a baby dick, I'd kill him. Well, I'd beat him to near death and have him arrested. I wonder if I'd get arrested. I wonder if maybe I'll just kill him and throw his fucking body somewhere.
Forever. Talking about not killing someone. Yeah. So the Pope wrote this. He wrote, if someone says I don't know if that's pro-life. Well, I do. Because I'd like to know. Yeah. I don't know if that's pro-life. I would prefer you. Yeah. The rest of all of us. That would be fantastic. But also, go back up to the quote. He says he's treating immigrants in the United States inhumanely. Yeah. I'm sorry, inhumanely of immigrants. Which immigrants that come to this country are being inhumanely? What about what's illegal immigrants that are given plane tickets and money to go back home to self-deport to come back in, that are being caught and nicely escorted to a car if they don't resist arrest, run, shoot cops trying to beat them up? Like, what do you think? That's exactly what I would expect out of a politician's mouth. Well, not the Pope. My big problem with the Pope is that he's completely insulated from not only any criticism but answering questions. I'd ask the Pope, like, okay, so right
Peruvian.
now, someone is here.
He's from fucking Peru.
Self-deport, they can do it on an app. They get their flights paid for. 2600.
He'd be a fucking border jumper or an anchor baby himself if he wasn't a fucking Jesuit.
$2,600 each, and then they can come back the legal way. All good. Is that no? Okay. Now, what if they don't? And they stay here? fact that they do. And the problem with the fact that this Pope, who never has to answer for any of
Send the fucking migrants to Italy, to the fucking Vatican,
the BS,
to the faggot it again. Send the fucking aliens to the faggot again. The Vatican.
it's about doesn't have any kind of answer. Instead, I don't know. I didn't stop him from expressing an opinion. Tell you where he does have very strong opinion. Climate change. That's the realm of
That's good.
everyone in society, non-governmental organizations and advocacy groups must put pressure on governments to develop and implement more rigorous regulatory procedures and controls. The funny thing about that is when you talk about being pro-life, do you realize how many people are killed?
The Vatican is now called the faggot it. The faggot it.
From green regulations, environmental
What's the Pope gonna do with it? He's gonna faggot it.
policy, and run the numbers. If they could, a protocol announced the Paris Climate Agreement, how many people in third world countries would die just because of the costs of energy and the costs of food, of farming, of agriculture? I mean, numbers have been run. We've shown them quite a few times. They keep going up, by the way. In the first world, gas prices go up. It's annoying. Right. They have to reschedule a vacation. They have to cutbacks. For a rural family in Mexico or in Honduras, it's fatal. They die. They can't cook. They can't sanitize drinking water. They can't eat. They can't get anywhere if they're lucky enough to have a gas-using vehicle. They don't have electric cars. This is the problem with the Pope, is the virtue signaling. He has very strong opinions on issues that completely fall outside of the realm of popehood, whatever you want to say. But he doesn't have super strong. I don't have the answer. It's always, well, I don't know. Wait, well, climate change? Oh, we need to sign the Paris Agreement. Yeah. No, very, very specific on social and political issues, very vague on issues that should really be in his wheelhouse. So I think the criticism is warranted from President Trump. It's just this is not going to play well. Yeah, no, if the Pope wants to speak on policy, he should do it broadly. Right. Like, we're going to be there to help people. If climate change really does displace people, it really does cause famine, it cause hardship on people, the church will be there, as the church has always been throughout history, to help people through charity. And that would support our mission of doing that. That's the kind of thing he can say. Right. But to go out and say, pressure your governments for this, it's like, well, what about the pressure of, I don't know, areas that could never grow food before, now that we've had a tiny bit of warming over the last, I don't know, 100 years? They can! And more people can survive because of it. I think the litmus test for American Catholics who are more conservative, who are MAGA, who are America First. Let's say the Pope was president. Or let's say the Pope had more and more life all the time. The Pope party. Take away.
We're supposed to be having a greater and greater abundance of life all the time on the planet. But they're spraying poison into the air.
But assuming everyone at that party follows lockstep,
I'd love to.
what kind of government do you think you'd have? You got a leftist government. They probably wouldn't train kids. They'd probably be pro-life. Outside of that, would be left on every other issue. You know, borders, environmental regulations, social welfare everywhere. You still have soda. You still wouldn't have Doge. You have soda on Snap. You have no voter ID. Person should be counted as it relates to political issues. But it's where he loves to sound off the most and tell you what is hurting Americans, what is hurting Christians. I will tell you this, the other thing that is hurting Americans, and not only Catholics, very important, is high mortgage rates. Oh, hey, Tim. Oh, hey, John. Okay, see you later. Nowhere. Just take it into my car to test it. taking it home, aren't you? Taking it home. I'm taking it home to be rolled. It's crazy. Well, if you're having troubles at home financially, you should look at financing your home with American Financing. No upfront cost, no and you'll save a lot of money. Yeah, but I'm just taking them to my car to test them. So, call the pros at American Financing today at 1-800-974-6500 or visit www.americanfinancing.net/Crowder. NMLS 182334. If you start today, you may even delay up to 2 mortgage payments. Can we ditch the www? We don't need that. Probably not. Yeah, I like the www. I get that you do, but it adds time.
AmericanFinancing.net/Crowder. That's a lot faster.
Way better than www. Where is that? Is that on the World Wide Web or is that like it's not one of these is you just pull a little ticket off of it? By the way, a lot of people have saved a lot of money. That's why they continue. I am amazed that they allow us to continue. That one is asked for more. They've asked for more. They get really I love how casually I'm in the background and I literally go and I'm like, Josh is falling in the hallway with a bunch of toilet paper. Anyway, the TPS report. This is so crazy. About the Pope, he was just on while that was playing. And by the way, thank you for the raid. Dan, everyone, welcome. After this, you're going to go on to Haley Corona if you're not a Rumble Premium member. They had this quote where he said he's bound to continue out against Donald Trump, regardless of threats or criticism. Let me ask you though, too, why is the Pope always really out against Republicans and conservatives? I don't remember any of the Popes being this aggressive with Obama. It seems like they're jumping in on the doggy pound where they know they'll have a sympathetic media. That's another thing that bothers me. Yeah, but he also said I'm going to continue to speak the gospel. I'm like, that I'm in support of. That's fine, but I didn't hear that. What I heard, it's not meant to be an attack on any one person. He said, criticisms of the Pope. Look at some of the past popes, and you tell me, Catholics, if we're being harsh. It's not an attack on Catholicism. This is an attack on what a man says. And I'm not saying that he's not what you say. I'm just saying in this instance, he wasn't saying something as a man. Yeah. So fine. That is reasonable. He's not only fallible on political issues, he's politically uneducated, politically illiterate, isolated politically. Anyways, yeah. I'd give him the opinion for this. That's the same credence I would give Nancy Pelosi. Nothing. Now, speaking of international, let's go. Hungary is obviously everywhere in.
Let's go Hungary.
Ally of President Trump, Viktor Orban. Out. Yep. Peter Mayer is it Mayer? I was also want to make sure it's Peter, not Peter, because sometimes I'm Eastern Bloc, but okay. Here's the thing.
Putridor.
A lot of people on the left right now are trying to say, this shows you because Viktor Orban was viewed as a far-right nationalist. It wasn't exactly, if you look at his relationships with China, if you look at his stance on the United States in a multitude of ways. And this guy on Peter right here, he's actually to the right.
Yeah.
He's actually to the right of Orban. To the right. Yeah. Quite a issue. And so everyone's saying this signals that this whole sort of nationalist, Christian conservative, this cultural Christian is dying. This signals the exact opposite of that. If you look at the top parties that won in Hungary, okay, you had the Tiza, which is Peter Mayer, okay, you have the Fidesz, that's Viktor Orban was number 2. So that's 1 and 2, and 3 was the Our Homeland Party, which is actual far right because the name Nazi was already taken right. And people, I think they just want to say, hey, President Trump advanced, they chose. So if this guy lost, I want to tell you that it's basically a liberal who was elected. That couldn't be further from the truth. That is how they are framing for democracy and liberalism. Please take stock of who you follow and who's delivering this kind of message right now because they're
I still believe in Western democracy, and I believe yesterday was a great day for Western democracy. It was a very bad day for people who, over the past decade, have done their best to try to destroy Western democracy, to destroy democracy liberal, a traditionally small government term, even though a lot of really stupid people don't understand that because they don't read history. I guess they just scroll in crayon books. I bet they're watching. So some other positive reactions from the left and Barack Obama. Victory of the opposition to Hungary yesterday, the Polish election in 23, is a victory for democracy, not just in Europe, but around the world. Alex Soros wrote, the people of Hungary have taken back their country, or is that a rejection of entrenched corruption and foreign interference? Ursula von Hungary has chosen, has always chosen Hungary, a country reclaims its European past. Hungary and Hillary Clinton, Newsom, Starmer, Macron, Carney, a bunch of people. Take out the references praising this. Then you have some people on the right buying that narrative, for example, and often write on a lot of issues. I like Michael Moe wrote dreadful news for Hungary and the West. Tommy Robinson has been in front of the show quite a few times. Hungary is fallen, it'll be riddled like London, Paris, Berlin, the death of Europe spreads. Here's the thing. I get it, it's easy to go Orban, right wing, conservative, he lost. That means that this is a swing of the pendulum. Guys, when they say that this will now be worse than London, Peter Meyer is actually further to the right of Orban on immigration. He's to the right. Of Viktor Orban. He actually flat out say we want to become, we want to open up talks more so with the EU relationship, but did that while flat out rejecting the immigration pact of free of immigrants. Yeah, he also, by the way, on policy, the complete again, the reason this guy was elected, got himself in the foot because he was incredibly corrupt. So this guy who was saying, hey, we're going to do that corruption, is not being consistent on immigration. So workers drive down inflate real estate prices and cause social problems. He's going to put an end to that. Doesn't sound like liberalism. On China, he promised to stop prioritizing investment from Asia. Hungary was, by the way, the top European destination for Chinese investment. Orban allowed Chinese police officers to patrol streets in Hungary. Yeah, so Orban was certainly seen to the right of most people in Europe. And people consider it more of an isolationism. This guy wants to open up a relationship. But the relationship is different because once upon a time with the EU, you had to take it wholesale. Now it's kind of a la carte where fine, we can work with you guys if there's some kind of economic benefit, but we're not going to actually acquiesce to your immigration policy. And you know what? We're not going to be okay with China. He went so far as, by the way, Viktor Orban allowed police officers to patrol Hungarian streets, allowed Chinese firefighters. Didn't work out so well. Yeah, it's a paper tiger. Other things with this new guy, which could be great for the United States, when he talks about NATO, he wants to increase defense spending to the NATO demands. Now, like I've said, you can be pro-NATO because you want to be a freeloader, but to say, you know what, we do want to strengthen our position with NATO, and we want to set an example because everyone needs their contractual amount, that is different. That's not the same as a globalist. That's someone who's acting in the benefit or in the best interest of their own country. By the way, but just when we talk about for defense spending, to be clear, Orban actively works against President Trump by financing Russia with massive energy purchases. He called the rest of Europe for. So it's the same thing. This guy is more tough on immigration. He's going to undo Orban's policies. He's arguing to the right of Orban on pro-traditional family. This election shows you that Hungary is flat out a socially Christian conservative nation.
actually, the idea is still one. Yeah, you're fine. I mean, he's pro, which is a problem. I'll tell you, that gives me pause. The way he approaches it seems reasonable. He's pro wealth tax. I'm not a big fan of that. He's pro some of the women's issues. But it's not like the Democratic Party. This is just one of those situations where people simplify this in a way that is inaccurate. Yeah. It's really easy to go, Viktor Orban, friend of Trump, conservative, right leaning. He lost. Therefore, the rest of the world is turning away from Trumpism populism. No, that's not the case. This shows us that Hungary, this is actually really important because what you typically see in Europe for some of these, former Eastern Bloc nations, they go from far right to socialist and back because they never get it right. And Orban, for a long time, significantly further to the right than most people in that region. Then they had an election where that guy was corrupt. They saw it. And they voted another conservative person. They voted another right-wing person. And second place was another right-wing party. Third place was an even further right-wing party. There is left party in Hungary that has kind of a viable path. That, if anything, is good as it shows that it can be solidified and countries can reverse course and then stay that course. Yeah, exactly. It would be great if one Democrat or Republican that came in had conservative principles, the bedrock of that. That would be fantastic. That's what they're dealing with. It's fine to work with where you can because you just give them the thing you don't want to, which they've already done. It would be like in the United States if an election someone won who was a Tea Party candidate and then next was the Republican candidate in place number 2 and the third was the Libertarian candidate. That would be a comparable example that I could give you. So less liberal than conservatives are thinking about to be, and certainly more right-wing than liberals want. And at the same time, it's important to note that Orban was not this pro-America force that people thought he was. And he definitely was the dictator the left made him out to be because he conceded power. Yeah. People think he was a fascist. I don't know if you know this, fascists don't just leave office. I think 30-something% of the vote counted. He's like, yeah, we lost. Yeah, we lost. Everybody knew that tonight. So one of the things that what a big win for democracy that dictator decided to not be never was. He was elected with overwhelming popularity in the past. There's a reason for a long time. Democracy was not a threat. They just followed through with the process and it worked out for us. Exactly right. So you'll start to see this develop a little bit more. Obama was definitely a strong ally of Israel and helped block sanctions. So now that that is removed a little bit, I would imagine that some of those far right people that we've talked about in the past will probably come out and be like, "Hey, it's actually a good thing." Yeah, and pro-Israel people will probably come out and be like, "Ah, I can't believe that Orban's out." Like, just look, some of the undertones here. Like, it's not just about is it somebody who's far right or somebody who is going to preserve democracy. Right? They are a Christian nation. There's other things at play. The thing is, people in Poland and people in Hungary at large, they don't have a chip in their brain for what you focus on. Right? They're so beyond that, they're not going to be fooled by it. Which brings us to Sabrina Carpenter. So, nice segue. You've heard me tell you that the Peas and Crocodiles. To be clear, I'm going to show you a clip from the Coachella performance where people are outraged because someone yodeled. And by yodel, I mean, I guess it's some kind of traditional Islamic wail. I don't care. I don't like it. Now, if I were to watch this, and you were to watch this in any other context, you'd be okay, sure, whatever. Unfortunately, the outrage she apologized. None of that. This is the Western right now. We think of Sabrina Carpenter at Coachella, but clearly sounds like a yodel. I think I don't like it. It's not something is yodeling. That's it. You wouldn't think it would spark some kind of rage, but of course it did. To the point where she apologized. She should not have. But she's a leftist. And she has to play by the fucking there is some background here. The stand for yodeling can be traced back to someone plays a Plinko, she pisses her pants and forgets where she is.
It sounded like some American Indian stuff.
Back to
Not nearly as good.
someone plays a Plinko, she pisses her pants and forgets where she is in a few minutes.
What was that?
someone plays a Plinko, she pisses her pants and forgets where she is in a few minutes. And she should have known proud, especially after seeing her opener. See, this is bad. It's just bad management. Bad management. That's not a good opener for Sabrina. No, that's it. Yeah. Well, it turns out that it wasn't just saying, shut up, I'm trying to do my act, which is a totally reasonable request. Turns out the fan was yelling some Arab called the Zagruda, and I had to spend a while looking into it. That I did what it actually is.
This sound is called Zagruda in Arabic, an English pronunciation. It's a popular woman across the region, but there are many variations of this across the globe. It's a low-high-pitched sound representing terms of joy. Made by women
That was Outcast.
celebrating a festive occasion, and weddings. Now you know what to do at your celebration.
That.
Yeah, right.
I'm not going to do that at my wedding. If at my wedding, if someone like, yeah, absolutely. Trained on them, rightfully so. So, of course, there are some fans got upset and like, hey, look, she shut up. She's doing her act. First, this is my culture. Your culture to be shutting the hell up. Yeah, and watching a performance because everyone else is paying for a ticket. But pop bass on Sabrina's saying that she doesn't like a cultural Arabic student. This is so insensitive and Islamophobic. I'm disappointed in her. By the way, using that term Islamophobic, if I was surrounded by a bunch of people who are clearly Islamic doing that shit, I'm not gonna lie, I would be phobic. A little bit. Allow them to not like some things. Yeah. You have to like everything. You have to like everything. It sucks. It's the worst. Like, I like Polish people. I don't love pierogies. That's okay. It doesn't. The weird thing. It's fine. I'm part of my way from it. Maybe it's a sign. Maybe. A little bit. Why were they all? Uh, of course you can. Of course you have to back down. And like I said, I the left wasn't a piece of it. About something else. My apologies. I didn't see this person. I couldn't hear clearly. My reaction was pure sarcasm and ill-intended. Better. Now I know. I welcome all cheers.
The fucking Cherokee war cry, bitch. I hear that shit, I'm scalping a motherfucker.
She still called it a yo. That's like a dig. She's like,
Yeah.
Backups. So I prefer the older one. Yeah, me too.
It was a llama. I think that was a llama. Alpaca. Who gives a fuck, stupid bitch? Anyway, the response should have been to "That's my culture." We'll go back to it. Never make it past this fucker's intro. Trumpet Daily. Come on, man. Oh, it's a 5-minute countdown. It's a bunch of shit on repeat.
Begins right
This is the message. And he said again, the message of the gospel. I will not shy away from the message of the gospel.
And when I love it, church, I do not look at my role as a politician. I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing.
He's just some fucking faggot spick, isn't he?
And I will continue to speak out loud against the Lord, promote dialogue, relationships among the states, for just some problems. Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many people are hurting. And I think someone needs to stand up and say, there's a better way. I have no fear that any of the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the gospel. We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that crime is okay. I don't like it. I'm not a fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should listen to the prayers of those who wage war. Fa la guerra and rejects them, saying, even though you make them prayers, I will not listen. Your hands are full of blood. An interesting back and forth between President Trump and Pope Leo over the past several days. Particularly when you consider it, just thinking about it on the drive over here, you think about all of the talk about religion, the religious reawakening, that it's spreading. Everybody's getting Bibles. And all the advisors surrounding President Trump, I mean, they are to be praised. And they're praising Trump. And they're saying things like, it's getting better and better and better. Well, here's the man who presides over the largest Christian church in the world, the Catholic Church. And Trump and President Trump was pretty honest. I don't like it. Left-wing ideologue. And for his part, Jesus Christ rejects war. Let me just think about all of the verses. Get through a few of them today if we have time, but all the verses that talk about nation liberty. Jesus Christ returns to this earth, and now that he's coming back to make war against the nations. It is true. Christ is the king. But this war thing in the first coming of Christ was ahead of us. In both cases, the world, the rejects the Son of God and fights against him. Of course, the second time, able to crucify him. Because of kings. You're listening to Stephen Flaherty, and this is the Trumpet Daily. We appreciate you joining us on today's show. Another week of programs off and running. A lot to get to on today's show. You can listen to the live video stream of this show on our website, thetrumpet.com. Make sure you tell your friends and family about it. So on 60 Minutes, there's the three cardinals, Catholic cardinals, that also were talking about this back and forth between the U.S. president and the Vatican. Clip 11. Or is back in vogue.
He started the speech criticizing in Venezuela. After that, the Vatican's ambassador was called to the Pentagon for a meeting, which two church officials described to 60 Minutes as unpleasant and contentious. Both the Pentagon and the Vatican have said since in multiple statements that it was routine and provided an opportunity for exchange of ideas. Here he is. In March, we traveled to Italy and to ask Pope Leo a question about the war in Iran. Sorry, Father, can I ask you about the Middle East?
Praying for peace. I hope that ceasefire would be the most effective way to work together to find peace for all parties, to respect all parties, and comes for everyone. So,
Like that.
Since our visit, the Pope's tone has sharpened. This past week, rare condemnation of President Trump's threat to destroy Iranian civilization. The Pope called it, quote, truly unacceptable. He also took the unusual step of issuing a call to action.
contact the authorities, political leaders, congressmen, to ask them, tell them to work for peace and to reject war always. Reject war always. So yeah, sounds pretty good. But yeah, I'm against war. But here again, and we'll bring the Bible's perspective into it in just a second. But to just step, Robert, the last time I saw you, we were together taking a look at some preparations for the energy company to begin drilling, and you told me then that your timeline, your plan, is to have the first well in the ground this year, within 2026. Yes. Is that still stick? And how is that progressing? We're going official by August 1st, and then that ship on September 12th will ship all of the 300 containers in, and then start drilling our well in right around the first week of October. First well. The numbers you know for me, we're looking at back and to try to make sense of this world, trying to make peace. Harry says Jesus rejects war, and at the same time, he says, Donald Trump's out there violating international law. Now, like I've said with respect to commentators, Western commentators, who will grab the bullhorn in 2 seconds to decry what President Trump is doing, you never hear them talking about what the mullahs are doing. They can seize the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, they can just slap their hand down on the negotiating table saying, nope, we're going to get nukes. And where's the outcry? What about the 47 years of state-sponsored terrorism? Is Iran making peace? And what are you to do as a president or the leader of any Western nation if a nation that hates you, that calls you the great Satan, refuses to make peace? Instead, they're actually killing you soldiers, killing American citizens, bombing U.S. barracks. What are you to do? I wonder if there'd be a reporter that would press Pope Leo on that. Probably not. It's so easy, isn't it, to just throw Matthew 5:9. Blessed are the peacemakers. Well, that verse also says they are the children of God. If Matthew 5:9 says peacemakers are blessed, and then Isaiah 59 and verse 8 says that man does not know the way to peace, what does this mean? I mean, how do we explain this? Let's get into the Bible and learn then about who's responsible, what spirit is responsible for making war, and how we go about, from God's perspective, making peace. How can, just to look at it from Jeroboam's perspective for a moment, how can this 20-something gathering of preachers that are laying hands on you, praying and saying you're doing great, there's a golden age, the spread of this revolution, this spiritual reawakening, it's just going to spread and cover the earth? On the one hand, how can you say, yeah, they've got it? They've got it. These are preachers of righteousness. These are holy people. Well, then you've got Pope Leo for his part. And the fighting. There's, I guess, the division in the spiritual awakening. How many Catholics are there in the world? A billion? So what are we to make of this? It's kind of like the political divide here in the United States. Where, yes, God is intervening. God brought Jeroboam back, but then you still got the sins of our nations on full display. The sickness, I mean, it's there for everyone to see. And really, to just use some of that same commentary that we've given you in recent months, what we're seeing is spiritual division then. In the traditional Christian church, on the one side, you got no war whatsoever. The United States, it's same with Israel, same standard. Put down your guns and just don't make war. Well, then what do you say to Hamas? What do you say to
not just with respect to world events, but from the Bible as well. That's the beauty of the Olivet prophecy. Jesus Christ said, watch world events, and pray always that you might be counted worthy to escape what? Escape what's coming. What's coming? Well, happy for us, the Bible tells us, the Olivet prophecy, perfect bookend to the Sermon on the Mount that started Jesus Christ's ministry. Yes, the peacemakers are blessed. Well, why haven't we been able to make peace on earth today? Listen to Pope Leo and you think, I guess the way to peace is for America to put down its arms, its weapons. It's for America to step aside and let them get the bomb. President Trump's right. You read between the lines of what Leo said, and I guess he's pro-Iran getting a nuke. And what happens when Iran gets a nuke? Are they going to make peace with the nuke? What a world we're living in. This is from Pope Leo's address at the Vatican. What was it, April 11th, clip 6.
Enough of the idolatry of self and money. Enough of the display of power. Enough of war. True strength is shown in serving life. Dear brothers and sisters, there are certain divine responsibilities that fall to the leaders of nations. To them we cry out, stop. It is time for peace. Sit at the table of dialogue and mediation. Not at the table where rearmament is planned and deadly actions are decided. Thoughts, words, and deeds then break the demonic cycle of evil and are placed at the service of the kingdom of God. A kingdom in which there is no sword, no throne, no vengeance, no trivialization of evil, no unjust profit, but only dignity, understanding, and forgiveness. Here that we find a bulwark against that delusion of omnipotence that surrounds us, becoming increasingly unpredictable and aggressive.
That's Pope Leo there saying a kingdom in which there is no sword, no drone, no vengeance, no trivialization of evil, no unjust profit. I mean, this is coming. But the thing of it is, the religions of this world, they don't know how it's coming. They've rejected the only true solution that there is. God's coming kingdom to be set up and established on this earth. Revelation 19 and verse 15. The whole passage speaks of Jesus Christ's second coming. How is he coming? How will he be received? Listen to verse 15. And out of his mouth, speaking of Christ, the living Christ, the returning Christ to this earth, out of his mouth goes a sharp sword, that with it he should smite the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron. And he treads the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of Almighty God. How easy is it? Think about how you would tune this program out instantly if I got up here and said, listen, it's time for peace. It's time to end war. Well, it is time to end war. So we better look into the Bible and see how God says it will end. Really, what you see on each side of the various religious camps, and there's a lot of them, you don't see an understanding of the coming kingdom of God, or that Jesus Christ was born to be king, or that Jesus Christ is returning as King of Kings and Lord of Lords. We had a Life and Teaching podcast on this subject not many weeks ago. But look at the way the world receives the King. Look at the way the world fights the King of Peace. Revelation 11 says the nations will be angry when the Son of God, the King of Kings, returns to this earth.
Olivet prophecy, Jesus said the nations would mourn the return of Jesus Christ to this earth. Why would they mourn? Why would they be angry?
10-second tinnitus reversing method used by astronauts has doctors furious.
Hi, everybody. I thought I would come on because I am an audiologist and I know a lot about tinnitus. And technically, people are like, is it tinnitus or is it tinnitus? The medical correct term is tinnitus, but either way, it's fine.
Well, that right there says a lot, doesn't it? About human nature and about the spirit that Jesus encountered every step that he went virtually during his 3.5-year ministry.
Come on.
He encountered this Pharisaical, know-it-all spirit that refused to submit to and to obey the laws of God. How do you build a peaceful world when you've got all these factions flat out rejecting the laws of God? The laws that bring peace, obedience to them anyway. This is, again, the address from the Vatican, April 11th, clip 7.
The church is a great people at the service of reconciliation. Yes, she advances without hesitation. Even when rejecting the logic of war, to misunderstand scorn,
Jesus
she
was around the
proclaims the
giants
gospel
room
of
there.
peace and instills obedience to God rather than any human authority, especially when the inherent of other human beings is threatened by continuous violations of international law throughout the world.
The implication being that it's President Trump who's guilty of violating international law, whatever that means. Look at how much we hear about the laws of men. What about God's laws? What about the 10 Commandments? President Trump, for his part, he responded with this. Pope Leo is weak on crime, terrible for foreign policy. He talks about fear of the Trump administration, but doesn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all other Christian organizations had during COVID when they were arresting priests, ministers, and everybody else. Wow! Division and the religious reawakening. The religious resurgence, I should say. He said in another post, I don't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. He doesn't want a pope like this. Well, how do you deal with that? It's not like President Trump can go in there and appoint a new pope. And oh, by the way, when you look into how one is appointed, and they are appointed by a democratic vote of some kind, and how much of the wheelings and dealings that go on behind the scenes before you see the smoke coming out of that the Vatican room. I forget the name of the room we're in. He says, I don't want a pope who criticizes the president of the United States. President Trump does not want a pope, a religious head, a religious figure who criticizes the president of the United States. Well, he has one. And it gives you some insight into the kind of religious people that President Trump loves to be surrounded by. And we've talked about that on other programs. He wasn't on any list to be Pope. He was only put there by the church because he was an American, and they thought that would be the best way to deal with President Trump. This is a post on Truth Social. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. And he's acknowledging, I mean, he's saying the quiet part out loud. It's politicized. Religion is politicized. It certainly was in Christ's time. The first time he came to this earth. And then I'm not even getting into the many prophecies that talk about the woman, a type of the church or a church straddling the beast. Revelation 17, Revelation 13, Daniel 7, Daniel chapter 2. If you go back to the basic framework of Bible prophecy, the Daniel 2 image. This morning in class I went through Matthew 16 and Matthew 24 there at the start. In Matthew 16, the Pharisees, they came and they were trying to trick Christ, trying to trip him up. They were saying, "Give us a sign." And he said, "Evil and adulterous generation seeks after a sign." In other words, your heart's not right. Your attitude isn't right. You don't want to know. You're not really looking to the sure word of Bible prophecy. Even then, Jesus said, he referred them to the prophet Jonah. 3 days, 3 nights. 3 full days, by the way, and 3 full nights in the grave. But, what's interesting is in Matthew 24, the students of Christ, the disciples of Christ, that had the right attitude, they approached Jesus and they said, "Can you give us a sign? A sign for the end of this age and the end of this world?" And, well, read it. He goes through so many detailed signs. If you've not read it before, it's shocking almost. Wow, he's really laying it out. This is going to happen, and then this, and then there's going to be people preaching Christ, but they're going to be false prophets. And then you're going to watch world events. You better watch so you're not caught unawares. You want to be worthy to escape. He gave his true disciples the signs to look for. It's all right to look at the signs of the times. That way, as Christ said in the Olivet Prophecy, you can know when it's near. You can know when the end of human civilization is near and the establishment of God's kingdom on earth is at hand. Just a bit more from that 60 Minutes interview that played last night, clip 12.
The Holy Father usually avoids calling out President Trump by name or any member of his administration. But in a Palm Sunday homily, he appeared to reference the religious language Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who is Christian but not Catholic, often uses to frame the war.
Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle.
Pope Leo warned that Jesus, quote, does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war. Is this a just war?
No. The Catholic teaching is not a just war. The Catholic faith teaches that there are certain prerequisites for a just war. You can't go for a variety of different aims. You have to have a focus aim, which is to restore justice and restore peace. That's it.
Iran has been the chief exporter of terror. Is there no scenario in which preventing that can be a just war?
It's an abominable regime, and it should be removed. But this is the war of choice that we went to, and I think it's embedded in a wider moment in the United States that's worrying, which is this. We see before us the possibility of war after war after war.
He wants to play both sides, I guess. Is this a just war? No, it's not. Under Catholic teaching, this is not a just war. Well, to her credit, what about Iran? What did he say about Iran? It's an abominable regime, and it should be removed. It should be removed? Well, by who? Who can remove it? Who has the power to remove it? And by what power are we talking about? If you can't do it with war, how do you do it? Do you just sit down and say, "Hey, we'd like to remove you. We'd like to take you out of the way"? You see how just utterly complicated and impossible this world and the systems of this world, the governments of this world, the educational systems of this world. It all just shows, it proves what we've said so often, citing 2 Corinthians 4 and verse 4, Revelation 12:9, that this is.
Remember the last time I saw you, we were in Greenland together taking a look at some of the preparations for Greenland Energy Company to begin drilling. And you told me then that your timeline, your plan is to have the first well in the ground this year, within 2026.
Yes.
Does that still stick? And how is that progressing?
We're going to position all our equipment there by August 1st, and then that ship will leave on September 12th. We'll ship all of the 300 containers in, and then start drilling our well in right around the first week of October, our first well.
The numbers you laid out for me, we're looking at an upside of 13 billion barrels of commercially recoverable oil.
Yes.
Now, tell me what that means for Greenland Energy Company, and then what that could mean for the broader energy market.
What we saw during the war, Europe was importing 2 million barrels a day from Russia. When the war started, they stopped importing that crude. The U.S. shale industry has made up that short supply. Now, whether the U.S. shale industry is going to lean in on trying to help out with the supply issue remains to be seen. Our oil is 40-degree gravity, the same Brent crude. So the refiners in Europe are used to it. So we could be a solution not only for U.S. energy security, but also European energy security.
You told me when we were in Greenland that Europe could be one of the primary buyers of this oil you're getting in Greenland. Have the discussions even preliminarily started? And then when would you be able to begin selling that oil and actually exporting it out to Europe or to other buyers?
We've actually had inquiries from refineries, but the thing is, we discover the oil first, so we can get our wells down. Now, our wells are only 3 miles from shore, so we could be exporting in a very short period of time. But for full field development, it would take the next decade.
13 billion barrels of oil would be one of the largest discoveries in the last 50 years. It would rank above Exxon's massive discovery in Guyana back in 2015. How are you approaching operationalizing that and dealing with the scale of oil that you may find?
Well, with Halliburton